And hopefully it does not crash. So, this is day 4. We're going to talk about this topic, which is the next one in line. Let's get some music up here and hopefully it doesn't crash. I'll just use this particular soundtrack and loop it. All right. So, hopefully I'm loud enough. Let me know. What if I told you that there's a hidden scoreboard in Daygame that determines whether you succeed or fail before you even approach? I call it the 5 mindsets. The what? 5 mindsets? And after coaching for 13 years, I've discovered that guys who master these 5 specific mindsets consistently hit the score threshold for 20 out of the 35 that almost guarantees results. The first mindset alone is belief. It is so powerful that it transformed one of my Italian students from getting rejected repeatedly to the point of mental trauma to consistently getting laid with women that were 9.5 or 9 out of 10, even 8.5, all in 1 to 6 approaches with my training. Whether you believe you can do it or you can't, you are right. That's right. Whether you believe you can do it or not, you are right. And that's a very important point, because the truth is, you got to believe in yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else would. So, let me get this video up here. So this is the, hopefully that it works here. I'll get rid of the other link. Just bear with me here. We'll get through the challenge as soon as we can. Day 4. Right? Where are you? All right. So, I'm gonna probably move this over here to Facebook and to the main group too. This is gonna be on my profile. Day 3 was absolutely kept crashing like 4 times in a row, so I can't use that. Oh, it looks like, let me share this with the group. Keep staying here, I got a lot to say. So, day 4, right? Hopefully it doesn't crash. All right. The 5 mindsets for Daygame success. Whether you think you can do it or not, you are right. So what does that mean? A lot of people that don't believe in themselves. If you don't think you can do it, you're gonna fuck up. If you think you can do it, you're gonna succeed. That's the truth. So, whether you think you can do it or not is very important. I think there's a video by Dan Pena. I'm not sure if I can find it. Belief. But there was a video that says that if you believe you can fuck all night, then you're gonna fuck all night. And if you don't believe you can do it, then you can't. Okay, why am I searching for... All right, let's continue. We're just gonna skip that video. So what does that mean? If you believe you can fuck all night, you're gonna die trying. But if you can't, then you're gonna get stuck. So, the self-belief is super important. Super, super important. Let me see. Okay, why am I searching for... Oh, okay, there's a comment here. That's good. So, thank you very much. So, copy link. I'll post it to the group. Get on the fucking YouTube live. Okay. I'll just send it to a bunch of people in case they don't know. First steps group. I'm gonna send everybody. All right. So, whether you believe you can do it or not, it's going to determine everything. So, I took a little bit of time to make sure that people are actually online, because I want to make sure that people understands that this video, I'm going to post a lot of new lay testimonials that you've never heard before. This will be completely exclusively new. So before we started, I censored a lot of testimonials. Hey, good afternoon, right? That's right. Let the zombies know, right? And you don't act like a zombie either, right? Don't be a hypocrite. So belief is important, because whether you think you can do it or you can't, that's true. Because even Marco over there, for him, he believes that he can do it because he's done it before. He got many lays for my coaching. So if he can do it, then why not do it again, right? So the truth is, belief is the foundation to all success. Without belief, you'll drag your feet, procrastinate, and resist change. But with belief, you'll open up your door to growth, transformation, and ultimately success in Daygame. If you don't believe in yourself, you will turn MGTOW, men going their own way. This is where the 5 mindsets come in. And hopefully this does not crash, because, I'm going to post a lot of testimonials, new ones. And if it crashes, it'll be bad. So maybe I'll try to get through this as fast as I can. This is where the 5 mindsets come in. These 5 mindsets are the key to raising your skill index, achieving the 20 out of 35 score that can predict if you're going to get your dick wet or not. So the 5 mindsets, your path to transformation for Daygame. Number 1, belief is everything. Belief is the foundation to all your success. Without belief, you'll procrastinate, you'll resist change, and fail before you even begin. Women can sense your lack of belief in your vibe, tonality, body language, and the words. This lack of congruence triggers their defense mechanism, making it nearly impossible to connect with them on a meaningful level. Never use the word impossible when it comes to Daygame. With my training, anything is possible. It's super easy, in fact. That's what I would say. But when you believe in yourself, everything changes. Your vibe opens up. Your tonality becomes confident and relaxed. And your body language exudes high status. Women pick up on these congruence. The word congruency, that means your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, everything lines up. And they feel drawn to you. They see you as a man who knows his worth and isn't afraid to go after what he wants. Take, for example, my 5'8" Italian student. Before working with me, he was stuck using outdated UMP bullshit, platform scamming bullshit that people, because they think they're white, they must be good. And even if they're students, when they do get laid, not everyone, but when they do, there's always 3 out of 10 in looks for the women. Just disgusting. 3 is not good enough. There's stupid sexualizing techniques which only got him a woman. That is 4 out of 10. That's the most he can get. Nothing but a string of 4 out of 10s. But most men in this situation would settle for women rated 3 out of 10 or worse. But his belief in my system and himself changed everything. So why would he believe in my system? That's a better question. Of all the systems in the world, any of the testimonials, oh, there's too many of them. Yeah, that's him. You want to hear them? We'll play some of his, okay? We'll play some of his. He has a lot of testimonials. Of course he believes in himself. Marco believes in himself so much that it's like, for him, he trusts me with his life. He trusts me completely because I got him so many girlfriends at the same time. Marco had like 2 fucking girlfriends at the same time. A girlfriend and another girlfriend at the same time. A girlfriend, a white fuck buddy, and then 2 extra lays when he's not getting fuck buddies. Marco's got so many fucking lays. So I'll post it. It's all real. He's a real person. None of this is bullshit. This is not AI fucking shit. There's no AI back then when Marco was around. And also, none of these are like, I didn't give him shit for the testimonials. The only thing he gets is not being yelled at. So, and also, yeah, that's the truth. If anyone can, like, tries to say they're not real or whatever, prove it, motherfucker, right? Prove it. You can't just make false accusations. Plenty of them. Oh, yeah. I mean, for example, the topic is about belief, right? Marco, are you able to talk on the phone if I just phone you? So basically, for the Italian student, he was referred to me by a Chinese student, which was the last guy we posted, and he trusted the process completely. That belief allowed him to level up his skills by practicing consistently every single week. The results? Out of 8 lays, many of them were stunners rated 9 out of 10, and some were 8.5. He achieved these results in fewer than 6 approaches each time, 1 to 6. Because he has been laid before, his belief in his ability to succeed made him new interactions easier and more natural. That's right. So, let's see. Text me. Okay, excellent. So, basically, hey, let me see, are you able to talk? And we can talk about belief. John, can you please share one of your post stories with some fun details and, like, not right now. This is like off topic. If you want to see my lay testimonials or my lays, then just go look at my sales letters or something. There's some same day lays over there. There's quite a few. So go ahead and watch that one. Right now, this is not the focus of it. The focus is on you guys. Hey, Marco, are you able to talk right now? So, are you able to talk right now? Maybe we could talk about this topic a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't crash for the computer. Or just randomly, like if Marco was available online, I'll call him. So, or any of the students, right? If any of you want to talk to me, right? Even the other Latino student, that's fine. Marco, I sent you a message, so in case you're busy, then maybe not today, but yeah, I want to talk about belief. So belief is the key to unlocking your potential. Without it, you hold yourself back, but with it, you open the doors to consistent success with women that you truly want. So number 1 is belief. So what's number 2? Number 2 is changeability. Changeability, okay? I just want to take a quick look here. So let's go play a testimonial of the Italian student. All right, let's just talk about him. Okay, I'll just call Marco then. All right. This is random, right? So. Yo.
Hello, John.
Hey, so I just am talking about the topic about 5 mindsets, right? And one of the mindsets is teachability, changeability, skill index, believability, right? And manifestation, thoughts and feelings. But I want to talk about belief.
Yes.
What percentage of belief do you have in my training out of 100%?
100%.
100%. And why is that?
Because I got a lot of results before.
Can we define what you mean by results? Because somebody's asking over there.
Okay. Results means pretty much lay
Okay.
in the bedroom with. Yeah.
And how many, like, do you get a lot of girlfriends? Even multiple with the training?
Sometimes I get max 2, and sometimes they convert into a girlfriend. Sometimes they do, but I'm really focused on the lay.
Okay. That's good. How many was there, like average? Give a number, like how many lays have you gotten from my training so far?
I don't even remember, to be really honest.
Just roughly count, right?
I've been around for a while.
Estimation.
I don't know, 10 at least, 10 and up.
Okay, 10, 11, it could be any of those, right? Something like that. So.
Yes.
And there are times when you had a girlfriend and a fuck buddy, right? Like a white fuck buddy.
Yes, exactly.
And what's your ethnicity, in case people don't know?
I'm a Latino.
Can you actually speak the language just so they know you're not bullshitting?
Yeah, I speak more than one language, of course.
Okay. What, Russian? You speak Russian too?
Not just the basic, but I speak Portuguese, Spanish, and English.
Okay. Privet!
Привет.
Как дела? Меня зовут Johnny Leet. So, я dating coach.
Привет. Меня зовут Марко.
Duh. So, anyways, let's switch back to English. But I want to talk about how important is belief in terms of you getting laid, right? That you have to believe in yourself, believe in the coach, right? The results.
You have to believe in the coach, believe in ourselves, and you have to be very coachable. Very coachable and learnable. You have to have all that together.
Have you seen students that were not coachable, like they didn't believe in themselves and they dragged their feet? Have you seen that? Don't mention their names.
I see them on the group.
When you said the group, right?
Person.
When you said the group, right? Define what do you mean by the group?
We have a very small or specific elite, more like elite group, and John just gives us advice.
Do you mean the inner circle?
Advice.
Do you mean the inner circle group?
Inner circle. Yes.
So you're part of the inner circle and you see all the other people getting laid there, and we post the testimonials with their names there, right?
Yes.
Are you a paid actor, Marco? Are you like ABC's, you know, the old instructors from ABC's, right? This Galilean gentlewomen were like trashing my name on Reddit and the Discord forums and telling all these stupid fucking dumb Asians, they're like, oh yeah, those John's testimonials are all actors. Are you an actor, Marco?
No, I'm not an actor. I'm actually a real person.
So you're not an actor?
Normal.
This is a random call.
I'm not an actor. Yes.
So when you see all the other students, like the old man that's 50-something years old, right? Bald, getting laid, and you saw that Italian guy, right? 8 lays. And you saw the other Jewish white student, 20 lays. It's all real.
Yes. All of them. I don't want to say names, but yes. If you mention their nationality, I know who they are.
Are they actors?
No.
Are you an AI? Am I speaking to an AI right now?
Hell no. No, I'm not AI. I'm real.
So are you...
I'm a real motherfucker.
Are you Mexican GPT? Am I talking to a robot?
No.
This is all real.
Everything is real around here.
Exactly.
Everything is real.
Did I ever pay you for like a testimonial or ever gave you free shit for one, or not at all?
No. Nobody gets paid for testimonial.
Do you get anything for it? Anything besides a nice, like, good job?
I don't get anything for a testimonial. I do it for fun.
Yeah, they do it because they want to get their dick wet. So, as I was saying, right, that for most of you, the most important thing is that if you believe in yourself, and you know there was a couple of bad students, right, in the group.
Yeah, I think
Don't say their names.
they have to be patient because they have to trust you and then just do what they gotta do.
So it's very important. There's 3 things, right, Marco? They have to trust the system. They have to trust, like, the coaching. And they have to believe that they can do it, right? And they have to see other people do it.
Of course.
Right?
Yes, of course.
So these are 3 very important things, right? But there are some people in the group. Do you remember the African guy that's bald and he's like completely just resisting the training, and he's the worst student of the year. Remember him? Starts with it.
Remember his name, but I don't say it.
But he okay. Do you remember there are some unteachable cases I yell at in the group?
Yeah, of course.
And what do you think the problem is? They might trust the system. They see like you can do it, right? And other people can do it. They trust me in my system. But they don't trust themselves. What advice do you have to give to those people?
I guess they need more resilience, more belief in themselves, and then eventually you will get results if you follow the steps. They follow your training step by step. That's it.
Okay, somebody's asking right now, right? John, please explain the difference between your coaching versus others, right? That people know. So first of all, I will speak a little bit and you can speak, okay? I'm gonna say something. So show me like more than 2 lay testimonials from tall self-proclaimed high lay count guy, super popular. Only 2 for like. Okay, his connection is breaking down. So he only got like 2 lay testimonials. ABC has 1. So what's the difference? That's mystery method right there. RSD like nothing. Coach Kyle has like 3 in total, not during the inflation. All these coaches are just like optics. So what's the difference between my coaching versus all these other guys? All these popular guys, ABCs of low self-esteem Asian group. You have like, tall self-proclaimed high lay count coaches. You know who I'm talking about, but we don't want to say his name. But all these famous white coaches, what's the difference?
It looks like the word would be you adapt your system every year, depends on the situation. And
go ahead. Wait, he's cutting out. Wait, you just cut out for a second.
Country is okay.
Say the last part again.
It's very one-on-one training, basically.
But you say it changes every single year. Is that true? Because people were curious earlier on.
Yeah, it changes every year. Like, not just a lot. It's just more. It's like evolves. It evolves a little bit.
Yeah.
Adapt.
So now we're focused more on tonality. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
So you're gonna be soon learning the 21-day challenge. We're gonna add it to the course. Okay. So, but that's different. And you remember the aero science, right? Also before that.
Yes. Yes.
Before that, it was more like the social skills flow drill. And then before that, it was the body language. Am I right? For all these years.
Yes. Body language.
That's what you did mostly,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So you did change every single year.
Yeah.
And now this year is about hiding that sigh, right? That sometimes the inflation and the tariff, right, can affect your mood, right?
Exactly. It can affect your mind too.
And that will make the students approach less, and women can hear that, right?
I can hear it. They can hear it too.
Yeah. So what do you want to say? Like, let's see the questions. He wants to know, what was your believability index when you first started, right, with my training?
I always believed in myself, and I wanted to try John's method years back, and then I got great results. I actually got lace, and then a long-term girlfriend, and then from 2021 I came back to train with John.
Do you remember like when I first posted these testimonials, right? I haven't posted all of them, but it was the guy who got 10 fuck buddies, the London guy.
Yes.
You remember him in the inner circle, right? Were you there?
Yeah, I remember. Yes, I remember.
He was an inner circle member for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
And you heard the testimonials. I have not released them all yet, obviously. I always like to save them, right? That's weird, but I always save the I have not posted all your testimonials yet, have I? There's still more.
Could be. I'm not sure.
Remember the black girl?
And yeah.
I didn't post.
Okay.
I didn't post that one
It's
yet.
the only. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only black girl I have. I don't know. And I had a bunch of Latinas, white, and I want an Asian girl. So I think that's a little challenging.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
All right. No, why just go for a dark-skinned Filipina, right? You're olive, she's olive. She can't get a white guy, right? Then there you got Asian, right?
Yeah.
What's a Filipina, right? It's like basically a Chinese mixed with a Latina. That's a Filipina.
It could be.
No, I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. Are they actually related to like Latinos a little bit, or they've been conquered by Latinos? Wait, hold on. Signal is blocked.
And they used to be part of the Spanish kingdom.
Ah, I see. But basically, I guess what I want to say, like, what do you want to say to most of these people? Okay, you're cutting out a lot, your audio. Okay, so he says, okay, Marco, appreciate vanilla, but you have to try chocolate. He already had a black girl, so he tried it. How long has Marco been in the prices? What do you mean prices? Or you mean in training, in the program? How long have you trained? How long have you trained with me before? That's what he wants to know.
The playbook years back, and
No, but how many years have you been training with me? Roughly. Wait, the connection keeps cutting out. So, can you hear me? Hello. Oh shit. I'll call again. Hopefully he's not driving under a tunnel or something. Ah shit. Yo,
yes,
it was cutting out a little bit, but how long have you been training with me? They want to know.
around 4 years.
So 4 years already, like 10, 11 lays, something like that, roughly. 2 girlfriends sometimes. Girlfriend, fuck buddy,
Yeah, of course.
or 2 lays.
Yeah.
So that's his results. I mean,
Yeah, of course. That's reason.
so I think that's okay. So you're cutting out a lot, right, for your Wi-Fi, but I think this is good enough, right? They get the point that you're not AI, you're not an actor, you're for real, you're a real person, you're a real Latino. You want to say something in Spanish to the people out there, like, so you know that you're acting.
I just want people to. It's okay, you know.
Say it in Spanish.
No, I just want the students to go ahead and train with John. You have to trust John with the process, like the way I did.
Like believe in yourself and believe in my process.
Of course.
What about all the people that were acting like really, really poor during this inflation / tariff, right? What do you want to say to these people that are not investing in themselves?
Just don't give up. Work.
Shit, cutting out again. Your signal keeps cutting out, but what's the last thing you want to say?
I want to tell the students to go ahead and join John's program because it's the best for Daygame.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hang up now because it keeps cutting off, but thank you for being here. I know it's very random, we're a little bit off topic, but it's fun for people to hear about your success. So I can't wait till your next success. I promise I'll get you married with a white girl.
All right.
Just do everything I say. All right, good. You see the students say yes, sir. So does Marco also do night game and dating apps? He wants to know one last thing. Do you do night game and dating apps, Marco? Okay, you're cutting out again. But do you use
Night game.
do you night game and dating apps like Tinder?
I don't do clubs. That's what your question. So I can walk in the park at nighttime and still game. But clubs or social circle is different.
So you don't even need that, right? With mind training.
No.
And
So to figure out by yourself is hard.
but you don't actually have to go to clubs. You can still get laid without it. Just day game.
Yeah, of course. Just go to the right places.
Exactly. And also, they're asking about online dating. Do you use like Tinder or Hinge, Bumble, whatever it's called? I don't even know what.
No, it doesn't work for me. And because I'm not really tall, I'm not tall at all.
How tall are you?
It's just a much waste of time.
How tall are you? It's cutting out again. How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
I thought you were 5'7". You're 5'8"?
That's what it says on my ID.
Okay. I thought you were 5'7" all this time, but you're 5'8" then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very surprising. So, well, you learn something new every single day. I always thought you were my height, 5'7", but you're taller. So.
Nah, it's not a big difference. But hey guys, if you are on the short time, you don't have the solution anyways.
Yes. Which is elevator shoes, but that's all I can say. So everything else can be fixed. So I won't say what type.
I'll let you go.
All right. Thank you for being here. Bye. See you in class. So that was Marco, right? So one of my students, Latino, like non-AI, non-actor. So that's just one of the lay testimonials. If you guys want to hear his testimonials, I know we should have listened to the Italian. I know we're a little bit off topic. We talk about belief, right? It's the first one. That's the most important. Okay? So, but why don't we just hear his testimonial then? How's that? We'll listen to his one because he talked over here. We'll just find his latest one. Okay? I haven't posted all of them yet. There's just too many and people were ignoring my testimonials too much. So let's just see what's the latest one of his. There's too many fucking testimonials. Okay, let's see. Testimonials. Okay, down. Let me focus, okay? Let me focus. Alright, so this is upcoming. Okay, the black girl. Okay, this one. Let's hear it.
This is me again with
See, the same voice. Whenever like the ABCs of whatever form instructor, the Galilean gentlewomen, these guys are complete. I can't really say it here but trying to slander my name saying these are actors or whatever. No, and they say, oh, because they talk like they're scripted or something. It's not scripted. They all sound kind of autistic a little bit because they are. So they all talk the same way. The same way you talk to me on the air is the same way they talk to women, the same way they talk to me, the same way they talk on the testimonial. See, it's the same thing.
Other
Lots of pauses.
Of a recently in August last week. So August 7. And this is a chick that was meeting her friends and that did approach her, talk for a little bit, and have an instant hangout. Not a date, hangout.
Make sure the video does not cut off because they say, oh, you're using specific like music from.
Hangout, got her number, and eventually I met up with her, like on a date. And as you can see here, this spot is perfect.
They fear you get all the Asians. Well, yeah, I mean, they're very jealous, right? Because they can't figure out with their mystery method ABCs of low self-esteem shit. It's all mystery method stuff. They cannot figure out how to make day game work because that requires more skills, 20 out of 35. Night game only requires less skills, only 15 points to get over that line. And also, when they go to Latin countries and doing club promoter stuff, they're status maxing. They can raise their high status job, their lifestyle, their third world money status advantage, exotic advantage, so they can raise 4 points. But the loophole does not transfer to Americans. That's the problem. So that's where they're at. And these people are stupid fucking assholes. They should not slander my name and defame my character, because these are all real people. Unless they can prove that these are actors and fake. I would say that, you know, defaming my name like that is absolutely stupid. When these guys are the ones who write their student testimonials on their website, they write themselves the testimonials and they show a picture of a student, or they only have 6 videos. None of them got laid for Daygame. These guys need to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna roast you. And even though I'm putting this on a challenge, because you fucked with my reputation and destroyed all future Asians from training with me, I will crush you guys to 1 trillion pieces for your business. Even further than now. You have fucked with the wrong person. Who the fuck are you? Look at this other coach. You know, that starts with a J. He only pulled a woman home indirect, some Asian, ugly Asian, some Filipina or some shit, and nothing happened in the bedroom. Then he's an instructor because he did that for Daygame. What a shitty fucking style of game. All indirect, no flirting, nothing. It's just like gay best friend game. And then the other guy goes to fucking Latin countries doing club promoter shit. Standing next to women with DSLR photo shoots, and we're all supposed to believe, because we don't see open to sex. But if he posted that before on ABC's forum, is probably either from Tinder or maybe before the pandemic for night game. They can't do day game. Shut the fuck up. All these Asian coaches cannot open to sex for day game. They need to shut the fuck up. Exactly. The walk-in coffee. And then get into John's program. Yes, exactly. So he said the right places, right? Yeah. Fish where the fishes are and use the right bait. That's my best advice. Fish where the fishes are, use the right bait. So
I have to pay for a studio next to the street. You can see the street right there. You can literally just walk in 5 seconds. And there's the advantage that I had to...
I'll pause it every few seconds so it doesn't, the algorithm will not shut me down. Okay?
Pay for the spot close to the tourist area. And 2024, I know it's been hard for some of the players, but you can do it.
He still has another video testimonial for 2024. Maybe I can find it and then I can post it.
But you have to have the right structure with Mr. John. He's the only one that can help you for Daygame. Daygame is the best.
Yeah, for Latinos, in case that you don't have the right belief, right, in yourself, and you don't think you can do it, unless you're an unteachable case, of course you can't do it because you're fucked up this year. But if you are somewhat coachable, and most Latinos are not, but if you are one of those rare Latinos that are coachable, and you're gonna stop being a pain in the ass, then of course you can do it. But the ones who have no, like, if I ever tell a Latino that if they crash out at me and have a meltdown, the 5 traits: one track mind, wrong path to sociopath, and then have a meltdown, they quit and then resurrect, and they keep doing that. If you do that and you're in the middle of a meltdown, and I tell you that you have no potential, you might as well turn the key and walk away. Stick to Tinder and night game. If I ever tell you that, then it means you can't do it here. You can't do it anywhere. You're gonna get stuck. You got hardware issues. But Marco did it during the inflation throughout all these years. Pandemic, he can do it.
Also, you cannot see very well, but he actually got me in shape, and not really nice in shape. You can see my jawline. I'm pretty like most of them, the most handsome students are done. And
What? Oh, what are you talking about, man?
I do trust John. He's the best for Daygame. Even though I need to keep training, because I want harder girls over and over and over and over, and have a great rotation. That's it for now, guys, and I'll see you soon.
Hey, zombies. Did you just ignore that 52-year-old student who's saying...
Okay, let's see here. I have another video testimonial by him, non-stop.
Across the board. The testimonials here for the next video. They prove my system isn't some...
And John got really pissed off at me. Report for May 2023. I met this girl, white American girl, and we went on a date. I ended up pulling in the car, I didn't close it, and John got really pissed off at me. He kicked me out of the elite access.
Whoops.
But
Sometimes I kick students out, right? And they come back getting laid. So don't be scared if you get kicked out, right? You can always come back in the future as long as you're not an unteachable case Latino. Sometimes kicking them out makes them think better. Their mindsets and their belief goes higher, you know? Before, when they have 0 for teachability, 0 for changeability, 0 for skill, 0 for belief, 0 for thoughts of feelings, they come back and they actually will obey, and they'll stop being so egotistical.
he showed me how to get it done. With his training, the objections dealing and sexualizing to the max. And I went to the training again. And the second time, pulled the white girl again to my car and close in the bed. It works. New method, the arrow theory for 2000.
Arrow theory, right? But it's called arrow science because it's repeatable. But that's the only method that works for my 5'7" height. Arrow science. Maneuver, sexualized objections looping, no alcohol involved. That's the only thing that works. So I have a picture of the arrow science, arrow theory, but arrow science. You can't really see it, but there's a chart here. And multiple students use this. This was one of the adaptations when Marco was saying that every single year it changes. So within the last 2 years before this one, everyone was switching over to the arrow science. So the Chinese student that got so many lays was using the arrow science, but he was using it before everybody else, 1 year before that. So things get rolled out, and now elite tonality mastery is the newest form that even Marco has confirmed in the inner circle. That means every single year the system changes a little bit, as he says. The emphasis is different.
23 by John Elite is a new thing, new training, guys. Now, it helped me a lot with dealing with objections and all that, which it works pretty good, to be honest. And I have a friend who told me that he doesn't believe in John's training until I get laid with a white American girl.
Yeah, one of his friends, right, he says, like, unless he gets laid with a white girl, he's not going to trust my training. And then he gets laid with a white girl, and then his friend starts accusing him that's not true, but it did happen. There's the lay pick over there. His friend was jealous. He crashed out. He had the Latino fuck behavior. His friend was not Latino. He crashed out. Even though I same day lay in front of his friend in front of the boot camp. So, and he still fucking bench holds.
And guess what? I did it. And it's going to be more common this because his stuff works really well. John also helped me a lot with my image, with my physical changes, and with my skincare, with a method that helps you with those wrinkles. It's top secret. Only John knows how to get it done. And it works really well. And as a Latino, I've been happy for my results. I usually get the other girls, but I want to get more white girls. John is the only
Remember,
one
this is a testimonial older one, but he already got a white girl, so.
who can help me because I believe in his trainings, I believe in him, and he believes in me. I'm really happy with the results. And thank you, John, for everything. So now, guys, listen to John for 2023 because everything has
So
changed.
this is a year before that one. The other one's 2024. This is 2023.
It's not the same. Believe
He said it changed because of the arrow theory by arrow science. So that's already the last thing that they had to drill down for the elite access. And also they had to drill down the elite tonality mastery.
only John can help you out. This is me again.
So here's another testimonial of him getting 2 girlfriends at the same time. The reason why they broke up was because he actually crashed her fucking car and broke it. But she's really hot. Look at this. Don't worry, the pictures of the lay pick is already censored, so I cannot get in trouble over here. You see, that's her ass when I'm pulling. That's her. But it's all censored, so don't worry. There's mosaic, everything will be fine. If we can see it. Now you get the point. So, yeah, the students have to bring proof for my training. These are all real. This is like beyond a shadow of a doubt. No other coach actually gets his students to show proof. They can just say, oh, they got, say, whatever. No, she's actually fucking smoking hot. So,
I just want to talk about the inner circle and all of the information on inner circle, like the video called hybrid opener.
Hybrid opener and stuff like that. See, every year it changes. So this year it changed again. So openers change, you know, eventually from the pandemic till now. But he was talking about the inner circle, right, on the phone. So
The hybrid opener helped me out a lot in the game because that's how I met my fuck buddy. And using the hybrid opener, and after a while, after some sex routines, she became my girlfriend. And it's a really powerful video to learn, to be honest. Also, I want to talk about the exercises to lose weight and to get a really nice shape, decent shape. Because I used to be fat and I used to have a double chin. And as you can see, I'm getting my jawline and I lost the double chin. And
yeah,
John has
he had a double chin before, lots of cortisol. So, but now he has a V-shaped body. So
to burn the fat on this area. Nobody knows his secrets. It's on elite access. But yeah, I mean, so far there's a lot of information that it's top secret, but it shit works. Okay, guys, see you soon. Bye.
okay, here's another older testimonial. There's so many of them, and you guys have missed it. And you heard them talk. I could just call other students if I wanted to. Seriously. So here's some of the lay pics. So this is like, okay. Here's some of the women he fucked. So this is like, this is one of his girlfriends. You can see it. I'll go a little bit further. These are some of the lay pics. But it's all censored, so don't worry, it's fine. Lots of them.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon.
This is another testimonial. This was before. So every single year, he gets like multiple lays, multiple girlfriends, or a girlfriend fuck buddy. Latino.
Making a video testimonial for John Elite, the best Daygame coach in the world.
So if that former Galian gentlewoman thinks, oh, they're actors, they're reading from a script. He's not reading from a script. He's just speaking his mind. They all talk like this. You heard him on the phone. They all talk like that. That's such fucking slander. Seriously, like. I pray that the Asians gets through to them that you should never listen to these people that have no qualifications for coaching. I mean, why would anyone go to them? Might as well just go to ABCs. They got more late testimonials, right? Why bother with their, you know, underlings of their who gives a fuck who they are, right? Fuck these people. Oh, you're giving them popularity? No, I'm not. I'm gonna fucking roast the shit out of them. Like, I'm just waiting until the right time to completely demolish them. And all the other Asian dating coaches, you never see open to sex. They always optics. It's always about muscles. It's all bullshit. It's like clout or muscles. It's like they rank me as the very bottom dating coach. They don't even think I exist. And the top one is squatting Casanova or queefing Casanova. But in reality, he got in trouble with the Brazilian law. I won't say what, because they usually shut down the stream. But it's actually the other way around. Johnny Elite's the top, the only one with all the late and po testimonials for pickup. They're the bottom for the rest. And you have this other Asian Lee guy, right? Who has a rectangular face who tries to copy my fashion. The guy has like fucking 2 late testimonials for pickup or some shit. Just 2. And he only stands next to 2 women in the pictures. And that's it on his Facebook. There's no proof. But somehow people trust him because he's taller than John. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, because he's more halo effect. Asians are sheeps. These people, these Asians in their Asian masculinity movement, and their muscle maxing, their height maxing, their face like looks maxing, dicks maxing, they have all been gaslighted. They all quit in 2023 because of the Asian masculinity movement and the inflation. They became delusional. They're the first ones to quit, then the Indians quit, and then afterwards the Latinos now are dropping like flies. I'll still get him laid. He's a little bit affected by the inflation for Marco. Okay? He's affected by the tariffs. He's affected by the inflation. He's not focusing very well. Remember how in the first challenge I talked about how people, they cannot focus, right? Because of the winner-loser effect. So you guys got to manage your money. It's very important. Most Latinos are broke. They're just right at zero, or they're like minus 5-figure debt. Let's continue.
After training with John for some time now, and after his crimes, I was able to get laid 4 times, 4 different girls, 2 girlfriends at the same time, and I still keep one of these girls as my main girlfriend. 1 white girl, 1 Mexican American, and 2 Latinas until today.
Double Insta date with 2 visitors, me and Wing approach a Taiwanese. Day later, set her up with a single friend. Keep up the action taking, boys. Exactly. Need more action.
John was able to help me out before COVID and after COVID. And it's not easy to adapt, but John can help you out with that. For John, it's not impossible. Because
that's the word. You gotta think it's not impossible. Because there are some students that says this is impossible. As soon as I hear the word impossible, it's game over. Never say impossible. If you think it's impossible, even if you got Asperger's syndrome, and it's more difficult, you're more clumsy, you cannot think, you got too much cortisol, you're logical, you don't have emotions, you get triggered. Never use the word impossible ever again. Doesn't exist. Everything is possible with my system. Everything. I mean, look at Marco. He's not tall. He's not like super good looking. He's not super strong either. He's old. Marco's old.
He knows what to do. He knows what you need. And he knows how to help you out in your daily life. How can an average man like me, not very good looking, not tall, chubby, and very average, can get results? Because John understood my situation, and then he helped me out with what I needed. Social skills, social calibration, and everything else, as you can see.
This year's social skills, social calibrations, you see that? The emphasis changes every single year. So the year after that was the aeroscience, you see that? And now it's the tonality, elite tonality mastery. But before it was social skills, social calibrations. But the year before that would be just social calibrations. It changes after every major event, like the pandemic, the inflation, and now the tariff. The system has to adapt. You see that? As each testimonial goes, it's getting older. He's learning something different. So when he comes back and he trains with me, he gets more lays, he's always learning something different. I have to adapt. Like I said in the last challenge, not everyone's seen it, but if you have, it's like Mayweather Jr. He has to always adapt. He makes like 3 adaptations per match. He always loses the first and second round. And then he demolishes the opponents once he figures them out. He might have to make a few adjustments after a couple rounds, and then he wins completely. He's like cracking the code. Make sense? So, yeah.
That's why I trust John with my life. No joke. After COVID, I'm still training with John to better my life. Not only in here, but in other areas of my life.
Good.
That's why I consider John and other students the best coach in the world. With literally 500 testimonials speak for them.
500 back then, right? That was during the pandemic. Now it's 600 and something. 660. Quite a bit. And the reason why I stalled a little bit is I need more new students, guys. And you should not worry about training with me because every year it adapts. As long as you do the 30-day challenge of Elite 30 and you do the 21-day challenge afterwards, Elite Tonality Mastery, because these days people are very slow. If I try to teach them on Elite Access, they're so depressed. They're always running away. So if I force you to go through the courses, then you don't have to deal with me as much. I can just supervise. So there's a deal right now. That means I'm not going to charge like the early bird price is $1,000. It's going to be $1,200 soon. after a couple more months, then 1,400 at the end of the year. So the course will go up because it's so effective. However, you can break it down to 3 pieces. From now on, you're not going to be able to pay for the whole thing at once. You start with $333. That's all you have to come up with for the month. Because most people, it seems to like not have $1,000 during that tariff and inflation. Why not just make it 3 payments, and every single month I unlock Elite 30, Elite Playbook, and then the last one, Elite Access and Elite Tonality Mastery. And if you're Latino and you never make it past the second one and you're unteachable case, then you can just keep the Elite 30, Elite Playbook in one Skype and fuck off. Then at least that way, if you're too difficult to deal with and you refuse to do the mindset playlist, then you could just fuck off. Then the rest of you will just get laid. It's that simple. We should do it like that. So just to let you guys know right now, rather than like 1,000, who's gonna send me 1,000? Maybe engineers, sure. And all the people that have Elite 30 before, you can just upgrade, just minus $250. You just pay the difference, no problem. I don't care. But if you want Elite Tonality Mastery, the only way you can get it is if you actually get the Elite Bundle Resurrections, which is formerly Elite Bundle 2. All right, let's continue.
Thank you, John. Here's the old way. The spam approach. Hundreds of...
Okay, so these are some of his testimonials. There's even more. But number 1, belief. Like, if you learn nothing from me except that you have to believe in yourself, but not just because you use spam approach like RSD. You can believe in yourself, but if your reality is not matching the belief, then you will start to lose belief if your results are not matched. But since people that does it my way, they automatically, their reality will match because it's a proven process. So, as I'm saying, belief is the key to unlocking your potential. Without it, you hold yourself back. But with it, you'll open the doors to consistent success with women you truly want. So what's number 2? So if the most important out of the 5 mindset is believability, then there has to be a number 2. Number 2 is changeability. Changeability. So changeability is the ability to adapt quickly to feedback and challenges. But the truth is, without belief, right? I'll tell you the truth. Whenever I see a student who don't believe in themselves, they'll drag their fucking feet. Changeability will be impossible. I know I should not use that word. If you don't believe in yourself, you literally will not try to improve. You just fail it week after week. When you believe in yourself, you stop dragging your feet. I hate that word, dragging your feet. There are some students that procrastinate so hard, they resist so hard because they don't believe in themselves. You have to believe in yourself because you're trained under the world's best day game coach. You might say, well, what about those tall whites? They're all white plausibility. They're all optics. There is no same day lay from open to sex. You never see like lay testimonials from them. You don't see their students getting laid. Maybe like 2 of them if they're super popular. But they have to take a fucking boot camp to do that. You know, spending that much money, and the rest of them taking their courses don't even fucking work. So, don't drag your feet. Start embracing change as an opportunity to grow. You become willing to adapt, make adjustments, and improve with every interaction. Unfortunately, I've had students who completely lack changeability. Take, for example, I had a black student. He didn't believe in himself at all. Week after week, he dragged his feet, thinking I would tolerate his lack of effort. He resisted change at every turn. He thought maybe he'll get laid at the end of the year. He was burning out my brain, and he just kept running away. Homework assignments? What homework assignments? He'll show up so little, and whenever he loses the bet, that means every single week that he does not do the homework, he has to pay me. But he doesn't even fucking pay me because he's out of the money. He's always broke. It's like a shit mindset. And then he'll resist more. And then since I'm psychic and I made a lot of predictions, he has this demon vibe. It's like whenever he gets delusional, I get a big headache from him, a demon headache. Even thinking about it's not good. It's like he's being affected or something, but he has no emotions on the inside. These guys make excuses. They're like sociopaths. They don't feel guilt. They don't feel remorse. Even after he did not pay me for the very last week. He's supposed to pay all at once for 3 MP. So I kicked him out. Unteachable cases. That was the worst student of 2020. 2022 and 2024. He was the only student that was the worst student on 2 years. This year, the worst student would be a Latino or something like that. Half white, half Latino. By far, easily, even worse than this guy. But last year, he was the worst. So unteachable cases like this show no change whatsoever, and that's not good. On the other hand, I want to talk about a wonderful story of a student. And the reason why I like this testimonial, okay? Even though he may have different views on game right now, like he might not identify with, that's perfectly fine. We can agree to disagree. And I'll censor his voice. But he was 21 years old, 2023, not that long ago, 1.5 years. This guy got laid in New York, same day lay, with a woman that's above his looks level. The hottest one with my system. So he paid me for coaching, he got laid, and that's it. Despite how he thinks and how he feels right now, but at that time, it shows you that Gen Z, right? A lot of Gen Z, if you look on the news, they're very weak right now. It seems like 40% of Gen Z have quit the workforce. I know people say it's hard to work with Gen Z because they're lazy, but they have actually quit and they're collecting welfare. So, the Indian baby, yes, I have some updates. It is a miscarriage, 100% confirmed. Baby is gone, dead. So, he's not gonna be a father. I better change the title of the video. I'll write the word miscarriage. So, for his testimonial for the mental trauma cure one. But he was about to be a father, but then she started bleeding out of her legs, like a blood clot or something. The baby is gone. So it's unfortunate, but it happens. So yes, a lot of my students become fathers over a long time. So they do get married. He's not married, but other students have procreated. So many. Success leaves clues. And it's unfortunate this happened. It's not a good news to hear. Because this is your fellow Indian, right? Your fellow Indian. And you were about to say, yes, he procreate with somebody outside of his ethnicity. But, yeah. I better talk to him and see if he still wants to be a father again and try again. Sometimes this happens when you have an older woman. This is not too uncommon. I may have other students have gone through the same thing. My condolences, right? To their dad and the mom. Yeah. So it's unfortunate. He was the guy in Elite 30 from Hard Case to Hero, Module 2, that Indian guy, when I was teaching him in the boot camp. So, yeah, the baby's gone. And also, it's not the first time I've seen this. Most people don't want to talk about it, but usually if you marry an older woman or you have like procreate with an older woman, it is possible that a miscarriage can happen. This is why it's better for women to have kids when they're younger, not when they're older, because there is a biological clock, right? And stuff like that. This is something that should be really considered. This is not a joke. This is very common. More common than people think. They don't want to talk about it because it's painful. It's very painful to talk about. So, yeah. Well, I'll let him know that. Some of you guys say that your condolences, okay? I'll let him know that. And I'll talk to him further about it. But right now, I asked him if he wanted to continue Daygame, right? At first, he didn't want to be a father, but eventually he accepted it. And he was looking forward to his daughter, to be a father. So I'll communicate with him and see how he's like. That dude's a legend. That sucks for the situation. Yeah, it does suck. It really does suck. Because, I mean, yes, I can read the post over here. All right. So just let you know it's not bullshit. Okay, let's see. If you have time, this one too. I'm not sure if I finish this work. I'm doing a challenge right now. At least they want to know more about your daughter and that you're a father now very soon. And then this was like Thursday, right? So that was a couple of days ago. So this is what. See if I can cover the top part. It's all real conversation right here. So not bullshit. It's a WhatsApp conversation. I just covered his name. So let's read it. There are some complications, that's what he says, with the baby. This might be a miscarriage. I will tell you more later. I put, oh shit. And she was texting me that she had cramps and a bit of blood coming out. I put happened with, and I said another student. But you're off the hook, hopefully. It's common for older women. She said that she had some blood clots excreted. And he highlighted it's common to older women. Yes, that's right. But now make sure you use your own condom. Like when he got her pregnant, he ran out of condoms, so he uses hers. I'm just saying. From now on, she could not use her own. She could poke holes in it. You're off the hook right now. I haven't spoken to her in a bit, so I have to double check. That's what he said. I said, you should double check just in case. If you're not a father, then you should make sure no matter what that this does not happen again. Maybe it's time to retrain back into the training for Daygame. She said that she was in the hospital and cramping bad and passed some blood clots. So sure, but she's like avoiding you right now, then you have to know for sure, right, what's going to happen. He put, exactly, I'll message her to see what's up. She might not be ready to talk, so you might use a statement of empathy, saying that you might not be ready to talk, but I want to know what's happening. Then that's how you get her to talk to you. The final, if the baby is still going to be there or not, he put a thumbs up. You have to empathize and put yourself in her situation, in her shoes. So I'm looking at the screenshot. How are you feeling? Just in pain, losing a lot of blood. Oh geez, do you still want me to text you, or you text okay to text? So she didn't reply. That's what the screenshot says he sent me. Last text she sent, I will use the statements of empathy to get her to tell me. It's most likely a miscarriage. Yes, use statements of empathy afterwards. That's why I said. I know things have been very hard lately and you probably do not want to speak. I'm just telling you what to say. Because if you acknowledge our feelings, right, and then show empathy, she will open up. If you don't do it, then she's going to get stuck there emotionally. You can even acknowledge that something bad happens. I want to know for sure. It must be really tough. What are you going through? But I'm here if you want to talk. I'm ready to listen, no matter how bad you feel right now. So it's not so much about the words or script. It's about the female psychology. So this is statements of empathy. But you have to learn how to empathize with people. Before I had the mental trauma cure program created, I wasn't very empathetic, but I could feel empathy now, luckily. Not everyone could, but I think PTSD has stopped that emotion for a while. Now I can feel it, so I understand. So don't copy every single aspect, make it your own like you said it. He put, okay, I'll tweak it. Keep me updated with what happened with the baby. As soon as you find out, it's good that I know, so I can give you tactical advice on how to handle this. And right away, after a couple hours, he wrote, she messaged, told me it was a miscarriage. That's good that the message got through to her, because the statements of empathy would likely continue. Would you like to continue Daygame now? Now that you got your freedom back, you don't have to be a father right now, but at least you learn a lot of lessons. You are ready to be one, or maybe find somebody you want, someone else you want to procreate with. You are getting older. He put, yes, statements of empathy works. I'm relieved, but I'm also disappointed because I'm excited to see the child. I said, do you want to come back to Daygame? And he put, not at this moment. I put, okay. I better talk to him, make sure he's okay, right? Because he went through the mental trauma and cure program. I'll update him for free. Like, I'll go through that and I'll help him. So, right now, not currently. I usually just go for same-day lays and I don't care about girlfriends. So, you might be wondering why. Because I'm a Sigma male. I'm a lone wolf. I don't care about this emotional shit. So, I don't get anything out of the girlfriend thing. If I wanted to, sure. But I don't care. So even if a woman is like, oh yeah, girlfriend, I don't give a fuck. So even if she wants to, she's like, oh please, I'm like, no, I don't care. I get bored. So, but yeah, anyways, let's continue. As I'm saying, on the other hand, look at Gen Z Latino student. Okay, this one's interesting because I'm very impressed by this student. Okay, I'm very impressed by him. So I'm going to censor his voice. I'm going to censor his voice. He may not identify with everything I'm saying right now, but it doesn't matter. At that time, when the magnifying glass, everything converged for changeability. In the beginning, he wasn't as changeable, but at the end, when he was changeable, fucking same day late. Boom, same day late. So at the time, this is his testimonial. And the reason why I'm posting this, I just censored it before I was like going on the live, was because this is Gen Z. So here's what I found out about Gen Z, okay? I saw this article, Gen Z, 40% quit workforce. I wasn't sure if this was real or not. But okay, so this is the Independent. Hopefully I can read the article. 30% of Generation Z employees saying that have serious consider leaving their jobs. This is Britain, right? But 40% Gen Z workers say they're ready to quit their jobs. Let's just see, like 40%. Something like that. %. This is not a joke, guys. Like, if they're just gonna go on welfare, right? I read one of them, Yahoo or something. I'm not sure where the article was. I should have saved it because I couldn't even believe it. People are firing Gen Z like crazy, or they're avoiding like. But I saw that 40% of Gen Z, right, are actually quitting 2025. If I can't find it. But this is why I think the student is so amazing, because he's resilient. I'll just play this. We'll see if that's like another ad. Hold on a second. All right. So here.
Sometimes I have denied time off requests, and why? Number one, I had a rep text me. She's like, hey, I think I'm miscarrying. I need to cancel the day. How do I submit time off? Girl, go to the doctor. We're not submitting time off for that. Absolutely not. You use your time off for vacation. This is a medical emergency. Let's get you taken care of.
Yeah, meet the new boss. Not exactly the same as the old boss. A 28-year-old Gen Z manager, Elizabeth Beggs, going super viral right now for redefining how to be a manager for the next generation of American workers. She has made waves online as she lets her workers avoid using PTO for necessary medical appointments.
It says report 40% Gen Z ready to quit work.
This comes as Gen Z appears to be facing a personal crisis when it comes to their jobs. A recent survey finding 4 in 10 Gen Z workers say they are ready to quit the 9-to-5 and live solely off of unemployment benefits. And Elizabeth Beggs joins us now. Thanks so much.
Holy, 40%. So Gen Z, you know, in case that you guys quit and you get welfare, right? You should train with Elite Bundle Resurrections. You have more time to approach. Not just joking, but you can see Gen Z. I have Gen Z students. They're not very tough. They're not as tough because of the lockdowns. But I'm gonna post one testimonial. I'm very impressed in 2023 of what he has accomplished. I think this is cool. So I don't know about you, but I think this is cool. Let's listen to his testimonial. Okay? Let's see what he has to say. Remember, even if he doesn't identify with what I teach now, at that time, all the stars aligned. So let's hear what he has to say. And this is to give the Gen Z people, right, who are always quiet quitting life, that you can do it. You can definitely do it. You need to believe in himself. He believed in himself because he's done it before. If you haven't done it before, then whatever. My relationships have been very short. So that's all I'm saying. It's been quite short because I don't really care. So they've all been very short. So.
My name is and I'm a 21-year-old Latino living in New York City. Un saludo a todos mis latinos que lo están intentando. Johnny Lee no te defraudará. I am short and I'm very skinny, so I hope this can be motivating to anyone looking to get dating help. I'm a proud student of John Elite, and I want to share my testimonial for anyone considering hiring him as a coach. I want to say that John Elite taught me completely online. No physical boot camp was necessary. I'll also let you know that he's 100% worth it. If you follow everything that he says, then you're guaranteed to get laid. He knows what he's teaching, and he has tested everything. Missing details that he gives you will affect your
Just ignore the airplane in the background.
results. He's really that great, and I have to thank him for his patience, as well as the criticism I received for doing things my way. I made a lot of dumb mistakes, but I applied John Elite's advice, and I've had way more success than any other coach that I've tried. I just got a same-day lay in New York City yesterday with Daygame, and I'm pretty happy right now.
This is brand new. I've never played this before on the air. This is the first time I censored the voice. Just don't mind the airplane in the background. You can hear an airplane flying by. It's New York, right? It's really loud. But if he can do it, right? 21 years old. But that's the thing. There are several Latino students that are also from New York. This student knew. That are complete zombies. So there was another guy who basically did next to nothing. And he thought the other guy was kind of fucked up. So he met the other guy in the inner circle. So he just shot down all my ideas for the other guy. He did next to nothing. It's ridiculous. But this guy did it. At first I was like, hey, you should hang out with each other and then wing each other. But the guy's like, this guy's kind of crazy. So no, he's not former Gen Z. He's still Gen Z, technically speaking. So if this is around like 21 years old, and this was like 2023, right? This is 2025 now, just early. He's still probably just 22 years old or something, or maybe almost 23. He's still Gen Z. So.
One of the most attractive girls I've ever been with. I met her in Manhattan, and we had a great time. The girl had lots of objections and trust issues. It took me time, but I was able to overcome everything with the help of John Elite.
It did take him time because don't resist my training, but as soon as everything hits, and here was the important thing. Sometimes Latinos would dismiss my supplementation plan. Even the other guy from New York. I'm not talking about recent ones that, you know, like, I'm just talking about like the one before, his classmate. His other classmate starts doing his own fucking supplementation plan. Like, and he started getting stuff that were a little bit, I'm not sure how legal the drugs were, but like benzo, like whatever, but what the fuck? I didn't tell you to take those shit. Take supplements. This guy got supplements, he got a job, he got everything together, all the stars aligned, everything, and at that time, same day lay. And this woman is the most attractive one he's got. He paid for coaching, this is what happened at this time. He doesn't have to identify with whatever I taught him now, but at the time, all the stars aligned. Like I said, he went through the method, and now he did it my way finally at the end. Just less than like a few days, just got laid as soon as he aligns. That's the secret, just do it my way. Never try to resist, and that's an important lesson. But listen, this is Gen Z, this guy's tough. That's why I respect him. I respect him because he's tough, and other Gen Zs can learn from this because you need to, you know, he can get knocked down and stand back up and keep going. Some of them cannot. They have thin skin. They're very thin skin. So, no, don't do it. Don't use the perm.
Living in New York City,
He has my fashion completely 100%. So, I think he did have a little bit of that perm, but he was still wearing 100% of the fashion. So, he didn't change the algorithms except for the hair, but he still got a haircut, everything like that. So, it's still the same algorithm.
Daygame can be one of the most difficult and unforgiving cities to try Daygame if you don't know what you're doing. Most advice you hear is absolute garbage online, and I say that with no exaggeration. I tried RSD advice as well as UMP advice. RSD
Yeah, he said UMP. Fuck UMP.
has been absolute dog shit in my experience, just to be honest with you. UMP gave me slightly better advice, just a little bit enough to...
Hey, UMP. You fucked up the other Chinese guy with 15 lays. You got like no results from your stuff. And this is not very this stuff is not very good. So sometimes when I get former students of theirs, then they get better because they finally learn some real game, some real skills. They don't teach skills. They're just sexualizing all day. I don't recommend that. You can be off the line and you can get a lot of rejections by sexualizing it. And you get women that are below your looks level. You only filter out that. So don't do that. You only maneuver, sexualize it to the maximum, and objections looping. Do not overdo that. Focus on flirting. Flirting is powerful. You don't get off the line.
Flirting, sexualized moments.
Exactly.
Better advice, just a little bit enough to flirt in sexualized moments with women better, but they're really mediocre, to be honest. You'd be wasting your time investing in anything other than John Elite's coaching. John Elite has the arrow theory system, which works.
You call it arrow theory, right? Because at that time, in 2023, the system every single year changes, right? But it's changed to the arrow science. The name changed because scientifically, it just kept getting Latinos laid and other people. So what does it mean to have an arrow science? So the arrow tip is maneuver, sexualized objections looping, right? So that's the triangle. The body of the arrow is social skills, social calibrations, emotional control. So the more you have, the longer the arrow to penetrate. But that alone is not enough. You need a good feather, right? V-shaped body, and also the whitewash fashion. He's wearing exactly the same shirt as I am. No, I'm actually not wearing today, but usually I have like a certain dress shirt. He's wearing the same thing as all the other students. Same pants, everything. Same. He has the same watch too. Everything is like perfect. Like it's just, I'm not sure you can see it, but they all have the same everything. So it's so calibrated that it's just pretty much an automatic lay. As long as you get the fashion exactly the same, you follow all the steps and a little bit of my input. He's done all the exercises. He can do all the the emotional, like elite tonality mastery stuff. He's learned all this stuff. How to sound whitewashed. He practiced a fuck ton. So he sounded less Latino wash. He has a lot of practice. So he was one of the early adopters of the new current elite tonality mastery stuff. But I think he did a very good job. Very tough. He followed instructions at the time. But this is a snapshot in time at that year.
This system involves maneuvering, sexualizing, and objection looping. John Elite will really show you how to overcome every obstacle with his system. I purchased the Elite Bundle, and I also purchased Inner Circle.
Yeah, he has the Elite Bundle too. Now it's renamed Elite Bundle Resurrections. Yes, he was part of the Inner Circle. So he actually, because he started taking the supplements, he was able to focus. It was very hard for him to focus before. He got a job, so that way he stabilized his vibe. And he also took the supplements, went to the Inner Circle, learned the secret sauce. Oh man, he just quantum leaped. It just jumped like crazy, just boom.
Access is well. Inner Circle is worth it to speed up your results. I used John Elite's fashion, and that alone was powerful enough for me to help more women in New York City. I also applied John's advice to whitewash myself as much as possible. And after making the right adjustments, I've had way more success than ever before. I pulled hot white women and Saudi Arabian women. Like, it honestly surprised me how different my reactions were going up to women after John Elite's advice. So,
Just ignore the airplane in the background. I'm pretty sure New York is very, very loud.
in closing, I want to say that if you're on the fence about John Elite's coaching, get on that ASAP. Invest in yourself. Do not waste your time. And, get coaching from John Elite ASAP. He's the best Daygame coach in the world. He has over 500 laid and full testimonials.
Yeah, right now it's like 660. So you don't want to get stuck, guys. That means I need more students. That means tougher students. We need some resilience like him. So if you're resilient and you're coachable, train under me. I've seen students that are not coachable. So.
And I'm proud to say that I'm one of them. Thank you, John Elite, for all the help. And I look forward to improving myself. And
like I said, Gen Z is not like impossible. Never use that word, ever. So changeability is the important thing. So as soon as you change, the very second that you change and you have a laser focus and you make it consistent, during that week, in those few days, you'll get laid. Automatically. But yeah, that's a snapshot in time. Now I'm pretty sure he thinks differently, right? He has different opinion on the system. But regardless, that was his result. I'm very impressed. I think he's tough, and I think that's good. He's resilient. He did it in New York. You know, he said Manhattan, New York, so good for him. I'm not sure exactly their cities, right? Manhattan, is that like a... I'm not sure where that is. I think that's like the capital area with a big bowl or something. I'm not sure. It could be. Donald Trump's from New York. But yeah, good job. Very good. So he followed the steps, laser focused, and there you go. That's a snapshot in time. So that was most attractive women he's gotten so far. And all right, let's talk about the next thing. So that proves that even a student from Generation, right, Z, known for lacking resilience, can succeed when they commit to the process. Changeability is fueled by belief, right? So of course he believed in himself. He's gotten laid before. So it's not like anything new. But now he's getting the quality, you know? So that's different. And it's not as hard. He really could just realign the laser, right? The Death Star. And then just keep doing that. So, yes, correct. It is the main, borough. So, that's what separates those who thrive from those who fail. Because I have other Latinos from New York. You know, his other classmate who just shot down every idea I had. The other classmate, that guy is very good looking. Looks a bit like a Filipino, but obviously Mexican, but just doesn't even, every idea shot down. Like, literally does the opposite. It's like, what the fuck? But it's okay. He still trains. Like, if I release any courses, he'll buy it, but at the same time, he works with his hands for the other guy, the unteachable case. Like I said, most Latinos work with their hands. They're not thinkers, but they have to touch something to make their job work. So, but yeah, like it still brings back some memories because both of them, I think they have the same last name. I'm not sure. They literally have the same last name. I was like, are you cousins? So, but they're not cousins. They're not related. It's just the same last name, popular last name. So I think several of my students have the same last name. Actually, most of them have the same last name. That's kind of weird. I think Marco's last name could be the same as this guy too. So, I'm doing the big man on campus training. Oh, okay, listen. I have no idea what that is. So my students are like very strong, so you should see how big they are. There's actually a better system if you train directly with me. Have you ever trained with me before? James? Are you my student from Colombia? Before? You dropped off a little bit, or are you somebody else? I'm not sure. I don't think that's you, but like a tall white guy who's really good looking. You could be somebody else. Anyways, let's continue. So number 3, right? So we know that belief is the most important. Changeability is number 2. Number 3 is teachability, okay? Just because, you know, here's the thing. You have to be very teachable for the 5 mindsets, okay? Teachability is willingness to learn and follow instructions. Without it, you'll never improve. No matter how good the system is, some people are simply not teachable. I've seen it time and time again with students with mental blinking. You're probably like, what is... No, I mean, he's a white guy who's from United States but traveled there. If it's not you, then you're probably somebody else. So, anyways, as I was saying, I just want to make sure it's not you, then that's okay. So some people are simply not teachable. So what's mental blinking? I learned this concept about mental blinking from something Huberman. He was like some kind of neuroscience or something on YouTube. popular guy. But he was talking about ADHD and mental blanking. The brain will shut down like if I were giving instructions to a student, for example, and then their brain will shut down every like half a second, turn back on, turn off, turn on, turn off, turn on. If you don't supplement that, the mental blinking gets worse. That's like a hardware issue. That is 100% diagnosis of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. You might disagree with me, but if you cannot listen because you have a Swiss cheese brain, every time I teach you something and you mess up the instructions 10 times in a row because of mental blanking, then you're not teachable. You have to be more teachable. So, I'm tall and white though. Okay. So, boroughs are countries at New York. Oh, I see what you mean. So, Manhattan, Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. I've heard of these places, but I don't know where they are exactly. I'm not sure where they're exactly. Queens is the cheap place, right? Full of gangsters, am I right? That's what I think. Because I have students from there too. Andrew Huberman. I think that's the guy's name. Yeah, Andrew Huberman. He talked about mental blanking. So there are some unteachable cases. The very first thing I've noticed among the unteachable cases is the mental blanking. They don't understand a single thing I say. It's like a Swiss cheese. So if the Swiss cheese has like a hole over here, here, and here, right? The first time they listen, they don't get the whole thing. So the second time they listen to the same audio message, they have a different hole here, here, right? 2 places. And now it's all covered. They have to listen twice. So they can actually go like 10 times in a row, completely mental blanking. All unteachable cases mentally blank. So that makes them not teachable with excessive ADHD. And also the worst type of students are the ones who consider what I'm saying. They don't actually do what I'm saying. They think about it to see if it fits well with their worldviews. I'm telling you exactly what works. So as soon as you submit your massive ego, and some of you have a massive ego, okay? Massive ego. You're such a narcissist that you have thin skin and it hurts a lot. That's not good. You have to let go of the ego and submit. You have to say, yes, sir, but I don't want to be part of your army, John. Fuck you. Well, no, fuck you. You don't want to be part of my army, but sometimes we need an army approach. You need to say, yes, sir, and submit and do the exercises to break the habits. You got to be teachable. You can't just... The world does not revolve around tall, self-proclaimed high leg count guy, DHV stories, mass approaching, using strategy and tactics, and stupid DHV techniques and sexualizing. The world does not revolve around his 2 late testimonials a year or 1. It doesn't revolve around that. That's not how it works. I'm teaching you how to go from zombie to human to superhuman when it's like second nature. But you won't get there by not being teachable and being thin-skinned and getting offended by me. Just say yes, sir. Even in the boot camps. I know you guys want boot camps, but every single time a student submits, right? They're narcissists. And every time they fuck up, I make them do 10 squats. And then their legs are so heavy they can barely walk. I know, that sounds like cruel and unusual punishment. But at some point they say, fuck it, I'm just gonna let go of my massive ego and do whatever you say. They get laid within like 3 hours. Because their massive ego, the ego is the enemy. There's a Ryan Holiday book. The ego is the enemy. You never want to have a massive ego because my system is perfect. 100% perfect. You have to be the perfect student. Not like the other guy from New York. You know, I have like another guy in their circle who basically shoots down every idea I have. He still trains with me, but he shoots down ideas. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. And I show him all the time lay testimonials from the other student. Saying, see, you could have done it their way. And he resists. It's like the Latino fuck behavior. One track mind is not, I didn't make this up. Wrong path to sociopath, like fucking benzo, like fuck that shit. Don't take that shit. And then the wrong path, okay, then meltdown. The meltdown will happen. They'll start blaming me for everything. It's always on my fault. I'm always the bully. I'm the one who's supposed to be learning. Well, didn't you come here for coaching? Well, I'm always supposed to learn a lesson from these people. I'm always wrong. But here's another fucking late testimonial. The student just got married. I'm wrong, right? You're right, because you're a sociopath. Because you never could be wrong. I always have to learn a lesson, and you're not getting it, John, because you're the one who's tricked. Oh, shut up, you fucking zombies. And then they'll quit. They'll rage quit right there. It's all my fault for them. They'll shift the blame. They never take responsibility. Extreme ownership. It's my fault somehow. They'll quit. They'll rage quit. And then they'll come back in a couple months, and then they'll say, I'm sorry, John. I should have done it your way. And then they do the same fucking slow thing again. Back to one-track mind. It's like zombies. They turn into zombies. Not good. So, depends. Each have poor and rich areas, right? I forgot to mention. Oh yeah, Brooklyn. That's where one of the places the students come from. Brooklyn. That's the word for it. I thought it was like Queens. No, fucking Brooklyn. That place is full of like fucking migrants and gangsters and black people, like total gangsters. So, mental blinking. These are the ones who are given instructions on their brains turned off repeatedly, like a light flickering on and off. This is especially common with students who have severe ADHD. They need to hear the instructions with multiple times before they even begin to process them. Imagine they did not listen to it multiple times. Mental blanking, right? The people, their life is like zombies, completely unaware of their own incompetence. They struggle to follow orders and often resist learning altogether. This is why most people never break out of the peasant mindset. They believe they know everything and they refuse to open themselves to new knowledge. Seriously, teachability, however, is the key to success. And here's the secret. Secret societies, right, understand this. This is why when they train their members, you know how some of the secret societies, they have like 33 degrees or something? I'm not saying like Freemason. I'm not saying you should ever go into Freemasonry. But a lot of the presidents or politicians have gone through the process of secret societies. And the only thing they learn there is how to be more teachable. So every degree they go up, they learn how to be more teachable towards that degree. And then when at the very top, they'll start being hired for government jobs. So they're trained to be teachable. Most of the population is not trained to be teachable. And you're learning from the wrong people. When you're a sheep, right, you're 100% teachable towards tall, self-proclaimed high lay count guys. All Latinos suck them off. It's literally like an orgy. They just all suck him off at the same time. Latinos have to worship him. But then none of them gets laid. But they suck him off. Because they're 100% teachable because of some fucking seeking arrangements, lead gen, taking a picture in the elevator. Who gives a shit? What the fuck? And using AI images now, like, is that even lay count? No, it's a body count. Because women can get 100 lays in 2 months if they keep swiping right, if they wanted to. So is that a lay count or is that a body count? AI images to swipe. Are you... This is stupid. AI images for the background, changing their face. That's not game. That's not pickup. And they show testimonials of fucking Tinder shit. Tinder, who cares? It's like literally I have more pickup late testimonials than they do. They have like a fraction. Of course, if they disagree, we can count them on the air on YouTube Live. One by one. I'll crush them. They just made a new category for Blue Ocean strategy about Tinder stuff. It's like a mental bullshit, but they can make their own category. Red Ocean means they're fighting for scraps, right? Other dating coaches. All the red, like the sharks, are fighting in red water. So they call it Red Ocean strategy. Just fighting for a little bit of margins. Blue Ocean means a complete different category. And they say they have so many testimonials, but any positive YouTube comment. So if you guys say a positive comment here, he will screenshot that and post it on his testimonial page. My one's only lays or posts. There is no like reviews or positive comments. So when you scroll through the testimonial page, these are only lays and posts, nothing else. So the more teachable you are, the more you can achieve, just like Freemasons. So you can achieve more wealth, influence, and success with women if you're teachable. You have to learn from the right systems, not from his, not from other white coaches who are just basically virtual signaling. They don't even same-day lay. They just go in the cab or they get a phone number close, or they just stand next to women on Facebook with a DSLR, perfect digital camera photo shoot that's super clear. That's a fucking... They probably got the women from Craigslist or something and said, you want to be in a photo shoot? Or maybe they got it from like somewhere else. not from Daygame, and then they'll just pose with them. They're posers. Who gives a shit? They're posers. And it looks like basketball. They pretend to shoot in the hoop, and all the sheeps are like, oh, look at him. Look at his great phone number clothes. She's really into him. She's gonna flake. They can't do same-day lays because the white dating coaches are not the same as the white naturals, because you guys don't have social skills and social calibrations, and you think that they're very good because you can get a 4 out of 10 sometimes. Because you can get a 4 out of 10, you think Daygame automatically works for everyone. Therefore, it's going to work for the coaches too. You assume. It's all assumed. And I'm the first one to say that all these other coaches, unless they're using alcohol in the bedroom or they're using some kind of like status maxing, some kind of crutch, always some kind of crutch or mass approaching and getting women below their looks level. That's why they don't show it. They don't want to show like a 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10 from Daygame. They can't do it. But they pose and they do it, and it looks like they could do it, so you all get fooled by white plausibility. But so you become 100% teachable to white plausibility. You open up your mental filter. Don't you see that's a problem? So they can dump as much garbage, and they're laughing their way to the bank. Have you ever noticed? Let me ask you guys a question. Yes or no? Have you noticed? Every single time, they always want you in the fucking boot camp. Okay. Interesting, BC. But basically, have you noticed, guys? Every single time, you always end up in the boot camp. Why is it always a boot camp? A bench hold camp? Every single time. No matter what, all roads lead to boot camps. So have you noticed that? Yes or no? Write in the comments. Why is it always boot camps? Then isn't it a business? My second question I want to ask you guys is, isn't boot camps more expensive than Daygame courses? So that's why their Daygame courses does not work. So that way you get stuck and go and spend more money in the boot camp because you worship more. That's the second question. Number 3, to make you guys think, I know it doesn't feel good because it's two opposing ideas. Have you ever seen a white dating coach, tall self-proclaimed coaches, or any of the Facebook coaches ever do a same-day lay from open to sex? Or would they make excuses and end in the cab? That's the third question. Think for a second. Think. How come it never ends anywhere except a cab? Or it's always some kind of nighttime for UMP. It's like fucking Las Vegas at nighttime. They go in the cab and it ends there. That's all the proof they have. Easy place like Las Vegas. Why does it only end in the cab? Todd V ends in the cab. Everything ends in the cab. Or Las Vegas at nighttime. That's it. There's only 2. Cab or nighttime Las Vegas. Why is it always the same thing? Ask yourself, what's going on? Is this a scam? You never thought about it because aren't you thinking that because they're white and they're a dating coach, then you think that they must be like good? Because they're white, they must be good because they're white and they're a dating coach. But are you sure that what they're teaching is social skills, or are they using zombie skills? A zombie flow drill. Nothing but statements, a short answer that they get. Then they ask a question. Look at all their infields. Then another statement. They get a short answer. They ask 3 questions. Then they ask another statement. They make another statement. Cold read. They get a short answer. And they ask a question. Another statement. And then they just get a boyfriend objection, or they just get a number close. Don't you see that? So you're saying, John, that white people are all scammers. These guys are not good. That they're probably on the same level as the other pickup artists, except that they're entrepreneurs, and they may have like less time. They just have to virtue signal with number closed videos. Are you saying there's a scam, John? Boot camps, mastermind programs require a subscription. That's not the point. The point is that they want you guys in their boot camps because they're thinking, how is the fastest way to make 6 figures? And sometimes each boot camp that they teach now these days with global game platform scammers, they're making so much money. So imagine global game platform scammer is like ESPN, okay? You know how when you watch basketball, ESPN will interview the basketball players, except these guys don't actually score. They don't do a same-day lay. You don't see that. It's just number close. They just pretend to shoot at the hoop and then it gets cut off. It's like a highlight. They show them standing next to another person, like a woman, and they just pretend to dribble. And all of you guys get fooled because you could do Daygame, getting a woman that's 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10 sometimes, or not at all during the inflation, but you got it before. Because of that, you assume that they must be way better than you. But what if they're on the same level as you guys? Have you ever considered that they have to play a huge numbers game? They're practically on the same level. Why do you think they keep going to Latin countries or Asian countries? Why are they always in Thailand in the fucking Facebook group when they show more optics? Why is it always fucking Thailand? Or some other place, like the Philippines. It's always like the only person they can get laid with is a tall white guy in the Philippines, some ugly square jaw Filipina, and that's it. And then they start bragging and they say, oh, we're the best dating coach in the world. Oh, fuck you. Right? If you see this message and you're from that Facebook, fuck you. And they say, oh, it's all energy game or something. Like ugly Filipina. Are you serious? A tall white guy with 10 out of 10 perceived natural status, and they could vibe a little bit in a fucking Asian country with 4 points of status maxing? And you think that's game? Oh, but we don't like I'm not teaching tactics, but it can't be all emotions. Emotions is only 2.5 points. They're just posers. They're posers. Idiots. So I hope you guys are starting to see. Johnny Lee is saying the day game industry are all full of how to sell boot camps. They're all scammers, except for me. I don't sell boot camps. But all of them is how to stack as many boot camps to make 6 figures as fast as possible. So they do the math. Because the boot camps are more expensive than their courses for digital courses. So that's why the guys sell boot camps. It's not about the solution, it's about the treatment. They don't have the solution. They don't have the solution. It's hard to hear, but Johnny Lee is saying that most of the other white dating coaches, they can't do a same day lay. My students could do the same day lay. My half Jewish, half white, my 5'8" Italian, even Marco can do same day lays. They all can do same day lays. White people cannot do it because they listen to the mystery method, who claims that it's impossible to do same day lays because of the fool's mate. If you go too fast, you'll have like last minute resistance. That's bullshit. The aero science you can close in like fucking 5 minutes. Like the other Chinese student with 15 lays, he's done that in a few minutes. It's like ridiculous. The hell? Like, so in a way, because they're like ESPN for global game platform scamming network, they're interviewing these people, they're putting them on the pedestal. So you guys get fooled. So you become 100% teachable towards the scammers. And they have no proof from open to sex. Neither does the other Asian dating coaches for day game. They're all just, look at ABCs, they just lift a woman up. Or they bring them back home, they pull them, but they didn't have sex with them. But they show their faces. That means if they show their faces, they ask the women for permission. They say, okay. Then that's just posing. It's like nothing happens. They're virtue signalers. My students are getting laid with women more attractive than what they can get. So what the fuck? You see, my students are getting women above their looks level. I mean, most of these coaches need to take roids when they're in Thailand. They need to take roids, right? They all sound feminine. They sound like, excuse me, we're the best company in the entire world, and we are so, like, what? Why are you talking like that? Right? These fake alpha males. So we are the best because we do some kind of, like, okay, good for you, but seriously, why do you sound like, you know, you have a fucking giant whatever carrot up your ass? So, like, why do they talk like that? What the hell? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, that's why they're always doubling down on their masculinity shit. But they talk like this. While taking MMA, making more yeah, for sure. So I took Krav Maga for 5 years, and I took MMA for a short while. And I got really injured by MMA. I got a thumb right in my eye. And I kept seeing a flash of lightning, so I had to quit fighting. But because I took all the Israeli IDF stuff, and I turned it into a day game system. That's why the training method of 30 days and 21 days, it takes 21 days to train the Israeli army in hand-to-hand fighting, and they get shipped off. It doesn't take long. That's why they use habits, not tactics. Does that make sense? So I took the IDF principles and I brought it into my day game system. That's what I did. And it works. I spent 5 years learning how to weapon disarm and sparring. You think Israeli Krav Maga does not spar or does not do ground fighting? That's not true. They do spar and they do ground fighting. I know. I've been training for 5 years. I got accepted into the fight class and the weapon disarming class after 1 week. You know, because I hit very hard before. I hit like Bruce Lee, boom, like 5'7", really hard. I was very skinny back then, 131 pounds. But I hit hard like Bruce Lee, boom. And yeah, fought a lot of tall people too, because we don't have weight classes in sparring matches. But yes, fighting does help you a lot because it makes you in the forward gear. Fight, flight, and freeze. But I digress. So if you want to succeed, you gotta be humble with yourself. Trust the system and commit to learning. Teachability is the gateway to transformation. So I haven't played the Italian guy's testimonial, right? But the first lay he got when he's not using the UMP shit was that he got a fitness model. What the fuck? Let's look over his lay testimonial. So he didn't want to say UMP, but you know, I tried to say, you know, you should say that in your testimonial. He didn't say it, but you know, I can't tell him what to say. But you know, fuck UMP. So you can see now that it's just not very effective. All right, let me go backwards a little bit. Here's the first one.
So it's December 31st, 20.
So this is at the New Year's, but here's the thing. Okay? He started because the other Chinese guy with 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and married one of them, said to train with me. He didn't know anything about me. He says he will not normally have trained with me just by my, you know, my marketing, but he trusts his friend. So actually, the Chinese guy sent me a few students. I've gotten other guys from New York laid, like this double-chinned Asian guy. I should post his testimonial. He used the arrow science too. He got like one of those Twitch streamer girls. He banged her. So in New York. And his other friend is also in a different country. He got like 7 lays with white girls, but he doesn't want to be on camera. He's super paranoid. Okay, whatever, it happens. But just listen, I'll play it faster speed. Let's get through this one. He's very teachable. At first, he was not teachable. He's always arguing with me. But John, I already could get the lays here and there, right? Even though it's rare. So he says that, why can't I just use the own system from before and build on top of it? I said, you gotta get rid of everything that you learned before from UMP. It's bullshit. This is why you cannot make a testimonial for them, because you didn't get laid during the training period. It took you months in between to even get a lay. And the women's 4 out of 10. So far in between, they cannot collect a testimonial. And he said, okay, trust me. If you didn't see your friend over there getting 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, you wouldn't have believed me. But now that you've seen it, you can see his believability index is higher. So he finally stopped resisting and he got laid right away.
23. I am Italian. I'm traveling in Southeast Asia. And I actually just come back from the villa of a girl I just had sex with, a blonde Polish girl. And in the last 2 hours, not 2 hours, 4 hours, I pulled twice actually. I pulled first with the girl, I had a blowjob, and then I pulled again and had sex with this girl at her villa. And this is all thanks to John. Since I switched to Indian game and I start flirting the way he teaches, and I started adjusting my tonality like he.
You see that? Adjusting his tonality. That means he was the first one to learn that tonality, elite tonality mastery on Elite Access. So he was one of the earlier adopters, just like that Gen Z guy. He was one of the early adopters of it. That's why he got so many lays. The other students who only got laid like once that year, right? They didn't use it as much because they're lazy. But however, this guy was learning elite tonality mastery. Same with the Chinese guy with 15 lays. So he talked about that. Listen to what he has to say. Right here.
This is all thanks to John. Since I switched to Indian game and I started flirting.
Is flirting, not sexualizing. I told him not to sexualize it non-stop. It won't work.
the way he teaches, and I start adjusting my tonality like he's been showing me, and my body language, my results are going crazy. Like in the last days, every day I'm getting instant days with 8s and 9s, and today I did the first lay since I've been starting working with John. I had pulse already, but I did not fuck close. But since he teach me to deal with objections, it's easier, and as a result today I pulled and I fucked, and one blowjob and the other one sex. And yeah, I think I'm so fucking happy I'm starting working with John. He's tough, he's not easy to work with, and you have to...
Yeah, exactly. I'm tough, not easy to work with. If you had the impression that this is not an army, you're in the wrong place. Because you need an army approach, otherwise it's not gonna work. He argued with me. Everyone argues with me until I put them in their place, and then they say yes sir. When they say yes sir, it's not because they're trying to bow down to me and this is a cult. No, this is more like, yes sir, I'm gonna put my ego aside and I'm willing to learn and be teachable. Does that make sense? You have to be teachable by letting go of your ego and letting go of everything you've learned in the past, the brainwashing, the white plausibility. This is a 5'8" Italian guy. He's not tall. He's not tall.
And it will make you change your mindset to make you a big mindset of a soldier, of a fucking Navy SEAL, like straight to the mission.
Yeah,
and I
like
think
a soldier.
That's what I needed.
A lot of people don't like that, but this is what works. There are a couple years when people said, John, you're too mean, right? So I intentionally been extra nice and supportive, and they did not get laid. Everyone bench-choded, and they all fucking died, metaphorically speaking. That's why you have to, like for the zombies, you need discipline equals freedom, like an army. Just the same way that when I was learning Israeli Krav Maga, IDF stuff, it was tough. You know? I was like fucking 5'7", 129 or 131 pounds. And you know what? I say, this guy's like fucking 6'2". How am I gonna fight like a guy like that? He's like 300 pounds. And they say, shut up, John. Well, that's not my real name, but they say, shut up to my real name. You hit harder than anybody here. So it doesn't matter if that guy is 6'2". Every time I have a belt test, the other guy next to me is like 6'3", raining punches downwards. It's hard to block. And I broke my toes too in my ribs. But I powered on through it. So yes, martial arts can help. But it has to be something that's lethal. The martial art. You have to know you can disable the other guy. So boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai is good. MMA and Krav Maga. Don't learn some stuff that's not that effective. Some people say, oh, Krav Maga is not the greatest ring fighting thing. Yeah, that's true. But I will rather use that for street fighting or in the army or life and death situations. So.
And I think it's helped me also in other areas of my life, like business, and I also do Muay Thai, and it helps me. So yeah, I think he's the best coach ever. My friend suggested me, and he told me John is the best dating.
Yeah, his friend suggested, the Chinese guy.
Which in the world. So yeah.
The Chinese guy said that I'm the best day game coach in the world. At first, he didn't believe it, but you'll start to see that he'll change his mind on it.
He's the best coach ever. My friend suggested me, and he told me John is the best dating coach in the world. I was a skeptic in the beginning, but now that I'm working with him, I agree. I think he's the best in the world, and he's really dedicated. Like he really cares that you get laid. So he basically texts you every fucking day and check on you if you are working, if you're doing the work. I think you cannot get any better outside there. Like if you know John and you decide to send money to another coach, you're basically deciding to get scammed. So you're basically deciding to flush money down the toilet. And I think there's nothing as good as John, not just for his style, his what he teaches, but also for the dedication.
You can hear he's a little bit monotone, right? When he started out, his voice would change over time. He'd be retrained to be whitewashed. So his voice would start to have more variance. But right now it's very monotone and pausing and stuff and fast speech. You can see that, right? When I was teaching him, I couldn't even hear what he was saying. He had to slow down. So he was really retrained. This works. Elite Tonality Mastery. Sign up today. Seriously, stop wasting time. And right now, you cannot buy the whole thing. You could just get it for $333 and you split into 3 pieces. So the first month is only $333. I'm gonna send you Elite 30 in one Skype. But you start the 30-day challenge. And then the next month, you send me another $333. So this way, people don't have to make excuses. In the last $333, you get Elite Tonality Mastery. You get the 10 Skypes. And for the first 10 people, they'll have the Elite soundtrack, Elite Day Game soundtrack. All this music you hear in the background, you have the soundtrack. slow as you can to the point where you're almost trolling her. But your opener may not work if you go direct. So just because you use that same opener doesn't mean it's gonna work. Direct is not gonna work. Direct is the fastest way for minorities to bench hold and fail. So
like when you work with him, you will see that he really cares about you. Like treats you like you're his brother or you're his son. Like checks on you every fucking day. Make sure you're following the structure, you're doing the work. And I think he's the best.
Okay, now let's hear what he has to say at the next lay.
I started working with John 3 weeks ago, and yesterday, July 6th, I got the second lay. Since I started working with him, thanks to his training.
So this is like January 6, 2024. That's last year, inflation.
And the more I'm working with him, to be honest, the more I believe he's the best coach in the world, like the best you can get. And lately, particularly, he made me do some adjustment to my fashion and to my body language. He also made me go to a chiropractor.
See, whitewashed, right?
And difference, I mean, said it's been like night and day, literally. Like since I wearing the specific pants and shirt is usually
See, now he's wearing the whitewashed uniform, the Johnny Elite uniform.
suggested and made me stand in a particular way with my body language. The compliance I get in sets when I approach is amazing. It's insane. Sometimes I look it's too easy.
Look at the woman. Here's a lay pic, but don't worry, it's censored with the smiley faces. But look at this woman over here. Okay, let's see if I can get closer. I'm not sure if I could, but don't worry, it's censored. It's all censored. I'll be fine. This woman looks like Dua Lipa, the singer, that Albanian whatever singer. She's actually prettier than Dua Lipa. So his first lay was a fitness model. His second one looks like a singer. Look at her. Her face is way prettier. She has a better face overall. Dua Lipa has a huge nose. This woman's prettier. Like, what the fuck? So from a UMP victim into somebody, just by changing the fashion, changing the body language, changing the elite tonality mastery, you guys gotta train with me. You guys gotta stop fucking wasting time. You gotta stop thinking, oh, I'm running a tariff. No, just, you wanna get your dick wet, you wanna be another superstar. I'm trying to find other people to replace these guys. You know why? Because they already got the women of their dreams. The Chinese guy is already married. This guy he's with the number 8 lay. He's still with that woman. He's already out of the game. The other Jewish white student has a Ukrainian woman he's traveling with. That's the love of his life. He quit the game. They always quit the game because the women attraction level keeps going up and up, higher and higher in quality until they cannot get any higher. And then they settle. But they're not settling low like UMP. UMP is like a purgatory. Nothing but 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3. You're never satisfied. You're stuck in hell. This purgatory. And then these guys are going towards heaven. Of course they're happy. They want to be there. And they've been practicing, like I said before. It's not short-term intensity like boot camps. It's long-term consistency. He practiced more. Him, the Jewish white student, are the only ones that practice. The rest of the other students don't practice shit. They run away.
Dates like this lay I got yesterday come from a date with the girl I met a few days before. And it's become really easy to run dates, and not because of some tricks, some tactics, but because the foundational things, the foundational principles that John has been spraying to his mouth, we've been hammering down. And
foundational principles, yes. 45-degree body language, whitewash tonality, all these drills, slowing down, social skills flow drill, all this stuff works. This is why I try to teach some of the unteachable cases first, but they were so slow. They're like, why am I doing it more than once? It's like, because you have to. Because you got to break habits. This guy broke habits. This guy, we had like a punch card to see how many times the students show up. Dude's like here for like fucking 10 times a week. And then he sends back and forth the videos. This is not Kaizen. I'm not supposed to do that, but I did it anyways.
It made me realize that I don't need any tactics, any line, any specific tricks to pull the girl home. It's about knowing the foundation. It's about having the right habits. And every time I follow what it does, even if I'm stubborn sometimes and I want to make the things my way.
Yeah, like UMP way. Don't do it like UMP, right? Don't be stubborn. Fuck him. Hey, UMP.
I realized that following his ways is the best because it's what makes me get late. So all his teaching is like this, not just for dates. Everything he teaches is about solid foundation, not tricks, not tactics. And
so if it's not about game tactics, right, then what is it? Skills. Don't you guys get it? Like, how clear do we have to make it? This testimonial has been posted publicly, but all his other ones have not. This would be like new to everybody. Why am I holding or withholding video testimonials from the whole audience? Why am I withholding? John, why are you keeping the testimonials away from everyone? Because people ignore it. You can't ignore miracles. Because no other coaches have this. They're virtue signaling, standing next to women with their with their global game platform scamming network like ESPN, interviewing these scammers, these fake news, fake game bullshit, and he's not learning any game, but he's doing same-day lays.
Yeah, again, the more I work with him, the more I'm convinced that he's the best, and that all these 4 years in this community, I wasted time listening to other coaches, to other pickup artists, and since I work with him, I see the quality of girls I'm able to date, to get laid with, has been much higher. It's been the highest than ever for me.
So once again, you see the same pattern. Always the highest quality, which seems impossible, and these are not actors. That was just a Chinese guy's friend. Just like Marco's not an actor. Nobody's an actor. Nobody's some fucking AI thing. They're all real. I could literally call this guy right now, but he might be busy. But literally, I could call any of the students right now.
And so I'm super satisfied of the work I'm doing with him. And if you want to get laid, work with John. Don't waste time with other YouTubers. So it's the same.
Okay, so that was the test. I only released 2, right? But where the fuck are the rest, John? And why are you keeping it from us? We're not going to go over all of them, but we'll go over some as fast as we can. So we'll switch back to the first account. It's almost completely full. 90% storage, use all testimonials. We'll just pick whatever testimonials we can find of him first. Okay, this is the 5th lay. We can go backwards later on. We'll worry about that later. This is number 5.
Hello, so this is my testimonial for John, and this is the 5th lay I get from him from Daygame. And yeah, since I started working with John, like my game changed completely, become way more natural, way without bullshit technicalities, without routines. And
isn't that weird? So all that routines, all that stuff is for zombies. If the whole industry is a scam, not my stuff, but their stuff is a scam, they're trying to appeal to zombies by using half-assed tactics because of low self-esteem. Delusions, half-assing it, wrong path to sociopath, blows up in your face in 4 months, and quitting. They're trying to appeal to your half-assed laziness. But tactics don't work anymore. They've been exposed. I thought I won the elections of the day game for last year, 56 laid in poll testimonials, but they just don't count it. It's like Donald Trump just lost, and now these guys are making money hands over fist. The global game platform scamming network of ESPN and all these people they interview are just making so much money that the more authority they get, false authority, the less lay testimonials they need. And the more the sheeps will assume, it's all based on assumptions. And they can't even same-day lay. They go to a cap. Or they use alcohol crutches. Or they use some kind of clout maxing or some shit. They don't even, or a huge numbers game, and they don't show proof.
so on. And the beautiful thing is that John's system works without you having to doing spending thousands of dollars on boot camps.
Yeah, fuck boot camps.
Most of all, it allows you to sleep.
This guy spends so much money on a UMP boot camp. He probably spent $6,000, $8,000, whatever the fuck. Quite expensive for 2 days or something.
With girls way above your level, and without spending money, without having to do crazy shit like social shit.
660 poll lay, right? Includes 100 lays from 100 lay students. Sometimes if they pull a woman home and got in a bed and fingered her, I still count that as a poll. But if they got laid, then they got laid. So most of it's lays, but sometimes they do pull. So of the 600 whatever is 660 instances. So some of the students, they might get 100 lays, right? But they come back and say, John, I got 100 lays. That only counts as one testimonial, one instant. Does that make sense? That means they have way more than 660. If you look at all their lays. I just put everything into a giant bag and then I throw it on there for those instances. I hope that makes sense. So if a student pulled 3 times, I just put 1 more. I don't put 3 more. So there's way more than 660 if you look in total. Because many students, they get laid so many times with higher quality. But sometimes they leave the game because they get such a hot woman. They don't want to do day game anymore. They already found the love of their life. Happens all the time. They always leave purgatory to heaven. But yeah, that's what happens. I hope that makes sense. So
Without using stupid routines. And yeah, so this is my Lay, and yeah, I'm still convinced that, like, the more I work with John, the more I'm convinced that he's the best day game coach, especially when it comes to helping guys becoming more natural and have like radical change rather than like a...
So it's not like a coincidence where he gets laid so much. His other friend, right, in the inner circle, the Jewish white guy, he got 20 lays. This guy got 8. He got higher quality. The other guy has more quantity, but the other guy still is with the hottest one that he got 8 out of 10 for Ukrainian. So
basically, I'm changed that you have one, like these stupid boot camps, and you're just excited of the boot camp, but then you go home and you go back to your level. But with John training,
you see that, the more he became teachable, but eventually his results kept getting crazier and crazier. He became less teachable over time. At the end, it was hard to teach him. He refused to do the drills and he settled down. It usually happens like that. They become narcissists. You know, there's a point when they have this God complex, when they think they're so good that they're like gods, then they cannot listen to you. That sucks, because that's when they're gonna get stuck. But he's still with the same woman right now. They're still together, number 8th lay.
You basically absorbs its systems and you build new habits that you bring with you the rest of your life, so you can go out and get laid effortlessly. Like, I got this laid, I'm not even doing cold approach these days, and I got this laid from Daygame with this Russian girl that I met on the beach. And yeah, this is the point. Like, when you work with John, you build habits that stay with you. Like, you don't need to do like
habits, not tactics.
100 approaches to warm up and you get in state. You don't need to do some stupid bootcamp that the effect lasts just for 4 days. You build these habits, you build this part of your personality.
Habits, don't you get it? Remember the last video? Not short-term intensity, but long-term consistency. It's not bullshit. It's not like I just invented something and telling you. I'm telling you the gospel of Daygame. This is long-term consistency beats short-term intensity. You transform. 21 days to develop habits. Oh, I don't have 21 days. I'm a zombie. I'm ADHD. Just do it. Who gives a shit? Right? Who cares? 21 days. Just sacrifice 21 days. Mark it on your calendar. Do the other PUA coaches aware of your system? They're all aware of my system. Every PUA coach knows who I am. They just don't fucking like me. Because if they talk about John Elite, then, or they hate on me, then their students will know who John Elite is. So the global game platform scamming networks is just ignore, ignore, ignore. ABCs will ignore, ignore, ignore. You can criticize them. They don't give a fuck. Because who is gonna fight against a coach with 660 laden poll testimonials? More than everyone in the whole day game industry. Like, that's suicide, metaphorically speaking, for their business. They fight with me, their students see me, they criticize me, then what? I get their students, get it? That's what happened with tall, self-proclaimed high lay count guy. He wanted to fuck with me, then other students start joining me. It's like, who's John Elite? And they look at it, they start signing up right away. Then I got the many lays that they got 0 lays from them, those Indian guys. I could play his testimonial, but I had to censor the voice. So
it allows you to attract girls anytime. Like, sometimes I go to gym, I go to the coffee shop, I go to the supermarket, and it just comes natural to me to take numbers.
Yeah, I mean, how are you gonna fight against a guy who's like Phil Jackson, who basically has the most like lay testimonials, who has the most superstars for the students, who is the best coach? How are you gonna fight with someone like that? Like, I would be too scared to fight with someone like me. Seriously. Like, if I saw someone else in the day game industry that has 660 laid and poll testimonials, I'm not gonna fuck with them. They're gonna steal all my students. But nobody has as many as me. So I urinate on them, you know, because I don't care. So if they ignore me hard enough, I'm like John Cena. I don't exist. I'm invisible. Of course they know who I am. They all know who I am. But, you know, it's fine, right? But they're narcissists. They love to smell their own farts. So they're high on their own supply. They love to drink their own Kool-Aid. So they're such narcissists. They always think they're the best. They're megalomaniacs. But I'll crush them year after year. And still, people don't care. Because they're brainwashed by the global game platform scammers, the ESPN. Why haven't on... Oh, here's the thing. This is why I said, why don't they just copy my system and use it, right? Exactly. They'll just collect all the lay testimonials. Easy. Because they're narcissists. They're sociopathic narcissists. Sociopaths have opinions as facts, not facts as opinions. What I'm saying is not my opinion. This is the facts from the students. They have opinions as facts. Oh, you gotta use like romantic sexual or shit like that, or push pulls, and they have nothing but their own opinions as facts. You need to do this, do that. You gotta use clout, right? You gotta use Instagram. Or you gotta sexualize it and use DHV stories and say, can I meet you real quick? This is their opinions as facts. Because they're a sociopath, they cannot admit they're wrong. They have to do it their way because they're narcissistic. They have a massive ego. If they were smart, right? If somebody was smart and they copied everything I did, but they don't have my mental filter, they don't understand how it works. You see that? Because I'm teaching what the naturals teach. The naturals that I know 12 different naturals. I've met 12 different naturals and they all taught me the same things, which I'm teaching you guys. So I'm teaching them how to go from zombie to human to superhuman, to drill it down until they're superhuman, like this guy. But they don't understand it. They're like, I don't get it. Why do we have to stand 45 degrees? Naturals stand like that. All of them. They don't face her. Nobody faces her. Oh, why do I have to do like same day? Most of them do same day, like not all of them, but lots of them. Why do I have to do objections looping, right? Or sexualize it? They do that. They all do the same shit. Why you need emotional control and be chilled? They all do that. Nobody understands because they're zombies. And when the inflation gets worse and the tariff gets worse, they get more delusional, so they start worshiping white coaches more, and they just have to virtue signal pretending they're shooting the ball in the hoop. And the ESPN gives them the authority because they show the media of these people interviewing these so-called basketball players. They ignore Phil Jackson, the coach. That's why you're all stuck. If they were smart, they would just fucking rip my system off. I had a student who tried to do that, but he only understands 15% of what I teach. He wants to pay me more money to learn more. But he still got 8 testimonials, which is not bad. It's going to beat a lot of these coaches, right? But it's only 8. I got like 81 times more than he does. I did the math. Nobody understands my system. Even when I train him, he got 100 lays. Another coach for UMP, a 5'4" Filipino, it doesn't mean their system works. He was using my system and then he just joined theirs. Without my training, he wouldn't be there. So it's not to say like, that's called stolen valor. I still think he's a great student, good social skills, but he was using my system to boost him and then he joined them. Doesn't mean their stuff works. But I don't think he's coaching anymore. But at the time, I knew him for like more than like 10 years ago. We go way back. Back then when me and tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach, we were both underground coaches. Nobody knew us. He had a different name, initials, and I was called Gaming Elite. You know, not very popular, but we have a reputation underground. So we know of each other. The students would talk about him, you know, and his stuff. So I knew way back then, whatever they're teaching. I knew everything, like more than 10 years ago. I even taught one of their coaches too, a tall white guy who's 6'7" with blonde hair, who was like David Bond's wingman. So literally, I'm connected to most of the other coaches. Their student coaches were probably trained under me at some point. So, because that was only like 15%. Elite 30, Elite Playbook. Now you realize Elite Tonality Mastery. Now you only know about 30%. Just like the testimonials, right, that have never been shown to the public. Most people don't know what I teach. This is how I can maintain complete dominance over the day game industry. And this is not me like blowing smoke up your ass and talking shit and bragging and being a megalomaniac like a sociopath narcissist. I'm telling you the truth. The things I know for day game, my knowledge and experience, I know things that are so advanced right now is going to be like UFO technology. So advanced that the other student is begging for me to teach him the 5 elements, and there's other things that people don't know. Super advanced level stuff, mastery level stuff, but it's not for the public. That means over the years, the next 10 years, I'm going to start to review more. Now is the time for Elite Tonality Mastery. Now you guys know 30%. Eventually you're going to know 40 when I add a little bit more. When will you know 100%? Probably close to when I'm dead and I'm like around 80 or 90. So this way I have longevity and I have complete dominance because no one knows what I teach. Not even the guy, the Chinese student, I mentored him. He only knows up to the arrow science. He's only known up to like 30-something%. That's it. A little bit more, but nothing beyond what they need. They don't need to know that. Even at 15%, they can get laid. So how good is John Elite as a coach? You can't rip everything off of me and try to reverse engineer it because nobody understands what I teach. It's like a zombie's trying to understand a superhuman. Or like, it's not, I'm not exaggerating. The stuff I know are completely off the charts. There's even a very manipulative style game I don't teach. Like a CIA level game where you know exactly what personality type that women are and how to manipulate them. I don't teach that stuff. How to, when in doubt, manipulate, and string them along. And that's what got a lot of students married. One of my students, I won't say, but yeah, he had to say he has a different ethnicity. And then afterwards, she thought he was that. And then they banged for such a long time. They stay together and they're married and they have a kid. But a lot of these stuff, right, is not for public. This is how I maintain dominance. I know that sounds like I'm bragging. I'm not. I'm telling you guys the truth. Nobody knows what I teach. Let's continue.
Get dates without even having to go out just to meet girls. Like, it becomes part of your life, and it's becomes so easy to talk to girls, to bring like new girls in your funnel, that it's basically you don't have to go out just to do game. Like, when you learn what John teaches, you just have to exist, be out there, like in a place where there are girls, and you start so easily, like it'd be so easy to start conversations, and then through these conversations into pools. Super fucking easy, like so natural that sometimes I'm surprised. Like I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just following the algorithm that John showed me, which is super simple. It's like a few steps you have to follow to keep the conversation going and to build the.
He's talking about the social skills flow drill. That means he had to drill it down too. All these are secret. All the naturals do it. You can use it for social circle, for the social skills flow drill. This goes beyond just PUA. This is almost like the mating dance, the human or the heavens game, basically. It's like if God had a game that's used for the naturals throughout the human civilization, I can access it because I'm psychic. Plus, I have naturals that also have the same access.
Be 30, and that is all like then it becomes so easy to pull that, yeah, just naturally getting laid with the girls above your league without too much.
I mean, for him, it was a dream to get a woman beyond 4 out of 10. Now he's getting like 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8.5, 9, 9, 8.5. Like, what the fuck?
So it's fucking amazing, and yeah, if you want to invest in coaching, you should work with John, because
you should not let the tariff bother you and act like a poor sewer. I cannot say the rest because I'd apologize for that. Just train with me. Just $333. You can already start. Just message me. Say, John, I don't want to pay $1,000. Can you split it down into 3 pieces? Just do that, right? No fucking excuses. You can come up with $333. Let's get started because it's already April. Come on now. Don't you want to get your dicks wet? April. There's what? Next month, May, June, July. You gotta bench all the time away.
He's the only one that will. I work with many coaches, and he's the only one that allowed me to build a new personality, a new way of being, which is naturally attractive. It's not like some facade I have to put. It's not some stupid routine. It's not some excitement I have from the bootcamp. It's just like myself. So I just go to grocery shopping and start talking to girls, and then try to pull, and if the logistics do not allow to pull, get a number, and go on a date, and then pull.
Yeah, he doesn't get flakes. It's like, my students don't even know what flakes mean. Because when they level up, long-term consistency, not short-term intensity. The whole idea is, what do you do when she flakes? What do you do when she's a shit test? How you deal with last-minute resistance? Those are, the reason why you face those 3 things is because you're socially uncalibrated and not congruent. You can be congruent, but it doesn't mean you're calibrated. Oh, you don't adjust in front of the girls, these tall self-proclaimed coaches saying. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. So that's just number 3. Okay? Let's just play one more. I know this is boring you guys, okay? I gotta pee soon. This one is the 8th lay. Okay? This is like the very last one. He stayed with this woman. So you can see his journey, how he changes. I'll go fast.
So this is a video I want to record as a testimonial for another lay I got since I started working with John. And this happened on June 30. So this is the second lay of this month, and even these ones, as every
2 lays.
the lay I got since I started working with John is that they are all very super high value women, not just for looks, but even like personality wise. So they're like my type of woman, with whom I will start a relationship as well. So is
He settled with this woman, and he got out of the game. He no longer cares. He doesn't want to do day game anymore because he found the love of his life. They're always together now.
it's really great. And what I want to say, like what's getting better working with John is that now it's becoming more effortless. So I'm basically slowly becoming like my game is becoming more natural. So it's free from tricks and techniques.
He's saying he's automating his game to the point of all the drills. It's so like natural that it's almost like he gone from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence, realizing his mistakes, to conscious competence means he has to work at it. Now it's unconscious competence. It's like natural. That's how you build skills. We'll talk about the skill index after I go to the bathroom after this.
And yeah, also like, there's some people say that it's because I'm like good looking and shit, but I mean, before working with John, I was not getting these results. Like I was not sleeping with this type of woman, so like it's not because of that. Yeah, and I mean, my SMD is also because of the suggestions that John gave me, so everyone can improve as well that side. And yeah, of course, this last day is from Daygame, so I met this girl from Daygame, and then I went on a date with her, and we had sex. And so yeah, this is it. I suggest everyone to work with John. Everyone who wants to like develop natural games, not relying on tricks and tactics who are like only short-lived. But
this is the Bible of natural game. The only real place with actual real natural game, not just some fake naturals where they just sort of do some zombie shit and just pretend to be natural. This is what my Pakistani mentor, all these other naturals, they do the same things.
Actually work in long term, and I will actually work with higher caliber women.
Okay, I'm gonna play one more before I piss my pants, so I better quickly play at double speed. Let's see, which one is this?
So I wanted to talk about my 7th lay I had.
So this is number 7. He bangs a 20-year-old. What is his? I cannot talk about it because that's just another level of game beyond the game. That means only 2 of the elements is the arrow science and something else. In the emotional tonality mastery game. What are the other 3 elements? I cannot talk about it, but that's just another layer. But there's even more layers in between. It's like a pyramid, right? It goes up. I better play this quickly before I like piss my pants. How about this? Let's take a quick break right now. I'll mute this, or I'll just leave it here. I'll take a quick piss and I'll be right back. Okay? I gotta really pee. Seriously. I'll be back.
Learning from the best as the night takes hold. Journaling, the master of the game, teaching us the art, putting others to shame. From the streets to the cafes, he's paving the way in the dance of connection. We're here to go. With every encounter, I'm learning to thrive. John's tips and tricks help me come alive. From the rooftops in every scene, bringing dreams to reality, breaking the routine. Step by step, I'm shaking off the doubt. With John by my side, there's no need to pout. John by my side, there's no need to pout. John by my side, there's no need to pout. In the baseline so deep, feel the connection. John's wisdom flows through, sparking perfection. Every word he speaks, an electrifying sound. With John Elite, yeah, I'm losing ground. John Elite, the master of the game, teaching us the art, putting others to shame. From the streets to the cafes, he's paving the way in the dance of connection. We're here to go, so here's to the journey. With John as our light, we're conquering fears, taking flight tonight. In the world of Daygame, you know we'll succeed. With John Elite guiding, we'll follow his lead. In the baseline so deep, feel the connection. John's wisdom flows through, sparking perfection. Every word he speaks, an electrifying sound. With John Elite, yeah, I'm losing ground. City lights where the rhythm calls. John Elite steps up, breaking down the walls. Best Daygame coach, yeah, he's setting the stage, teaching us to shine, no need to be afraid. Wake up in the morning, Ready for the chase, with John in my corner, I'm finding my place. Confidence rising, I'm feeling the flow. Every word a melody, ready to go. In the sunlight, glimmer, the magic unfolds. Learning from the best as the night takes hold. John Elite, the master of the game, teaching us the art, putting others to shame. From the streets to the cafes, he's paving the way. In the dance of connection, we're here to go. The other side, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, John Elite, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. The coach of the night, oh, so sweet. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, John Elite, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. The game's in our hands, feel the heat. With every encounter, I'm learning to thrive. John's tips and tricks help me come alive. From the playgrounds to rooftops and every scene, bringing dreams to reality, breaking the routine. Step by step, I'm shaking off the doubt. With John by my side, there's no need to pout. John Elite, the master of the game, teaching us the art, pulling others to
I'm back. I had to bring in some of the stuff from Amazon. I bought like 2 boxes of chips, which is like 42 chips, or bags of chips in there, like $20 each. So, all right, let's continue. So, yeah, 5 elements, top secret. It doesn't exist. Pretend I never said that. Let's continue.
I'm training with John, and yeah, so this is my 7th fuck close since start working with him, and
So this is number 7. We don't have to go through all of them. You get the point, right?
the main difference I noticed since I'm working with John is that the quality of girls I'm able.
You can hear in his voice, he's like banging so much that he's no longer hungry anymore. He's just like, it's happening so often. It's changing his whole mindset. In his voice, it sounds very different. He's like just not hungry at all. He just doesn't want any more.
To get this way higher than before, and it's more consistent. And this is because we focus on habits, on drills, on improving my vocal tonality, on improving my body language, and this helps me to get these higher quality girls. And this lay I had is actually with girls who's 20 years old and he's 10
So she's 20 years old. He's 30 years old.
years younger than me. So it's like living the Leonardo DiCaprio's dream. And this is thanks to the drills, exercises I do with John. And
See? Drills, right? Long-term consistency. And he kept doing the drills over and over all this time, even up to the 8th lay.
yeah, I know John can be like tough sometimes and like being a tough character, but I think it's really worth investing in him, and it's really worth in having him as your trainer, because the things you learn with him are going to stay with you forever, because he helps you change habits, create new neural pathways that are going to stay with you forever.
He's talking about neural pathways, right? It's natural and 21 days to develop a habit, but he's done it more in 21 days.
And hence are going to help you get woman forever.
I think he made a very good point about being teachable, but at the end he became less teachable after he banged a 20-year-old, and then he settled with he just stopped training. And then the very last lay, sometimes you get residual. That means you got the skills, but you still have 3 more lays you can eke out. And then you'll stop because you stop watering your plant, right? The seed that you planted, you no longer germinate it. You grow the tree, but it'll start to die if you don't water it. The skills, whatever you think you can do without me, after 3 of them, it's all gone. No matter how hard you try, you will not get laid unless you go back to the habit, not tactics. Okay, so number 4 is skill index, right? Confidence. So we already know number 1's the believability index, right? We know number 2, it is a changeability. It's very important that you're able to adapt. As soon as you adapt, you get laid. Number 3 is teachability, right? As you can see with this guy, he's very teachable. This guy's almost like a hard case that turned into a normal case, or a normal case that turned into easy case. He didn't require that much because his neural pathways are learning faster. It's amazing. Number 4, skill index. Confidence doesn't come from faking it. It comes from competence. And competence is built through consistent practice. You heard him, right? For his own words. He's telling you success leaves clues. Why don't you just do what he's doing? Students must progress through 4 stages of learning. Unconscious incompetence. And that's the problem with the zombies. They're not aware of their mistakes. If you're an unteachable case, right? You'll be stuck in unconscious incompetence. Because you'll be like, oh, I can't hear my own mistakes. What are you talking about, John? Anyone else who say he's not like sounding depressed or angry? It's like, dude, it sounds depressed and angry. And I play it on live as like all the Latinos cannot hear it and everyone else can hear it. 'Cause Latinos don't have emotional intelligence. Hardware issues. But however, doesn't matter. Look at Marco. Despite these shortcomings, he still gets all these likes. So let's continue. You don't know what you are doing wrong, right? That's a problem. Whenever I have a student and they cannot hear their mistakes, they usually will quit in less than a week. I had an Australian student that quit because, and I told him that he's not coachable. He just keeps rolling his words very quickly, and eventually, he cannot hear his mistakes. Super low self-esteem, but they always brag about things they've done before. I got a girlfriend before. I got a job before. He got a blood clot in his left lung and he died. And his parents told me about it. But when we're talking about this, you're either a blessing or a lesson. He's a nice guy. He's the nicest student I have, a white student. He's the nicest student, but I told him to start working out. It might have saved his life if he listened to me. But it sucks that I had to remove him from the program, and then he got a blood clot right afterwards. It's not fair. Life is not fair. But you guys probably don't care, but I do. So let's keep his memory alive. He's a good person, but some of the lessons could be learned that he wasn't as coachable. And you could be the nice person, or you could be like a benevolent. He's benevolent, or you could be malevolent. It doesn't matter. Unteachable cases are not going to be teachable. They have no skills because they have no awareness. So that means you don't know what your mistakes are. So, for example, it's almost like you're in a shooting range, right? And you don't know where the bullets are hitting in the target because you cannot perceive it. So you can't make adjustments to your technique. And you'll say, I'm taking massive action. I'm throwing bullets down the range. What do you want from me, John? Fuck you. Right? Why am I doing this again? I don't get it. Like hitting nothing. I was like, dude, you fucked it up. I can't see my mistakes. I'm shooting it down. So why am I doing this again? I was like, fuck you. Get out of my program. Zombies. That's called unconscious incompetence. Then all of a sudden they go to conscious incompetence. When they play the 27-second audio, like I said in the Mindset playlist, they open up the mental filter a little bit. That's where elite access is crucial to identifying and fixing errors. You can't just do it by yourself. But these zombies, these unteachable cases, oh, I want to start with the Elite 30 first and I'll do it myself. Dude, you are talking to the coach that invented Elite 30, even though so many people got laid. No, but I want to do it myself. Oh, fuck's sakes. Then the conscious competence. You execute the skills correctly over and over like that Italian. And eventually, when he was talking about natural, right? It became so natural, it was automatic. What was he talking about? Number 4, unconscious competence. Skills become second nature and results come effortlessly. Even the worst cases can succeed with the system. Take one of my Latino students, for example. He was one of the hardest cases, probably the top 3 worst students. I think the bottom 3 are all Latinos. But he was the hardest case. He was so slow in adapting, and he was acting like he was possessed. He had the Latino fuck behavior, and he got thrown in the fucking jail. They took away his gun. The police kicked down his door. I was like, what the fuck? But the social skills flow drill made him friends with everyone in the jail. They saved his life. The social skills flow drill. Everyone became his friend. They just like, you're the great. I really like talking to you somehow, right? I feel comfortable talking with you and opening up. He made friends with everybody, and they could not. When he left, everyone was upset because they wanted him to stay. So he's not like some MS-13 or trendy Rogwa kind of person. No, of course not. But afterwards, he got his girlfriend pregnant after 4 more months. Remember? Latino fuck behavior. One track mind, one track everything, Pentium, one brain. Number 2, the wrong path to sociopath. Another 4 months, it blows up in his face. Now she's pregnant, and he wants to escape, but I say you can't escape. Now he's a father. Now he's making more money. Number 3, you have a meltdown. He had a meltdown with me. He got kicked out. During Kaizen, he no longer could do anything. He kept sweating. He only sent me like 2 videos for practicing the body language. He was kicked out in Kaizen in less than a week. Full of cortisol. Stress. And this is not the only Latino. I had a half Latino from Ecuador to Kaizen. And he was from Vancouver. And he was living in like Mexico, and then he went to Colombia area. He was doing the same thing, the fucking sweating. He took a month to do the mindset playlist like a zombie. He barely approached and he was kicked out. I said, do the mindset playlist again. No. Okay, out of my program. Fuck off. You see that? That's not teachable. That's not skills. But he still got laid by giving direct compliments and talking super fast with cortisol because of a sales job. He kept losing because the inflation was not that good. And it affected his mindset. He became a zombie. I had another salesman crash out when he no longer could close deals. This white guy. I saved his life. I taught him sales and how to do the tonality. He was no longer homeless. He kept getting leads from the company. Now they don't get any more leads because they raised the price. Now he's blaming everyone else like a sociopath. He crashed out, had a meltdown, blamed it on me, saying I cannot take suggestions. In the middle of the elite tonality mastery, I was teaching the course, and he starts giving suggestions from other people. Read the fucking room. I'm not here to listen to other people's suggestions for my course. I have 660 laid-in testimonials. Have some fucking respect. But no, it's my fault. All the unteachable cases is like, it's all John's fault. You're the bully. I got offended. Well, good for you. Your asshole slammed shut. That's not my fault, right? And you got offended. You breathe in. I hate snowflakes. I call him a snowflake. I said that you're so delusional, you're emotional, and you have low spiritual IQ. You're going to stab me in the back. And then he blocked me or he didn't listen. And then I kicked him out of the fucking inner circle. So I'm waiting. Who is going to crash out this week? Which is the next student that's going to lose their mind? People are losing their mind during the tariff left and right. So they don't have skills. I say he was doing the sales wrong for the objections dealing. He's like, nope, he shoots down the idea like a Latino. Nope. It's not objections dealing. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, come on. Nope, it's not that. It is this. It's like, oh, come on, just okay. You don't want to change. Okay, that's fine. Kicked out. But I kept that into the course so people can see it. People, like when I was talking in the course about the Latino fuck behavior, they didn't believe me, and they saw him do the same thing like them. He's not Latino. He's white, but he's a big, long-time fan. He used to be on YouTube Live here. And then he just bench-holded. He got triggered. So, but people follow the steps. They practice consistently and build his skills over time. While his skills index wasn't exceptionally high for this Latino, right? The Spanish guy. It was enough for him to get results. He eventually got married. He made more money and had a son. This proves that anyone can succeed with my system, no matter how slow their progress is. As long as you follow the steps. You wear the right fashion, you put in the effort, you will get laid, even if you're not natural. You see that? Skill index. His skill was very slow, but it caught up to him. We'll play his testimonial very quickly at double speed. I know we played it last time, but I want you guys to know that if you are an unteachable case, but you keep going on with my system, he was using Elite Playbook. I'm sure he used Elite 30 a little bit, I'm not sure, but if you keep going with my system, you'll eventually get laid. It took him 3 years because he's slow. Yeah, he could not compress it down to a week like Kaizen, like a month or maybe a year for elite access, but he was able to do it within 3 years. He got married, he procreated, and he also fucked another woman on the side. And his wife found out, but she forgave it. So it is possible. That means everybody gets laid with my program. Everybody gets laid. It doesn't matter if it's 3 years, 3 months, 3 days. It's just a matter of how fast you can transform and not be delusional and not be a zombie. You have to go from zombie to human to superhuman. That's all. You got to believe in yourself. He believed that he could do it eventually, and he did. If you don't believe in yourself, like another Latino who was from Toronto, who was half Ecuadorian and half whatever, white. Lots of these guys. He said the word impossible, and he quit right afterwards. Because he has super Asperger's. He can only do one thing well. In his job, even though he's quite smart, he has to work with his hands. It's not like a thinking job. It's always the same thing. It's not to criticize Latinos. I'm just saying, if you want to be Latino, you want to come here, you need my help. Don't be a pain in the ass. So, let's see, his testimonials over here. There's so many video testimonials. Some of them are still in preview mode. I could post them all. I have all the video testimonials of them. I'm just saving them. I should not save them because if you guys ignore the video testimonials, it's bad. If you guys are ignoring miracles because of the inflation and just like, I'm being entertained, John. No, I'm the only one posting video testimonials. I only stopped because no one cared. I'm just throwing them into the dumpster fire. This one very quick then.
My name is and I am one of John Elite's former disgraced students. I say that because I was following the teachings of John Elite, but eventually I started acting like a zombie. I was trying to reverse engineer his teachings to what I wanted to do. I wasn't listening to...
Yeah, don't consider, right? Do it. Don't think about it, because your mind becomes like a bouncer to decide what's right and wrong. Just do it.
John was telling me, and eventually it got me kicked out of his program. And that is something I deeply regret, because all of John Elite's teachings are something that has seriously improved my life in millions.
So it seems like if you stop listening to other coaches, and even if you failed, right, and you got kicked out of like my training, but if you go back to my courses and you ignore tall self-proclaimed high leg count guy, you ignore UMP, UFO, you ignore RSD, you ignore ABCs, you ignore all these platform scammers like Ross Jeffries, you ignore all mystery method, and you do it again, you still get laid like this guy. It's automatically a lay. It's like the perfect formula. You just have to transform to it. It's like the billionaire strategy. Okay, for some people, making their first million is hard. They have to transform. And then they collect the money. It's just like the same thing. You want your first lay from the coaching? You transform it, but sometimes the transformation is hard. Some people have limiting beliefs. They have low self-esteem. They're zombie-ish. They cannot think properly. Because of zombie behavior, they're always half-assed things. I hope the words I'm saying out of my mouth are making sense. I'm not just like blah, 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 like RSD. Like, you're getting it. So how do they, one guy, right, get blood clot, if they don't mind me asking, right? I think because he had a double chin, too much cortisol. I told him to exercise and stuff like that. And he was not taking care of his health. I think that's how he got the blood clot. I told him to exercise, but he says like, nope, I got joint problems. It's too bad he died. His family's very nice. So after he died, I made his parents honorary members of the inner circle. They are using his his Facebook account, but they send me on WhatsApp that their son died. But now his family can see the inner circle and their honorary memories so that way I can still fulfill whatever I need to fulfill, that even in the afterlife, his family can still use the inner circle as a memento that he's never forgotten. But yeah.
Ways. For example, when I first joined John Elite about 3 to 4 years ago, I had nearly no money in the bank and I had $17,000 in debt.
You see, most Latinos are always like 5-figure debt, almost all of them, or they're broke. They never are in the positive.
$5,000 was student loans and $11,000 was credit card debt. And even though John Elite had to say goodbye to me as a student about like 3 to 4 years ago, I still followed and implemented John's teachings. All of his teachings, how to make money, how to sell things. For example, he gives you a lot of different books to read.
I taught him sales many years ago. I do it differently now. And he's able to close so many deals.
These are some of those books. The Secret series. He gave me those books. Here's the third one. Traffic Secrets. He gave me all of those books to read. And I read those books and I implemented those books in my own business. And I was able to build a profitable small business. And I was able to completely erase all of my student loan debt, my credit card debt. I was able to erase everything. And what you're hearing right now outside the door, that is my son. And my woman is out there. And John Elite was able to help me. I was just talking to my wife, who's taking care of my son. So yeah, John Elite, he helped me get married. He helped me reproduce. I have a son now. My son is very handsome and healthy because the woman is very beautiful.
You see that so many of the students are married and procreated. It sucks that one of them had a miscarriage, the Indian guy. But so many of them are married. Even the Chinese guy is married, and now he has a daughter. This guy has a son. Success leaves clues. This is building the tree of life.
And beyond that, John Elite, he also, even though I was removed from the program.
You leave me no choice but to declare you excommunicado. The doors to any service or provider in connection with the Continental are now closed to you.
He still gave me his Elite Playbook, which helped me practice and drill the things that I need.
You see that? Even for Elite Playbook, he did it over time. He still got laid in 2024, last year during the inflation. I just need more students this year if I want to move up the thing. People cannot act so poor that they punish me, even though I'm posting testimonials. I need more students to have more late testimonials. This is not just like fucking AI images or actors or whatever. I need more students for my army so I can have more students laid, but people cannot stop flipping out like a Latino. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you guys the truth here, right? That this is why I'm making the challenge. I want more students. This is not for your entertainment. I need soldiers to replace all the old ones because they all quit. Not because they failed badly. They quit because they're with the woman that they love and they found the love of their life. Even this guy did. That's why they quit. So, yeah.
In order to get laid with other women. So, right here, I'm going to show you. That's a censored picture of me getting laid with another girl who's not my wife. And I will send the uncensored picture to John Elite so that he will have the proof that it is me getting laid and not like a fake picture. That's real, right? And also, I'm going to show you my bank account as well as my car, just so you can see that everything that he's saying is true. And all of this is just to say, basically, in a nutshell, John Elite is the absolute best day game cold approach coach in the entire world. And if you want to get laid with cold approach, you need to listen to John Elite. Every single other person in the world has no clue what they're talking about. John Elite is the best coach. He's a freaking genius. He's the only one who came up with the trauma cure therapy, which I also did, and it works 100%. I'm surprised it hasn't won a Nobel Peace Prize. John Elite also came up with all of the cold approach methods that actually work. He breaks everything down to a mathematical science. There's just so much I could say about him, but the most important thing I could say is he really knows what he's talking about. It works, and this is my testimonial of John Elite services. If you want to get laid, you need to listen to him too. So as you can see, here's my hand, so you can see there's no Photoshop, right? There's my name, and here's my account. I'm gonna scroll so you can see there's no Photoshop. This is my checking account that I just used, and this is my savings account. I have $43,000. I have 3 credit cards, no balance on any of them, and my only loan I have is on my car, which is a Maserati, and I'm gonna show you this. This is proof. I drive a Maserati Gran Turismo. Hello, John Elite. I know my hair is not in the pompadour style right now, but that's because I just got out the shower. Here's my car. Here's the Maserati. I'm telling the truth, bro. I promise.
See that? Even if you're slow, like this Latino unteachable case, he's not coachable at all. Like the Australian guy, unfortunately, even a nice guy, this guy is not coachable. I've had other Latinos that are not coachable, many of the Latinos, right? Pretty common. But if you're coachable, you get laid. If you're not coachable, but you don't give up on the system, you keep doing it, you'll still get laid. But you need a little bit of my input for the fashion and maybe to point out a few mistakes. But other than that, I could just supervise you right now. Instead of me trying to convince you guys and beg you guys to train with me, how about I say, how much fucking proof do you need? I'm the only coach with proof. Of course, you might be saying, oh, another testimonial, great, other coaches have it. They don't have it. Show me. Prove it. Show me one coach that actually has this many late testimonials. Not just some old shit from the pandemic days of 2020 or 2021 recycled. Show me one that consistently keeps getting students late. There is nobody. I'm the only one. So there's what I'm teaching them. Why don't everyone just copy my fucking system and then get their own late testimonials? Because they're such narcissists. They love the smell of their own farts. They're like, and they're like, oh, that smells so good. They're high off their own supply. They're such sociopaths. Nobody can copy me because they have to admit that they're wrong. Nobody can do it. Why don't you just fucking copy John, right? Just copy the fashion, copy the body language, copy all. They can't fucking do it because they're zombies. They need somebody to push them and to correct their drills. They don't even know what a 45-degree looks like. They don't know what a social skills flow drill looks like. Even if you roughly know the idea, they don't know how to drill it down if it's correct. They don't fucking know. It's like I'm the only one that understands the system and my students understand it. Nobody else in the world understands it. I'm trying to explain to you guys, like, listen, here's the cure, guys. Fuck the treatment, right? Let's cut out the cancer. Here's the cure. But they're like, no, we got to do it the long treatment way. I'm not trying to convince you. This is not a cult. I'm just trying to tell you, success leaves clues. How can I tell you? Other coaches don't have these late testimonials. Tall self-proclaimed high late count coach only has 2 per year or 1 per year. That's it. Doesn't work. It's all distraction, all fucking stupid Tinder shit. How can I make it any clearer? How can I make it any clearer? Okay, hold on. Battery, 15% better charges. How can I make it any clearer? That I need students. I'm just telling you this year. Okay, I need students. This is not just marketing or whatever bullshit. I need soldiers. I need recruits right now. Okay, the recruiting has not been as good. I need soldiers, and we have changed the training method this year. It's different. The algorithms are changed. You guys will get laid, so you don't have to worry. But you need to believe in yourselves. Fuck MGTOW. The MGTOW movement, men going their own way. So many people quit. I kept making videos debunking MGTOW. People cannot turn MGTOW. They cannot just quit and say, I'll focus on my job. This is the greatest period to get your dick wet. Because after the tariffs, there's going to be a golden age. I'm psychic. All my predictions were correct. All my predictions are correct. I believe there's going to be a huge golden age. I know what's going to happen. It's all been right. I made all the predictions. You guys can check it in the community section. Even before Donald Trump was like an assassination attempt, I already predicted that twice. And I know there's going to be one more attempt during his presidency. I know, I'm psychic. I know. It sucks, but he'll still survive it. I made the prediction that Israel is going to take more land. It happens already from Gaza. Every prediction was right. I predicted Russia and Ukraine and Saudi Arabia, they'll make a deal at the end of the year. They'll stop fighting. Donald Trump will be a third-term president. All these things will come true. I already made predictions. It has a 100% success rate. My prediction is the tariff is actually going to work. Donald Trump's mental filter is going to work. Nobody believes him. So what's number 5 then? So we already know belief is not the most important. Changeability is the most important. If you don't change and you repeat the same mistakes, it's not good. Manifestation index is number 5. Number 4 is skill index. Number 3 is teachability. So thoughts and feelings equals manifestation. So if your thoughts and feelings are messed up, your results will be delayed. Lots of students are triggered, are fucked. So if you have low self-esteem and you're triggered, does the old algorithm is no longer, it's not the, no, it still works, right? But different circumstances, imagine it's a perfect system, right? Does that make sense? It's a perfect system, it always works. But because of the winner and loser effect, so the pandemic is a new algorithm because people are afraid that they'll catch it and die. Does that make sense? So women became more fearful. So the students have to focus on body language more to drill it down. The old way works, but this way works better. So it's not the system that needs to change, it's the students become more zombie. When the inflation hit, right, 2022, 2023, 2024, the students start bench holding and they get triggered, right? They turn into zombies more. So I have to change it to the aero science, get it? The system works just fine. I'm just introducing more of the system. That means before I was only showing them 10% of the system. Now it's like 15%, get it? And now it's gonna be 30%. It's always the same system. Everyone learns all that other stuff when they're training with me, the secret stuff. It's just now publicly they know. It's always the same system. It's always gonna be 20 out of 35. If you're 20 out of 35, you get laid. But the problem with the bad mindsets due to the inflation and the winner loser effect affecting the hormones affecting their cortisol, are they able to do the 30-day challenges fast? No. They're gonna disappear like Indians for 3 weeks at a time. You get it? Even Marco is starting to bench hold a little bit. You see that? He wasn't bench holding last year. So it's not the system that doesn't work. It's the students that have changed because they're affected. So they become more zombie. They crash out more. They're more mentally unstable. So we need to stabilize them. So we have to adapt it so they can be more stabilized. Does that make sense? So the system always works, regardless, always. It's just, we're just changing the strategy and the training method to adapt to the zombie. It's just how far along has it decayed as a zombie. Now they're at the very end where they no longer can hear me. Whenever you talk to a triggered person, they cannot hear you. They're sociopaths. All the words bounces off of their brains and they'll blame me, they'll have a meltdown. So that's what I'm dealing with. So if I'm looking for people that can do the 30-day challenge on top of 21-day challenge right afterwards. So if you think you can do that, join me. Listen, I can say join me, join me, join me, and people will just act like a sewer rat. I don't want to use the word. I have to apologize for the word sewer rat, but don't be a sewer rat. I'm not saying any of you here are sewer rats, but you know how sewer rats are like. I don't want to use that word because people are very offended. Was there a single person that joined my coaching or contacted me? No. Acting like sewer rats. I'm not saying you're a sewer rat because that would be very offensive. People don't like that word. But acting like one is not what's going to get you laid, and trying to run away from the inflation. There's less people approaching now, so there's more women for you to approach and close. It's a little bit harder, not because women are harder to get, they're easier. It's because the zombies are becoming more zombies, they're decaying more. So we have to adapt. Hope that answers your question. That's a great question. So here's the thing, if that guy can get laid during the 2024 inflation, and he was a little bit slow, You just continue using my system. And then he'll get another lay very soon. If he just continues. One former ABC's a low self-esteem student struggled with depression and low self-esteem. His negative thoughts and feelings constantly held him back. That's the manifestation index. He always has negative thoughts. He's always depressed. He's clinically depressed. He managed to get laid twice with 2 white women that are both redheads. One was in her 20s, the other one was a little bit older. But this is significant because this is in the United States, and where ABC says is impossible. Because it's significant because ABC students rarely succeed with white women in day game, only if they, one time during inflation, in Latin country, in Mexico or Peru, one time, not in the United States. So this student results that even with negative thoughts and feelings, you can still get laid if you trust the process. It's not just like saying, oh, trust the process like RSD. No, it's more like trust my fucking boot camp or Navy SEAL training, Hell Week, and then you get your dick wet. So the manifestation index, think about it this way, okay? What I think and what I feel, right, is what I attract. It's like gravity. So you gotta think there's a universal chef, okay? The universal chef will give you whatever. So if you guys are always getting a burnt sandwich and you say, what the fuck, universal chef or the universe, why fuck up my life and give me a burnt sandwich? I didn't ask for a burnt sandwich. I asked for more lays and more money in my bank account. And you know what? The universal chef says to them, listen, I read your thoughts and feelings. This is what you asked for. Because that's what you feel like as you're triggered. Get it? Because you're depressed. And you're broke and you're ADHD and your thoughts are bad. Because of low self-esteem thoughts of delusions. So burnt sandwich it is. And you're like, fuck, okay, I get it. So you gotta change your thoughts and feelings. So when the students can control that, then they'll get laid. It's not just about visualization or about pairing beliefs with consistent. It's about pairing beliefs with consistent effort. As Dan Pena says, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because you haven't seen results yet doesn't mean it won't have it happen. You got to do exactly what I teach. It's not just like RSD trusting the process, because there is no process. I have the exact process. You have to make sure your thoughts and feelings will. That's why sometimes I kick out students, right? Because if a student is not coachable, they get banned for like 2 months, then my thoughts and feelings become better, then the students get laid. I remember that Spain student, right? That living in the United States, that pain in the ass. Every time he comes back, my students no longer gets laid. Because my manifestation is connected to the universe. That also makes my student follow through and the women submit to them. It's like a Jesus, Holy Spirit thing, all connected together, helping me. Otherwise, I won't get 660 laid in testimonials. It's like heaven's game. It's all connected. The women submits. The man, the student, starts to be superhuman. He's almost controlled. They get laid. I get another video testimonial. It's supernatural. Not even tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach can get that many for pickup. Rarely for pickup. Rarely. Always some Tinder shit. Who gives a fuck? For day game? Yeah, right. So this is something supernatural that they can't even do with their stupid GPT shit. You know, the GPT coaching bullshit. So, if you disagree, right, then we should just look at all their testimonials, count all. I remember one time, this Italian student, he's short, he's like 5'3", virgin, right, but very suicidal. He's like, oh yeah, but what about tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach, right? It's like, how many fucking short people did he get laid for day game? So we went over all his testimonials, and there was no day game lay testimonials. It's all Tinder and fucking maybe occasionally night game, and we just kept going. It's like, how many do you want to see? We just kept scrolling. Oh, it's all fucking night game if they're lucky, and then it's mostly fucking Tinder and positive comments, and we just kept going. How many do you want to see? There's hardly anything. It's just we just kept scrolling. Like, where's the day game lay testimonial? So how are you supposed to get laid by using DHV stories? Italian got fooled. The Latinos all sucks his dick. So how does confidence outside in relate to belief in the mindset? Because it's actually 100% related. That's a great question. Remember, I'm not talking bullshit. I'm just telling the gospel, okay, of day game. It's just a gospel. I'm not here to market to you, but so far, we need more people signing up to this army. Don't be scared of this army. This is the only way I know. I was trained in the IDF Krav Maga style for 5 fucking years, trained like a soldier. So I've gone through it. I'm not scared. It sucks that, I have to fight like 6'3" people all the fucking time. I got good at it. I don't always beat them, but I don't lose either. It's always like stalemate. That's good. I can take on a 6'3" guy now. And weapon disarm anybody. Easily. Like, automatically. 5 years. But your question is, how does outside in help? Because there's 4 stages, okay? Write down. I can write on a piece of paper, but imagine the top left corner. It's called potential, okay? Get skills? Potential is number 1. This should be my left, but it's showing the right side, but maybe this flipped around. So, potential is here, number 1. Does that make sense? Your potential is high when you start out with the white dating coaches. You trust them 100%, you're a sheep. Then what happens afterwards? Your action, right? Which is your outer game. Your actions that you practice drills or you just mass approach. Does that make sense? So your action, what's below that? That's the top right. What's on the bottom under that? Bottom right. Get skills. That is your results. Get it? So your results, it will start to go down. Get it? Now your inner game is not as good, and your number, and then on the left, right, it goes that way, like a circle. On the bottom left, it is your belief system in yourself. Get it? Your belief index. Now you go back up to potential, right? Top left. Get it? Get skills? Now you don't think your potential is as high. And then you go back to your actions. Get it? Because you're mass approaching. Using game tactics during the inflation and the tariff, it doesn't work. Because there's no lay testimonials. It's only skills work. Competency equals confidence because of long-term consistency beats short-term intensity. Boot camps don't even work much anymore. Rarely. And then your actions will lead to your results, which is shit. And then back to the bottom left, get skills. Then now your belief is even lower. Now you're like, wait a minute. Your inner game is not matching your results. And then your potential goes lower. Get it? But what happens if you add the Kaizen Elite 30-Day Challenge or Elite Tonality Mastery? Your potential is high. Now you're doing the action of the 30-Day Challenge. Your results are getting better. You're getting better compliance, not reactions. Who cares about IOIs? And then afterwards, your belief, it goes higher. And maybe I could do this. And then your potential goes up. Your actions are changed. Now you do day 2, right, of Elite 30 or day 2 of Elite Tonality Mastery. And then your results are getting a little bit better. You might fuck up. But then your belief is still high. And then it keeps going that day 3, day 4, day 5. And then you get laid eventually. Get it? Because you change your actions outside in. It wasn't inside out. Because even if you had the perfect belief, does that make sense? Get skills? Even if you believe you had a lot of potential or you believed in yourself for the belief, but if your actions don't change, you're still stuck. If the outer game is not changed to the Johnny Elite 45-degree body language, whitewash tonality, talking slower, your actions or results will still be shit. So all these coaches can only virtue signal with standing next to women, optics, because it's no longer working for them. So they just collect your money and get you into boot camps. I hope that makes sense. That's a great question. I hope that I can unbrainwash people. I hope people have not been so far gone, decaying like a zombie so much to the point where I cannot get through to them. Because you have to invest in yourself, guys. Don't be afraid to. All these students invest in themselves. They're not always super rich, but they invest in themselves. That's why I made it like $1,000, or in that range. I didn't make it like $10,000 boot camp or $8,600 10-day boot camp or anything like that. I just made it 1,000 so I can have a bigger army. But my plan is unraveling because people don't care about the late testimonials because they assume other coaches have it. They don't have it. They never done the research. They only look at the testimonial stuffing. They never actually look at the testimonials. Someone like Matt Artisan can have 2 students laid and the rest of it is just stuffing, and they'll just look at the stuffing of the turkey. They don't actually look at which one is actually like real. Unbelievable. So the 20 out of the 35 system, your blueprint for getting results. But okay, let's talk about the ABCs guy, okay? For the thoughts and feelings, okay? I actually just censored his testimonial. I'm releasing another new one. You guys, I had a Korean student who had a fuck buddy with an Asian woman and a white woman at the same time. Okay? He's like 52 years old at the time. He met more of a, one of those meetup groups, but it's still his day game skills. Now he's probably like 54, 55, right? I kicked him out because he didn't want to pay for training anymore. I just got pissed off. I was unimpressed that he didn't invest in himself. But for that guy, right? He told me that, John, you got to make sure they look at the testimonials, okay? And then they're going to look away and say, oh, other coaches have it. You turn their head, you make them look at the testimonials again. No other coach has it. You point at them and say, look at the video testimonials. No one else has it. Stop assuming. No, but the other people, no, turn their head back at the testimonial. Make them look, make them acknowledge. No other coach has this. No, but they posted the bootcamp documentary. No, these are old stuff from the pandemic. This is not now. Make them look at the new late testimonials that nobody else has. Make them look. That's what he told me. You gotta make them look at it and make them acknowledge that nobody else has it except for me. So let's play the next one. This is brand new, okay? One of them has been posted, the other one's brand new. Nobody's heard it, and you're like, John, you've been holding out on us. You only taught us like fucking 15% of the game with your 2 products. Now you're teaching 30%. You've been holding out all your video testimonials, hoarding it, and not showing it the world because you think people just act like they just forget about it or they just dismiss it and they assume other coaches have it. John, stop being so selfish. But I'm thinking to myself, if I post all the video testimonials, no one cares. Let's play it right now. Let's not waste time. First one been played before, the second one brand new. So if you guys are ready to hear brand new ones, give it a thumbs up, right? Brand new. So I just did it right, like I changed the voice right before, like, make it deeper sounding, just right before. I made this, like, went on YouTube live. Here it is. Let's play it. Okay?
By the way, from 2 months ago, thanks to John Elites from Hard Case to Hero. Prior to taking John, I was...
I'll make it 1.5 speed. Brand new. This one's not new. The next one is. But I've never played the whole one on this one.
RSD and ABCs of attraction student. I prefer John Elite to RSD because RSD does not know how to cater to Asian men's needs, and the instructors will be dismissive of race and thinks that we, as Asian guys, can go about it like white guys. And while ABCs tries to help Asian men, John Elite has them beat in that he better, and emphasize better, understands that Asian men aren't socialized like white, black, and Hispanic peers when it comes to dating. 2, has a step-by-step, day-by-day...
Did he get any lays from ABCs of a low self-esteem Asian boot camp? 0 lays. 0 lays. If he got laid from Night Game, he's finally using my stuff, and then he got laid. And then for Day Game over here, he's same day laid. A white girl. Let's see here. The testimonial is covered, but there's a white girl. I'm not sure if you can see it. There's a white girl in the corner over here. I censored most of it, but if you want to go on my website, you can see like less censored. You can see her body and stuff. It's like a 24-year-old white girl. Redheaded.
Plan to help Asian men develop and acclimate their social skills to the West, especially as it pertains to dating. And 3, has a system that works even for the hardest of hard case Asians. I saw a redheaded woman belled up and she was wondering how she was going to get home. She was sitting on a bench outside of a restaurant early evening, and I went up to her and I sat down and simply used John Elite's indirect stat. I put my inner game issues to the side for a bit and just committed conversation. And then about 11 minutes in, she said she doesn't know how to get home. I am going along that freeway too. I told her she can come with me, but she has to promise that she isn't a crazy person. As she got in, she was telling me, oh my God, I haven't even known you for an hour and I'm getting in the car with you. And so I bring her to the apartment, use her restroom, come out, we talk about life. I maintain my nonverbals and tonality and body.
You see that? Nonverbals, tonality, body language. That builds trust, that builds attraction, that builds seduction. Without doing push-pulls, without doing like a bunch of non-stop sexualizing or any of that shit. If he did that shit, sexualizing non-stop, she would fucking leave and get creeped out.
Posture in via hard case to Hero, and as time went on, I talked slower to her until I went for a makeout.
He talks slower. He's using that tonality stuff.
She complied, and then I went back to making out with her, and then, yeah, she and I ended up doing
This one's brand new. Ready to hear it, guys? Give it a thumbs up. Brand new. No one's heard this before. I finally censored it. John stopped holding out all the testimonials, but on the challenge, I don't mind sharing some of them. Like I said, I have over 40 fucking video testimonials I've not posted. You've only saw like some. Ready? Let's press play. Brand new. ABCs of low self-esteem former victim. Asian, same day, not the same day late. Day 2, day game, another redhead.
So after experiencing success with this approach, I firmly believe everyone should train with John Lee. Don't waste time. Especially my Asian brothers out there. Take this path and forget about nothing. Alright? So I'm a former ABC's of Attraction student, and I was told initially by an instructor.
Yeah, fuck their coaches, right? Their former coaches, the Galian gentlewomen. Fuck you guys, right? Oh, this is an actor? No, this guy is actually in your fucking forum group. He knows exactly what things you posted. You posted some lay pics or something, probably from Tinder or Night Game. Who gives a shit before the pandemic? Who gives a fuck? You have no proof. It's that you can't even do the fucking day game. You guys would just like pull a woman home and nothing happens. No open to sex, and then you become instructors. Eat a dick.
They're from ABCs that dating is no longer effective, and that is all about online and Instagram game now. And I know that was complete bullshit.
Listen to that.
Instagram game now are effective, and that is all about online and Instagram game now.
One of their Korean coaches, a tall, good-looking guy, told him that, why are you still doing day game? You're the only one doing it. Go to Instagram and use online dating. Are you crazy? You're doing this in the United States? Why do day game? He got pissed off. I'll play slower.
I know that was complete bullshit.
Exactly, he got angry.
Because I've had success with John twice now, both during day game too, right? No night game, no Instagram game. And the first time, I used Elite 30 alone to same date a hot redheaded white girl. And the second time, again with another cute redheaded white girl.
So he got 2 white girls, and you think, oh, Asians can't get white girls in the United States? Then how come he got 2 fucking redheads? Maybe he has I'm not sure why he's attracting redheads, but okay, whatever. Why don't he just aim for redheads from now on then?
And this second time is when I upgraded to John Elite's first step booklet, which led me to sign up for Elite Access.
Yeah, he took Elite Day Game First Steps booklet for $5. Is no longer being sold. And then afterwards, he got Elite Access. And then he got another lay.
Best decision. Okay? So if you have the booklet, you really need to upgrade to Elite Access. And so, now onto the story. Okay, and this success happened to me on August 3rd, 2024.
So August 3rd, 2024. It's kind of like in the summertime. So that's still during the inflation.
That's where I got laid with a hot redheaded white girl for the second time. Alright, now onto the story. So this started when I approached her at the grocery store 2 weeks ago. And over there I was asking her for instructions on one of the products. And from there I relayed using the techniques from John's material, keeping the interaction smooth and casual, not direct at all. She gave me her phone number and I set up day 2. When August 3rd came, she came over and I was pretty much able to bang her in less than an hour.
Good.
So what helped me a lot was John's whitewashed fashion advice. He guided me from head to toe.
Yeah, exactly. Whitewash fashion.
What to wear and
not some stupid black fucking like pants and black ninja outfit of Asian masculinity bullshit. Doesn't work. Unless for night game.
The fashion he advised on is important, and it helped me get laid those 2 times. I also wanted to add that I faced gaslighting from Squam Casanova's student who claimed that it's all about night game. So I wanted to also say that, understand that you might have a harmful mental filter that makes you doubt John or come up with excuses for why you can't do this or why you can't do that. Don't let those thoughts control you. Trust in John Elite. Further.
Is he still day gaming after the? Yeah, he's still day gaming, but he's acting like a super zombie lately. He's trying to go back to the old fashioned and stuff, but he'll get laid eventually. Don't worry about it. But he's procrastinating like crazy. His homework assignments are always like last minute. So he's crashing out. You see that? Even the superstar students or good students, they have turned into zombies this year. That's why I need more students. They need to replace the current army. All the soldiers that you see needs to be replaced. Marco, we need to find another Latino. This Asian guy, we need to find another Asian to replace him. The Italian student, we need another Italian. The Jewish white student with 20 lays, we need another Italian. We need another Jewish white student. We need new superstars, new blood, because these guys are like they're finished their tour of duty. And for this guy, he's acting super zombie, so it's kind of fucked up. But yeah, his manifestation, his thoughts and feelings need to be aligned. He's really off lately. You can see how the inflation and the tariff can affect the students, right? So, but yeah, this guy's kind of like, he has like a memory problem too. I think he had a traumatic brain injury. 2 of my students have a traumatic brain injury, TBI. That means they have brain damage, but he's still got 2 lays. So the other person that has brain damage, I'm sure he doesn't mind me sharing it, was the Jewish white student. Although he has no memory, he was able to execute. Maybe that's even better. You know, they both have a brain injury, so they don't have much memory. They hit their heads super hard in 2 instances, but they still could get laid. So it's not a memory thing. It's more like but the thoughts and feelings, right? For this guy is just not good right now. He needs to step up. It's like, if you're watching this later on, right? What the fuck are you doing? You see that? They're crashing out more and more. That means the people that were once superstars are turning into, like, they're not adapting as fast. They're repeating the same mistakes. So I don't know what to tell you. There's something wrong with people. The cortisol is killing them. But they can still get laid. There's not a problem. You'll still see him get laid eventually. I'm pretty sure of it. So his training is gonna get him laid. He just needs to stop being a cunt. And he keeps going back to this fucking Asian fashion.
Forget the Asian masculinity people and their emphasis on bulking up and doing heavy squats.
Yeah, every race of women, it works for every race. Because white women are the hardest. They will say, oh, it's the easiest. No, it's the hardest by the hardest. So if you can get white women, you can get Latinas. You can see a lot of students are getting women of every ethnicity. Middle Eastern women, this, that, all of them. Latinas, every ethnicity they can get. Even black women. So I already posted testimonials. You get the point. But why are they always getting white women? Because ABC students cannot get white women for day game. They can't. It's impossible for their company with mystery method. They're taught by some stupid Latino gentleman guy who basically is using mystery method shit, and he has no proof whatsoever, and he's killing all the other Asians. Because my Asian students, right, even though Queefing canceled Casanova, that Asian dating coach, he claims that the Asians love Asian women, and he talks about fetishizing white women. No, my students naturally don't give a fuck about black women or, you know, or whatever Asian women. They just cannot get their dicks hard. They want some light-skinned, pretty white girl that all Asians want to get, they dream of all the time, and they pretend that they don't like it. They'll be like saying, oh no, the Asian masculinity movement will be like, oh, I like Asian women because they're beautiful. They say exactly the same words line by line. I don't want a white girl. I can get a white girl anytime. It's like, show me proof. And then, oh, I can't do it, but I promise you I could get it anytime a night game. Show me proof. No, but the Asian women are beautiful. These fat Ninja Turtle looking Asians with black shirts, these bulky compound Ninja Turtles, have all screwed you over. Yeah, he's talking about these fat Ninja Turtle, these Chin Nation looking fat people with Queefing cancel Casanova, these compound exercise squatting fucking bulky Ninja Turtles, like just literally turning off all women, and they're trying to stand at the end of the night, as he says, in a nightclub, so they can get laid because they're blackpilling it with big bodies to stand out. That's it. It's not even game.
This is bulking up and doing heavy squats. They all look like bulky Ninja Turtles, believing that's the only way to get the ladies by standing out in a nightclub.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck? And here's the problem. Some of the other Asian students, they always get offended if they cannot build muscles. They'll be like, oh no, Asian masculinity, my muscles are not big enough. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fix your fucking fashion. And they get laid right away. It's not even the fucking muscles that they cannot build. They're like real thin or skinny and they still get laid. Even faster. Because Asian masculinity, which was promoted by ABC's and Queefing canceled Casanova before he was canceled again by Brazil, because I won't want to say because they'll cut off the stream, but they were polling something that they should not poll in parties for women. Let's talk about, I'm not sure, all I'm saying is that age, that's all I'm going to say.
At the end of the night, and you know, that's not even the case, they stand against the wall at the end of the night. Pretty sad. So that approach by the Asian masculinity people is pretty misguided, and this was especially demonstrated by a critic who attacked John out of nowhere.
Yeah, one guy started attacking me out of nowhere. In the past, when I was showing laid testimonials from Asians, I was attacked by the Asian masculinity movement in either 2023 or 2024. They flooded every single YouTube live stream and they start flexing their big fat bodies and saying, oh, I look so great. They're narcissists. I show my students and they have way bigger muscles than them. And they look like shit. My students have small waists, huge V shapes. They could do it in 3 weeks using my system. And they get really big or 3 months. And then these bulky Ninja Turtles are like, ew, look at your bodies. And then they shut the fuck up and I block them all. They're toxic. They're promoting ABC stuff and Queefing cancel Casanova stuff. Asians are brainwashed. They're the first ones to quit. Like I said, in 2023, Asians have fucking crashed out. 2024, Indians have crashed out. 2025, Latinos have crashed out. But the Asian masculinity movement, all the Asians crashed out because of these fat, bulky Ninja Turtles, Chin Nation, double Chin Nation, the fat Ninja Turtle bodies. And they were attacking this guy because he pulled some woman home, or he's going on a date, right? With some Latina, and the other guy's saying, no, she's not Latina, she's Asian. And he just lost his mind. No, she's Latina. Mexicans kind of look kind of like Asianish. And then, you know, but then he got laid with a white girl afterwards. He's gonna swear on him. Listen.
You know who you are. Just wanted to tell you, in your face, dude. I got laid with the hot white girl in Daygame, and you didn't. So men, especially Asian men, you need to listen to John. He's got the right approach, and following his guidance will lead you to success.
I'm not gonna say it's easier. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. I'm not gonna lie to you saying it's fast. I'm just saying we're adapting and that we need a new army, okay? We need a new army of soldiers, and if that sounds like something you want to do, go join Elite Bundle Resurrections. Sign up for a consultation call and stop wasting time. I'm looking for new soldiers. Yeah, I'll still get the old guys laid, but they're not operating on a level that should be, and it is harder, but it doesn't mean it's insurmountable. It's super easy if you don't have autism with Asperger's and sociopathy making excuses. It's super easy. But they're just acting super zombie. They're decaying. But they'll still get laid. It just, they had to compress it so it becomes like more consistent. Is old system more virtuous on a race or type of women? There's no effect. Basically, if you can get a white girl and she's like higher status, even on Tinder, then you can get an Asian girl. You can get a Latina. You can get a black girl. It's a hierarchy. Get it? If you can knock down the top one, you can knock down all the other ones, metaphorically speaking. It's that easy. So they can get them all. What, you don't think so? You think it's all just white girls?
John is the way forward. Thank you, John.
Okay. So why don't we go to all the... Okay, so the Gen Z Latino guy, right? he banged a Middle Eastern girl. No, I mean, he got banged an Indian girl. Okay? So another student, the Jewish white student, he banged Asians. He banged Germans. He banged Ukrainians. He banged like Hungarian. He banged like them all. Same with Marco. He banged a black girl. He banged Latinas. He banged white girls. It's not just one race. Others bang Middle Easterns. It's like, this is like a misconception you're creating. Even this other Indian student, bald, 5'4", he married a black girl. So, hope that makes sense. But yeah, a lot of students do like white girls because no other dating coach can get students white girls consistently and without using alcohol maxing and romantic flirts and heavy bedroom masculation. But that no longer works, so they don't get testimonials. But yeah, they can get any ethnicity. So, but they do like white girls a lot. They definitely do like white girls. This guy banged a Latina, this Indian guy. Want to hear it?
Hey, how's everyone doing today? Hey, how's everyone doing today? So today is April 17th. Yesterday on April 16th, I had a same-day lay with the mixed Latina. She was mixed between Puerto Rican and Mexican. So the story goes that before I went to go date.
Okay. That's one right there. This guy got a Latina girlfriend. He's Jewish.
Hey, I'm 42. It is now March 22nd, 2024. A week ago, I celebrated 1 month with my girlfriend. So I want to tell you a little bit about that. I've been working with John for a few months. And
yeah, he has a Latina girlfriend. See? Right here. See it. So they can get anything, really. Anything you want, you can get it. Hopefully you can see it. Yeah. Well. But he has a Latina girlfriend right here. Get it? So it doesn't matter what ethnicity it is. It could be anything. But it's just, why do people like white girls? Because maybe hypergamy or hypergamy. They believe that if they get white girls, then if they have kids in the future, then they'll have better genes. Maybe that's why they're into it. So... But yeah, a lot of them do like white girls. So sometimes they can even get black girls too. And some of them gets Asians, but they don't really care about Asians. If they can get a white girl, why would they want an Asian? So I should play more testimonials. I can censor more of them, but this guy lost his virginity to another Latina, the Indian guy.
Hey, so how's everyone doing tonight? So tonight I'm doing a video testimonial of me losing my virginity to a Latina that I met during Daygame. So basically I met John a long time ago.
There you go, another one. Here's another Indian student who banged every race.
Hi everyone, so I'm making this testimonial for John Elliott. I've been a student of John Elliott for a very long time, and under his training I just got married recently with a girl who has a better look scale than me. And I'm not sharing any pics right now because I'm not comfortable to share my pics in his channel or his website. But if you want to see my old pics, you can check out other videos. So last year I took, in 2020, I took Elite 60 training under John, and I also took
Elite 60A high income skills. Now he's making $500,000 a year. Now.
Access training. So these trainings have changed my life. Like, these are very powerful training. I learned a lot of high income skills and how to be productive, how to change your life, how to get more salary, and of course how to be better at dating. So because of him only, I was able to find someone I like, and I married. I was able to find a girl who I like, and we got married recently. So this is for all the Indian students who are suffering in their dating life. So John has the exact algorithm. Like, he knows exactly how Indian guys can succeed in dating life. If you are an Indian guy, I'm quite sure you are suffering in your dating life, right? Especially if you are an Indian guy in Western world. So John has a very specific formula for that, and I applied his formula, and I got success, and I got a lot of success. I got a lot of lace under him, and of course I just got married recently. So for Indian guys, for example, Indian guys have a variable SMV. Like, for example, if you are a white guy, you have 10 out of 10, like, based on your race, right? If you consider your race, like there is something called as status based on your race. So white guys have 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 points. They get 10 out of 10 points. But Indian guys, they get only 2 out of 10 points. But Indian guys have variable SMV. John told me that if you're an Indian guy, you are 2 out of 10, but you can raise your SMV by working on your hairstyle and by working on your dressing sense, by dressing properly. Like this blazer, John selected for me. Like, you can see the watch, John selected for me. So these things, they raise your value, and it's easier for you to succeed in dating life. Now, one more thing for Indian guys, which only John has figured out, is like, Indian guys, they can look like a different race.
Yeah, he said in his testimonial somewhere that he banged like every single race, like he got every single race. Is confident tonality the first thing that you learn from the naturals? No, I learned a lot of things. There actually body language can affect the tonality because it can change your state of mind. So it's something you observe. I hope that makes sense, outside in. So outside affects your body language, facial expressions, affects your state of mind, which changes your tonality and changes your words.
Initially, like I look like a Middle Eastern guy. So what John did was he selected a specific dress for me, and using that dress, I started looking like a Middle Eastern guy. So my race, so my points based upon my race, they are now 6 out of 10. Right? Like a white guy has 10 out of 10, a Middle Eastern guy has 6 out of 10, Indian guy has 2 out of 10. But he selected a dress for me in such a way that now I look like a Middle Eastern guy. So now I get 6 out of 10 points based on my race. So that's a magic which only John can do this. So for every Indian guy, right? Every Indian guy, you should come to John. You should raise your status. Because no matter how much you work hard, right? No matter how much books you read, how much courses you join, what to say, what not to say, using pickup lines, all those things, they're not going to work until you increase your status. So Indian guys, you should come to John. He will increase your status. He will make you look like a different race, and he will increase your points. For example, even if you don't look like a different race, but if you are very properly whitewashed, if you dress nicely, you can raise your, you will get 4 out of 10 points, or maybe 5 out of 10 points, right? So this is why I highly recommend John. His programs, Elite 60 and John Elite Access, they have changed my life. They have changed many lives. And before getting married, believe me or not, guys, I got laid with every race. I got laid with a girl belonging to every other race. Like a white girl, a Latina girl, Asian girl. I also pulled black girl, everyone. I got laid with every other race. But since most of the guys, they don't want...
Hear that again.
Like a white girl, a Latina girl, laid with every race. I got laid with a girl belonging to every other race. Like a white girl, a Latina girl, Asian girl. I also pulled black girl, everyone. I got laid with every other race. But since most of the guys, they don't want to have a playboy lifestyle, they want to settle down. That's why I pulled black girl, everyone.
Get it? You guys get it? This guy banged a black woman here.
Hey John, it's me again. Just want to give you my COVID-19 testimonial update. Because I know ever since COVID happened, everything got twisted on its head. I know that people weren't really going out, everybody's wearing a face mask, and everybody was scared to get near each other, and that definitely affected my game. Because I know once before Jahan, I was able to just, flirt a lot more, touch, but in this day and age right now, it wasn't gonna fly. So I know I definitely hit you up, and you recommended me early access. And I know with that, I was able to ask just a lot of questions that I needed clarity on. I know one of the main factors we hit on was my fashion. Because I know once before, I just like a rock star, and it definitely was fun, but I wasn't getting the job done. I wasn't hooking as many sets. I wasn't able to get the dates and everything that I once before was able to get. But once we changed that, and I got a lot more whitewashed, a lot of stuff started to change. I was definitely able to hook a lot more sets, and get a lot of that practice in, which I wasn't getting before through my other type of fashion things that I had. And then I know another thing we hit on was my social skills. Because I know with that, I had to go back to the drawing board with that when I started over to where I was practicing all the things you taught me when I first started with you. And it definitely helped a lot.
This is around COVID-19, right? This is around the time period when we make the first adjustments of focusing on more of the body language and social skills flow drill. You can see early on is more of the body language, and every single year it changes, not because the system doesn't work, it's just more I'm revealing more of the system, they get more points, but it's always 20 out of 35. It never changes.
I'm able to talk to people a lot more, doing everything. It's just everything switched around, and with that, I was able to get my lay on top of all the other extra advice that you gave me that I was having trouble with when I was out practicing out there and all the things that was happening. And you definitely gave me clarity.
The first one was a black girl. He wasn't getting laid anymore when the pandemic hit. And then he got a black girl, then he got like a bunch of white girls afterwards, and then he went to the army. He's still in the army right now. He has like one more year, or this is the last year. Here's another student. He bangs like a Middle Eastern girl, high school student. So
this Asian guy was from the United States. He told me, John, can you
I don't know. Oh yeah, in the background here.
get me results on your boot camp? I would like to see it. That's my challenge to you. I said, certainly. He already has my elite.
This guy bangs some Asians and he fingers some German girl.
So I said, why not? Can you afford 6 days of boot camp? He's like, sure, no problem. I make enough. I was like, come on over. This is where we first met at Pacific Center. Over here, we're going to Zara. I'm updating his wardrobe. This jacket, he got a gray one. Well, he got him a same day late, so it's all worth it. I already know what works and what doesn't work. This is a black jacket, but the one he wore was gray. So even back then, when we couldn't even afford sport cameras, where it didn't exist, he brought his Sony 8500 or 85,000 mirrorless over. There's no sleeve like.
So basically, there's no like cameras, like small little cameras before. It was like huge ones.
But regardless, by the time he's already here, he already figured a 6'2" German blonde in the hospital. Like holy shit, using my playbook. This is just like a later screenshot, but
he actually helped me build a playbook because his camera helped me film some of the lessons, and I was teaching one of tall, self-proclaimed high leg count guy coaches, right, in this boot camp. I'll show you a picture if I can find it.
This is over there. He fingered a 6'2" German. That's exactly what happened. You see him same day laying another prettier Asian woman, and he also pulled another one where I was in the room too. The first
so this is Asian, right? So it's not just one ethnicity.
Yeah, I corrected him, and he got 2 more lays afterwards. She was on her period. Let's just say it wasn't exactly clean. It was quite messy. Here is us Daygame. It was actually October the 31st at that particular time. You can see he's quite a big guy actually, and that's me. But I censored the faces because originally I put this on my site.
And I censored even my own face, which is fucked up. But you can always see, like, way back then, I was a gifted day game coach, like the best in the world already. Now you finally get to see some of the old stuff. Like, holy shit, I'm a prodigy of the game. Seriously, I'm that good. Over years, when I started using these adaptive openers, and people...
Yeah, before we change it to... I changed it to adaptive openers. It's not creative and artistic shit. It's more like X plus Y is equals Z. But now it's just only part of the hybrid opener. The game always, adapts. So I'm very adaptive. Does that make sense? I'm willing to throw away anything. I'm like Elon Musk in a way that he has 5 principles. Number 1, be less dumb. So if you're going romantic flirts, that's more dumb, or mystery method, that's more dumb, or RSD is more dumb. So I'm willing. Step number 2, right, of Elon Musk's principle is to eliminate unnecessary steps. So when you see with Doge, right, eliminate unnecessary steps, be less dumb. You can see him cutting so much waste, fraud, and abuse. My system, I'm willing to cut anything that doesn't work anymore and discard it. Most dating coaches will not cut anything because they love the smell of their own farts. They can't stop smelling it. Oh, it's so great. I'm so great. Like megalomaniacs. I'm a god. It's like, well, you're a god? Well, okay, God, here are 20 more video testimonials you've never seen before on my fucking challenge, God. Fuck you, God. Not God like up there. I mean, to those people that think they're gods. Fuck you.
Lady actually got same day late. And she was prettier than his usual kind of women he gets. He came to me because he wanted more attractive women. And using my Asian Wayne style, I think back then I was still doing this Asian Wayne stuff. My version. And it worked. He showed me a picture of her, and she was quite pretty. And now he can finally get women above his look scale. Congratulations. He's one of the very rare Asians who is actually still like Asian women. Good for him. That's not my thing, but if he likes it, good for him. Here's another picture of her on his phone. The thing is that you don't always need to in-ear coach the students. You just need to point out exactly what their mistakes are. Because in-ear coaching, I see his X-ray tool. If the student knew exactly what to say, what to do, like flight to fighter jet, left, right, when they go home, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And you're gonna see him getting another 12 lays. When he flew over to Asia later on, you're gonna see that and wonder, what the fuck? He's already pulled. That same day late. What happens next? Well, his friend arrived, and this friend, look at him, he's 6.
So he has a friend that's 6'7", right? Let's see if we can show a picture of him. So this is many years ago. You see how tall this guy is compared to this woman? He's 6'7". A tall white guy. But he was the same tall white guy that we saw in the video with David Bond. And they start pulling this Asian woman away from this Asian guy. But he told me that that Asian guy was not with her and she was with him. That's why he pulled her away. But they crucified him in China or wherever. But I'm not saying David Bond is good. That guy's dangerous. So, yeah, of course you get hood girls. Even that Spanish guy can get hood rats. But you see this guy, right? He's 6 foot. I'll tell you why it's important. 6'7". The reason why, the reason why that's so important is because that is one of the tall, self-proclaimed high leg count guy instructors that I taught. He was talking about tall, self-proclaimed high leg count guy that many years ago that he's learning from. But he also learned from me too a little bit. So that means a lot of the instructors in the day game industry are actually my students. UMP student instructor, my student. Most people are connected to Johnny Elite throughout the whole industry. Isn't that weird? All these student instructors are probably my students before. Not all of them, but lots of them. So, yeah. Because I was an underground coach back then. So, let's see. But yeah, that guy's like almost like 2 heads taller than me or something. Where's that video? Anyways, but you saw the picture of him, right? So that is actually one of their coaches. It's actually on their, before it was on their fucking sales letter and stuff like that. Even for their testimonials and stuff too, so. Okay, as Dan Pena says, absent evidence, not evidence of absence. So basically, next thing is the 20 out of 35 system. I know we're taking a long time, but we'll get through this, okay? So your blueprint for getting results, skill set without mindset will lead to upset. I'll say this again. Skill set without mindset will lead to upset. So if you're trying to do the training, right? And you're trying to improve the skill set, but if your mindset is not there, you're gonna be upset and fail. So what's happening these days, even with that former ABCs of low self-esteem Asian student, is that every single few days their mindsets are crashing. Does that make sense? Their self-esteem is so low, In the past, it used to take 3 weeks before they have to go back to the mindset playlist. Now it's like every fucking 3 days, these guys are bench holding. They're like, poof. So I know you guys may be afraid if you're always bench holding, then won't you just get stuck? No, you go back to the mindset playlist, you play the 20-minute text-to-speech audio of your mistakes, and you will reset again. It sucks you have to do that a lot. But yeah, a lot of students have banged women from every other ethnicity, even hood rats. So it's not an issue. It's not an issue. So I don't see what the problem is. There's just like every ethnicity. Just because they like white girls, you cannot tell a student what they like and what they do not like. Because that's really up to the student. It's up to them. You cannot tell them that this is the only thing that you're allowed to get or not allowed to get. Only my students are enabled to keep getting that. So, but they do like white girls because they can. Nowhere else can they do that like this. So they're gonna go for it. So. Yeah, there's so many testimonials here. I'm just scrolling through all of them. There's too many to post. So let me continue. Let's see how many views that we have right now. Eventually I have to get something to eat. I'm not hungry. I ate a little bit before we started. Okay. So there's no way there's only 10 views. There must be something wrong after all this time. Let me double check. Hopefully it doesn't freeze. That's hardly anything. It does say day 4, so why is it so few? Oh, maybe I forgot to put the tags. Oh, this is not good. They're not counting the views, or there's just less people here. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter as long as you guys are here. Let's continue, okay? We have a lot to get through. So let me just try to use the tags from the other video, then maybe that will help. So maybe it's just not reaching the right people. Copy. Shit, that's not a lot of views. Unless people got so turned off, I don't think so. Maybe it's the weekends. We don't know for sure. But the data suggests that this is not good. No, it's not. Wait, never mind. It is not like a fucking 10 views. Is it? It's 54 views. My bad. I thought it was 10 views. No. It was only 10 views because the other one did not work or something. I stopped it. The latest one has 54 views. Oh, good. I thought it was like bench holding or something. All right, let's continue. Who cares about the views? All right. So skill set without mindset will lead to upset. If you believe you can do it, you can do it. But if you believe you cannot, then you are right. Nowhere in my students can ever say it's impossible or they can't do it. I never want to hear that shit. Because the system is perfect. You just have to adapt to it. So belief, the core of transformation, because belief is the engine that drives everything. That means all these things I'm talking about, all these nice 5 mindset concepts, they don't fucking mean shit without belief in yourself, or believe that my system can get students laid, or believe that they can do it themselves. They have to believe. Belief is the engine that drives everything. Without it, you'll second guess yourself, you hesitate to take action, and drag your feet, right? Like the black student, you'll drag your feet through every challenge. You handbrake everything, but with belief, you unlock your potential. You commit to the process. It's not like RSD or whatever. No, this is like the army process. And you approach every situation with confidence. How my belief system ties to the 20 out of 35. You guys heard of it, right? Looks out of 10, right? Belief pushes you to upgrade your whitewash fashion and grooming. Without belief, you'll stick to outdated Asian styles and bench-hold Indian fucking styles because low self-esteem. You always go back. You convince yourself it doesn't matter. But when you believe in yourself and have self-esteem, you become husband material. and then you raise your status, you raise your looks, you raise your money, and then you get laid in 1 to 6 approaches when you drill it down. Number 2 is money. Belief motivates you to project financial stability through your husband material fashion. If you don't believe in your ability to succeed, you resist these changes. I had this guy from Florida, this Chinese guy. He's like, the way he talks is super annoying. He's an RSD victim. Oh, I'll go back to RSD. It's like, that's how he talks. Like, he's like from Wuhan or something. He looks like that. And then he's like, don't you understand that would you rather be competent or confident? That's something we talked about in the last challenge. He's like, I'd rather be confident. It's like, if you're competent, right, then you have social skills and social calibrations, and you can still get laid. You don't need confidence, because confidence equals confidence. He's like a zombie. But I want to be confident. Don't you need charm? Charisma? I never used that word in my life, charm or charisma. I was like, what? What are you listening to? RSD said charm and charisma. He's like having a meltdown, like a Latino. Charm and charisma. It's like, no, you need social skills, social calibrations, and you need to drill it down. But isn't it charm, charisma? And he was wearing a good fashion, and then he ripped it off and he went back to his old stupid pink shirt, or I mean his purple shirt, his fucking sneakers and dark jeans, and he got rejected. Every time he went for a haircut, they keep screwing up his hair because they were xenophobic during the pandemic, because he looked like an Asian wash. They used to beat up Asians back then. None of my whitewash students got in trouble. Everyone, they fit in all the tribes. So if you resist a change thinking they're unnecessary, right? Dressing like a fuckboy or an Asian fob, but with the belief you embrace those upgrades knowing that they'll raise your value. I feel very comfortable when I dress in stuff like this. I feel very comfortable. I don't feel like, I'm overdressing. I think I'm underdressing because I have self-esteem. If you guys don't have self-esteem, you'll never wear stuff like this. Oh, I'm embarrassed because you're a zombie. You have no value. Number 3, status is 10 points. Belief is what allows you to adapt to high status environments. Without it, you feel out of place and avoid those circles altogether. But you gotta dress whitewash to raise your status. If you're Indian, you're bench wash. You're like 2 out of 10, but now it's like 1 out of 10. People hate Indians. Everyone in Toronto is pissed off at Indians, the bench Indians, not the engineer Indians, the shit Indians, the ones that nobody likes, that could never leave India, but now they can leave India because of Toronto. They're letting in all the bad Indians with ADHD that can never leave the country. And now it's all Indians in Toronto. They probably think it's like a golden ticket to white pussy. I don't know where they got the idea. And now they get stuck in Toronto. It's not just Brampton that's full of Indians. It's like the whole Toronto is nothing but Indians now. All Indians, almost. And that's what the student that is making $500,000 a year, he says he doesn't want to have kids there because he escaped India to not be able to deal with this shit, and now it's just full of Indians. He's upset. It's not my words, but even other Indians do not like other Indians. Like, you put 2 Indians in the same room, right? They'll start fighting with each other. It's just how they're like. But if you dress like Benchhold Watch, then you get like a... I don't think they have a 2 out of 10 perceived natural status. I'm going to downgrade it to 1. Because Indians are just pissing off London. They're everywhere. They're colonizing so much of these places. How do you define status? It's not the status. There's many status, right? There's also like high status job, high status lifestyle, high status third world money status advantage for pictures of you traveling. There's also like exotic advantage. Does that make sense? Those are status maxing, but my students don't use that. I call status like perceived natural status. That means what race do you look like? So if a Latino looks like a black person, they become a blackwash. If an Indian looks like a Latino, then he has a 7 out of 10 perceived natural status, now downgraded to 5. Does that make sense? Or he's 4 out of 10 for whitewashed. If you're Asian, you're whitewashed, you're 1 out of 10, unless you go to Latin countries or go to Eastern European countries, then it can go up depending on your lifestyle or depending on other aspects of your Instagram and then your job that you tell her. Does that make sense? You can tell her that you're a doctor or whatever, and they'll raise your status. but that's status. But I'm talking about ethnicity for hierarchy, for status. Hope that makes sense. So Indians are like, they can look like different ethnicities. They can be whitewashed. You can be 4 out of 10. That's how you get out of the kill zone. Or you can look blackwashed and you're 8 out of 10. Confident blacks. So social skills is 2.5 points. Belief gives you the confidence to practice the social skills flow drill rather than just self-amusing and making statements all day with questions. Without the belief, you'll avoid social interactions out of fear of rejections, or you'll go back into statements every single time. Number 5, social calibration is 2.5 points. Belief helps you to stay calm and composed, which is critical, standing 45 degrees because 55% of your communication is nonverbal. Without it, your body language will betray your nerves, turning women off. But when you believe in yourself, your confidence will shine through your posture and eye contact and movements. Number 6, emotional control. Tonality, right? 2.5 points. These days, because people are crashing out, their tonality, you heard Marco, right? He sounds a little bit depressed, sighing a lot. Belief is the key to mastering tonality and staying calm under pressure and being confident. But you can't do that when you're rushing through things, getting stressed out and sighing nonstop. You need to project a calm, confident tonality to attract women effortlessly. Game is 2.5 points. Belief is what allows you to execute the arrow science system. Because to same day lay, right? To not listen to mystery method. You get it. Excellent. Excellent. So to use the arrow science, which has worked for other Latinos and other students, without that belief in yourself or belief in the system, you're going to go back to number closes, mystery method, multiple dates, you're all going to get flaked on. Does that make sense? You won't escalate, you won't sexualize it to the maximum at some point, you won't flirt in between, the backfill of flirts, you won't deal with sexual objections. You need to approach with confidence, knowing that same day lay is the fastest way to get laid. Belief in the mindsets. Number 1, belief fuels everything. Without belief, none of these other mindsets, changeability, teachability, emotional control, will work. Belief is what gives you the courage to embrace change, following instructions and staying consistent. Number 2, changeability for 5 mindsets. If you don't believe in yourself, you resist to change, right? Like some of the students, and you'll stick to old habits and have bad neural pathways, and you'll be a brainwashed sheep. But belief allows you to change because you believe the students can do it, then you can do it, making you adaptable and resilient. Number 3, teachability. Belief makes you open to learning and following instructions. Without it, you'll shut down and reject feedback, like a Latino crashing out, sabotaging your progress. But with belief, you can trust the system and commit to improving. The system is perfect and I can make adjustments, but it's still the same system. It's just sometimes you can change strategies, but you have the same skill set. Emotional control. Belief is what keeps you calm and composed in a high pressure situation. Without it, your emotions will spiral out of control, and also your tonality and vibe will be off. But with the belief, your tonality will stay grounded and project confidence. So belief in long-term consistency, remember? Not short-term intensity, which is not working anymore for boot camps, bench hold camps. It is long-term consistency. Belief is what drives the long-term consistency, which is far more important than short-term intensity. The 30-day challenge and the 21-day challenge, as long as you stick to the protocol, are designed to build habits like an army, but only if you believe in yourself enough to stick with them. Think about it like planting a seed. Without the belief, you'll stop watering the seed and you'll never grow. But with belief, you keep nurturing it day by day, even though you may not see results in the beginning, but you allow it to pop up and grow and sprout off the ground. You must actually believe in yourself, because the mindset is like, you know, like sometimes when you look in the iceberg, right? On the outside, you see like the ice on top of it, right? But you don't see what's on the bottom, all that stuff. The bottom is the mindset. The top is the 20 out of 35. Make sense? So mindset is the iceberg beneath the surface. The 20 out of 35 is the on top of the water. The visible. You're only looking at the visible, but how do you get there? How do you get the visible to pop up? Underneath it. I have like a bunch of plants, right? That I grow. I'm growing a bunch of plants. Some of them, it's called a plantiform. I have this thing I call UIP. That's what the name I call it, UIP. Okay? So I grow a bunch of plants. And let's see if I can find a picture of it. So I think this is a good metaphor. All right. So I took a few pictures whenever the thing grows. Hopefully I can find a good picture. Okay, not the best picture, but the plants have grown, but one of them has not grown, or a couple of them. I should take more pictures of it. This thing's called plantiform. If you can see it a little bit, hopefully. Let me see on cover. Oh shit. You see it? There's like a pod with a bunch of little plants growing out, right? And if you look at the plantiform, I'll type it in, plantiform. This is like a fog ponix. It'll have like a bunch of fog. Okay? Plantiform. Ah, cool. See, this woman's plant grew all the way, right? You can see it. It's like a big pod, like a UFO egg, right? And it's all full of plants in here. You can eat all that stuff. It hasn't grown that big yet. But for me, some of the pods do not grow. So you know what I do? I lift up the pods inside the machine. The big egg shape, right? It's huge. And then I put it into a cup of water for 10 seconds. But one thing I've noticed is that roots will come out of this thing, right? Like long strings. But the ones that are not growing, the hard case ones, and unteachable case ones, it's like the fucking mindset underneath it, right? The roots, they don't grow. They're very short. They're like little short strings. The other ones have like a long string like this long. It's crazy. It looks like a like you know, it's supposed to go through a soil, but there's no soil. But it's the same thing. If you have bad roots, right? Bad mindsets, just like the iceberg underneath is not big. So if you want to grow the top, you got to grow the bottom, the mindsets. Skill set without mindset will lead to upset. That, you know, the beneath the surface lies the mindset, the belief, the teachability, and the resilience that makes everything work. Without the iceberg foundation, the visible part collapses. So during tough times like the inflation or economic stress like the tariffs, belief becomes a lot more critical. It allows you to keep leveling up even when external circumstances are challenging. So why other coaches are failing you, okay? You're wondering, like, how come they're not getting late testimonials? Or they're rarely getting it unless they're super popular, but they only got 1 or 2. Mostly 0. But when you say emotional control is important, don't think about it this way, okay? I'll try to answer that question. Social skills can go beyond 2.5, right? If you're a natural. Most people is just 2.5. Civilians, okay? But if you think 2.5 points is not a big deal, is it? But if you mix social skills with social calibrations, right? That's 5 points. That's huge. Make sense? And also the emotional control gives you 7.5 points. That's huge. That's what a natural is. A natural doesn't have the best game. They all have their own style of game, but they always all are born with the social skills, social calibrations, emotional control. So I would say that if you combine the emotional control with the other 2 things, right? Most people don't know what social skills flow drill is because the day game industry doesn't actually have it. So if you combine the 7.5 points, it is fucking huge. But here's the problem. Because the emotional control can actually go minus 2.5. If you talk super fast, you have a bunch of cortisol pauses, you sound angry or you sound depressed like Marco right now because of the money problems, it can affect your tonality. So you can say that it's very important because if it's minus 2.5 points, even if you have the social skills flow drill down, it'll take away the social skills flow drill. You only will have 2.5 points. Get it? So you gotta make sure this does not collapse because it becomes like a hole in your boat. And if you're really fucked up for your vibe, right? Due to the winner or loser effect, we talked about in challenge 1, then we can say it can sink the boat even further than minus 2.5. So you must have those 2.5 points. And without using the tonality, elite tonality mastery course, you really have no chance. This is the only adaptation that you need so you can build the other stuff too. I hope that answers your question. That's a great question. I love that question. You know, get skills. That's a really wonderful question. Okay. So the OPUAs are all writing in field reports and that's all obsolete now? There's just a bunch of people without any proof. That's just another like white dating coach plausibility. A white dating coach can just talk about their lay count. They can make their own charts. They can write their own field reports. That's not proof of a lay. They can write anything and you'll believe it because they're white. And they're using just game tactics. That's outdated. because after the pandemic hit, it became harder. Then the inflation hit. Then they don't have late testimonials. And then now the tariff, they're not going to have anything. I still need to build my army. I need students to get more late testimonials. So stop punishing me, guys. But the field reports don't mean shit. And whenever a person says, this is my late count, this is my chart, it's like, trust me, bro. It's like, trust me. This is my chart. Trust me. It's like, okay, this is nothing but seeking arrangements, lead gen, right? Sometimes and they use the optics for their social media or community section. It's from fucking seeking arrangements. And then that's supposed to be their proof, and then say some old field reports and some lay count chart that they made. And Tinder is not even lay count, it's just body count. So they have more body count than lay count, because pickup is lay count. If you say pickup, how many lays do you get, then it's not the same. So why other dating coaches fail you, even if you believe in their stuff, is it's nothing to believe in. You need to believe in yourself is essential, but belief in the wrong system will always lead to a failure. Worshipping other white dating coaches or your own ethnicity won't get you results, because most of them rely on optics, not real skills or proven systems. They dazzle you with staged photos, fake confidence, and crutches. Like, if they do get laid, right, you always see a bottle of champagne next to the dresser every time. You wonder why it's always champagne, because they're using alcohol, and they're using that with heavy bedroom escalation so they can deal with the objections without actually dealing with objections and escalating hard. This is almost like Grape game. It's like Andrew Grape kind of style. And crutches like alcohol and mass numbers game or using clout is not even transferable, because these crutches is what you learn in the boot camps. And the problem with optics is optics are designed to manipulate you into trusting these coaches. Trust me, bro. And here's how they fool you. They use recycled testimonials, right, that don't reflect real consistent results. Often these are Tinder-based or staged interactions. Basically, these are just old Tinder shit. Tinder is not lay count. It is a body count, because not pickup. Because you can use AI images, and Indians from India can swipe for you, get the woman's contact information and send it to your WhatsApp. You continue the conversation. You're just collecting the lay. How can this be reliable? Number two, they can use alcohol crutches. Many coaches rely on alcohol to loosen up the women in the bedroom, or to tell their students if they want to celebrate after the boot camp by drinking alcohol. So they buy alcohol and tell the students to escalate her hard, get her drunk as possible, and keep it below the level of Grape. And it doesn't work anymore. That's why they only post old pandemic testimonials for boot camp documentaries. It's the same old shit. They just recut it. It's like an old clothing that they just recut over and over again. I'm posting new stuff that you've never seen before during the inflation. You've never seen any of these testimonials. They're all brand new, but I'm still posting them. They don't have anything like that. So they're just collecting money from boot camps because their crutches no longer works. Or they play a mass numbers game instead of focusing on skill building. They think it's some kind of energy game. They mass approach giving direct compliments, but nothing works. And if their students get laid, it's some ugly Filipina from some tall white guy in some Asian country. Come on. Or stage photo, pictures with women that are often, taken in controlled environments like ABCs, right? They'll show like, they'll lift up the women in the nightclub, or they'll pull them home and they don't have sex, like a gay best friend. Or they stand in the elevator for seeking arrangements, or they're in the party and they're just taking optics or through lead generation from seeking arrangements. These optics create the illusion of success. It's like a basketball player that pretends to shoot the ball in the hoop, and the global game platform scammers are the ones who are like ESPN that are documenting this stuff and interviewing a bunch of scammers and giving them false authority so they don't have to post late testimonials. But they don't teach you how to get from opening to sex in a repeatable way, because they only end up in the cap. And the only ones who ever pull back women home, they're always using alcohol in the bedroom. You see it every time, every single infield. It's all crutches, it's all fake news. The halo effect, that's why you're fooled. Because the halo effect is when you see one positive trait, whether they're tall. Look at all the other Asian dating coaches. Why am I considered last when I should be number one? None of them has done the same day lay from open to sex. None of them. For Daygame. Never. Number two, they don't have late testimonials for Daygame. None of them. Or very few of them. Queefing Cancel, Casanova may have a few. ABCs only have like 9 or something like that in total for the whole career. And the other guys, like these rectangular face, Asian Bruce Lee, they only have like 2 or something, very few. And you got these Galian gentlewomen that have 0 for day game. It's all a fucking scam. Asians are so fucking low value, they have to go Latin countries to get those 4 points for status maxing. They come to the America and nothing happens. None of their students get laid. Now they're teaching boot camps back in America. Nobody's getting laid. Why? Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I doubt they have many boot camp students. They probably have one now. Because I flooded the entire Asian dating coach search engine. If you search that, you'll find my videos everywhere. It's kind of annoying them, but it's like, it has an effect. Sure, they're not coming to me because they're all brainwashed by white or by halo effect, because they think if the Asian dating coach is tall and strong or better looking than me, then they must be better. Asians are brainwashed because they're sociopath. The more sociopathic, the more they worship, the more narcissistic, the more triggered Asians. That's why they crash out in 2023. You must stop believing in the halo effect of Asian dating coaches or white dating coaches. Unless a white dating coach shows a same-day lay, okay, for open to sex. Until we actually see that, it has never happened in our lifetime. Only one guy did it, but that guy's crazy. He's from Latvia. And he got in jail for a grape. I think in America prison for it. But he was the only one that showed from open to sex. But that guy's a complete psycho. He will actually blackmail his students and take their stuff. And they'll send all the stuff to their families and friends to blackmail. That guy's a complete psycho. He's like crazy eyes. Only one guy for a white guy, but the rest of them do not have it. He doesn't have that many, but he has some. So, tall, good-looking guy, like Russian-looking guy, complete psycho. And he doesn't mind if I say that. He respects me. They don't fuck with me. No coaches. You have to be super sociopathic, but you get crushed by all the student results that I show. So, if no white dating coach can same-day lay, right, and you've never seen it before, they are probably zombies like you. They're not like the white naturals. They're all liars. They're all scammers. Then this is just like marketers. They're almost like, imagine like, I'm not saying like Russell Brunson or Alex Hormozy, marketers, right? But imagine like hypothetically, right? I'm not saying about them. I'm not trying to defame them. I'm saying, what if they actually were dressed up like dating coaches and pretended to be dating coaches and start teaching boot camps and making stuff up? That's exactly what white marketers are. They look like dating coaches, but they're really just marketers. They think it's lucrative, and they always have a second job. I only have one job. I'm a dating coach. Mental trauma cure is not like I'm a therapist on the side. My main job is a day game coach. I don't have a second job. But all white dating coaches always have a second job because they don't make a lot of money. But when they do make some money, then they just sell boot camps. They just show optics on the Facebook. They're all scammers. It's all a scam. I'm telling you guys, Johnny Elite, the world's best day game coach. Show me one person that has more late testimonials for pickup than me for day game. And even during the inflation, during the pandemic, before it, nobody. Johnny Elite, the world's best day game coach. Coach, I'm not saying PUA, but coach. The world's best day game coach is saying they're all scammers or they're using crutches. The whole industry is sick. And now you see it because they're exposed because of the inflation. I was like so happy. Oh, good. The inflation is going to expose these guys. Sorry. Okay, so I said the inflation is going to expose these people. Can you hear me? I just muted for a second. And then guess what happens? They don't even post late testimonials anymore. And people got delusional during the inflation. So something happened. Rather than thinking, yes, they're all going to get exposed, right? I'm like Donald Trump. I'm going to win this election. I got 56 late and post testimonials in 2024. I'm going to win this election. And then they're fucking fake news. They ignored it. They stole the fucking election. They ignored me completely. And the platform scammers, people turned further to the left. They became woke and brainwashed or zombie. Instead of woke, think zombie. They got so brainwashed by the optics. That's why they're stuck. And their belief is 100%. They believe the white dating coaches or the Asians one who are better looking than me, 100%. They assume they're credible in every other area. That's why halo effect is. Halo effect means one area they think is good, then all of it's good. All the bad stuff becomes good. So we should look at what halo effect is. Okay? So, what is halo effect? So, halo effect, plural noun. Halo effects, the tendency for impression created by one area to influence opinions in other areas. Wait. You guys are not listening to this. Let me say this again, very slowly and carefully. Were you teaching underground that you and me going with the system you taught or direct? No, I wasn't teaching direct. So, when were you teaching underground? I used to know that former like UMP coach, the 5'4" Filipino guy, long time ago, more than 10 years ago. I was an underground coach. Does that make sense? So was self-proclaimed high leg count guy. We're all underground. We were not known by anybody. Just within the PUA circles, we were known. So I've been teaching since 2012. In real life, I was teaching immersion and boot camps. And then I started teaching online in 2016. So, but around that time, when I knew him, around 2016 or 2017, actually around 2016, yeah. So that's how I knew him. And I was in a forum group with a different dating coach in California, underground guy. And I was promoting my stuff, and I got into a fight with him. But then this guy started showing me all the stuff of the other guy does not work. His direct game shit. And that's how we became friends after so many years. So that's how we knew each other. Way before like UFO, UMP was even a dating coach. Way back then. So he always knew me. But one day he decided to train with me because he got like 10 flakes in a row. He said, fuck, I want to train with John. Enough is enough. And then right away he starts getting like laid, and he got like 150 lays. And he kept sending me all the lay pics and stuff because all the other coaches were angry that he was training with me, or they're trying to take credit. But it was saying Johnny Lee was the one that got me the results. And I showed the screenshot, and they're like, oh fuck, it was John. And they're always angry at me. It's fucking John. That fucking John guy, man. Then eventually he went over to that side. But it was all my skills. Otherwise he would just have 33 lays. He claims that's not the first same day lay he ever had, but for day game that was for my training. But a lot of things changed. So he had 180 lays, but minus the 33, roughly 150. But it was my skills that boosted him. It's not like the other people completed the training. No, it's just using my stuff. That's all. It's simple. And they say, oh yeah, I don't think it's as natural. Yeah, I was very technical back then, but it works. He did exactly everything perfect. It was an easy case. Good social skills. Very good fashion too. Me and him, we always had the best fashion. So, but he was in Australia. So you see that? Listen carefully. Halo effect. Halo affects the tendency of an impression created in one area. So what's that one area, guys? So if it's the tall white coach, the words white and tall is one area. Now all the flaws that they have, no same day late infields, only Tinder testimonials. Now it says that in one area to influence the opinions in other areas. Now that is erased, get it? No longer would they think about the Tinder testimonials or just the positive YouTube comments, which is unverified. All that disappears, they all collapse because of that one thing, because they're tall and white. Or they're Asian, they're strong, or they're good looking. Therefore, all the other bad traits of lack of late testimonials are all erased, get it? That's the halo effect. Now you believe them, the optics, because they don't need much besides because of the ESPN global game platform scammers. Because the ESPN interviewing these people, they build authority, and they just need the minimum optics, and you believe them because the halo effect. So this halo effect thing is not bullshit. It's actually real. I'm reading from this. The tendency for impression created in one area to influence opinions in other areas, it should be in all areas. That's why people become sheeps, because this is psychology, guys. The halo effect is, I'm not making this shit up. So you guys have fallen victim. Even the other Asians have crashed out in 2023 because of the halo effect. They didn't care about my lay testimonials. It could not overcome their halo effect. It overcome my lay testimonials plus the platform scamming of false authority, or people that just pretend to shoot in the hoop with optics and standing next to other basketball players or women. They overcome with their optics and their plausibility because people became more delusional, crashing out due to low self-esteem. Are you guys getting it? Now that you understand all these concepts, you can see how they all connect. This is a cognitive bias that many socially impaired individuals with narcissism, they fall for it. So if you lack social skills or awareness, you're more likely to overlook the red flags like fake testimonials. And actually, no, I wouldn't say fake testimonials. No dating coach actually fakes their testimonials. It's too much of a risk. All my testimonials are real. You heard Marco say it. They're all real. If anyone fakes their testimonials, the only person that ever faked their testimonials was ABCs of low self-esteem Asians. One time, one of my students who just joined Elite 30, he wants to join like something else later. He doesn't have time. But he was on the sales letter of Elite, his sales letter of the ABCs of low self-esteem company. They were just filming optics, and he sent them a social media post, but they changed all his words with Photoshop. They're the only one that faked the testimonials. But other than that one, another dating coach with romantic sexual frame, they faked the testimonials for their immersion program. They say that the students got laid over there, or same day love is bullshit. They didn't get laid. They just only poed. They only got laid afterwards for one guy with the ugly Asian woman. They faked it. These are the only 2 times that dating coaches have ever faked a testimonial. But no other dating coach will risk faking testimonials unless they win at all costs. You have to be a complete sociopath. These are the only 2 instances of faking testimonials. Nobody fakes testimonials. If they don't have testimonials, what they would do for coaches is that they won't post it. So for example, like Coach Kyle, he doesn't have people laid, so he only posts like 3 of them. He only got 3 students laid. That's the truth. So they don't post it. Todd V only got 3 people laid, so they don't post new ones. They don't have it. Does that make sense? If ABCs does not have laid testimonials, they just stuff it with reviews and stuff. So they call testimonial stuffing. My one is all real. You can see the lay pics. This is before the age of AI. There's not a single fake lay testimonial. I can call any of the students right now and talk to them. Any of them. So, let me see this student. Where the fuck are your other infields? Do you want to be kicked out? Right? It's already fucking late. Where the fuck are your infields? Right? Then get the fuck back out there. Go to Walmart or something and get me some more. Right? Go to 7-Eleven if you have to. Stop fucking around. Get the happy, fun, carefree, positive vibe. You see that? You gotta treat the zombies like zombies. It's not like to scare you off. You gotta treat like a fucking army. Like you're the leader and you step on them until they fucking do it. Go outside a fucking nightclub. I don't give a fuck, right? Don't go inside it. Get me that fucking infield. The other student. You're still practicing the breathing exercise. Listen. Stop fucking sending me the breathing exercises. Your mindset is crashing. Go listen to the mindset playlist or I'm fucking banning you for 3 days. 3 days. This is for the Latino Gen Z student. He's mentally crashing out. You see that? They crash out like crazy. Here's the guy who's like, hey, where the fuck are your infields and your homework assignments? Why are you crashing out? You're showing everyone in front of the YouTube challenges how you guys are turning into fucking zombies because of the tariff and the inflation. Zombies. Right? You better get me the fucking infields. He's like, oh, I'm scared of John now. That guy's tough. You have to be tough. Zombies will eat you alive. If you be nice to zombies, they don't actually do shit. You have to ban them sometimes for a long time. And then they'll learn, but they don't learn shit. Then you ban them again or you kick them out and they'll come back begging and then they'll finally do it and then they go back to bench holding. I'll get them laid, no problem. But they have to fix their tonality to hide their autism. All right, let's continue. But I'm just telling you the truth. People are not the same as before. So if you're going to join here, you better be coachable and actually change. You better believe in yourself. You better be changeable. You better be teachable. And then you better have skills and you better have the right thoughts and feelings. These guys are really zombies. They're decaying. So we need new blood that is not decaying. Overlooked red flags like fake, no, it's not fake testimonials, but only 2 coaches ever fake testimonials. The rest have never faked it. Nobody fakes testimonials. It's too risky. And the one that's suspicious was the former ABCs, the Galilean gentlewomen. They write their testimonials for their students. I find that suspicious. I'm not sure it was fake. It could be real. People don't fake their testimonials, ever. If they don't have it, they don't show it. They just show like, optics or whatever. No one in the right mind will risk their entire career. I've been a day game coach since 2012. I'm not gonna risk a single fucking testimonial. Every single one was real. None of them are AI. This is before the age of AI, since 2016. Not a single one is fake. What happened is what happened. All real. They're not actors. I don't pay them for shit. They don't get a single fucking dollar, like Marco said. They don't have a single gift, nothing. The only thing they don't get is yelled at. That's it. I run this like an army, like I'm Sun Tzu from The Art of War. Let me tell you a story about The Art of War. And I think this is a good story. This is how I trained my army. I know I scared the shit out of a lot of people, but Art of War, concubine story. Okay? How did Sun Tzu, the greatest general, a Chinese general, 500 BC, before Christ, how did he control an army? All right, here. There's another ad. Oh, fuck. Always ads. All right.
King Helu, ruler of the Chinese state of Wu, agonizes over a growing threat. A hostile neighbor is poised to invade. Desperate to defend his kingdom, Helu summons one of the greatest military minds in history, Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu is important because he has a cohesive, holistic philosophy of how to approach strategy. If you listen to Sun Tzu, if you follow his principles, you will be victorious.
If you listen to Johnny Elite, which is like a reincarnation of Sun Tzu, you will be victorious. General Johnny Elite.
If you ignore him, you do so at your own peril because you will definitely lose.
If you crash out like a Latino, you will definitely lose.
Sun Tzu assures King Helu that he can train the smaller Wu army to overcome and defeat the larger invading force.
King Helu asks Sun Tzu, challenges Sun Tzu in something of a mocking way. He says, you claim that you can turn anyone into a soldier. Can you turn these palace women, these spoiled, soft concubines, into a fighting force?
Concubines is probably another word for like prostitutes or hoes that are the king's prostitutes or something.
Sun Tzu answers, of course I can. He simply shows the women what the important maneuvers are. He chooses the two most senior of these concubines to serve as platoon leaders and charges them with making sure discipline is observed in their units.
But when Sun Tzu orders the exercise to begin, the women simply laugh.
So even though he shows the maneuver to the women, right? They're just giggling. They're like, this is stupid.
Sun Tzu say, well, okay, maybe my instructions were not clear to you. Now, let me rephrase again my instructions to you. In simple language, he told the concubines, when the drums is sounded, you as concubines must assemble as soldiers with your spears, with your swords, and fall in line. Second time, what happens? They still giggle away.
See, the women are still laughing. The second time they play the drums and say, do the formations, the women are like, hey, this is so stupid, right?
But Sun Tzu says, if the orders are unclear, it is the fault of the general that the troops do not obey. But
see that? He says, if the orders are not clear, it is the fault of the general. But the orders are clear.
The orders are clear, and my orders have been clear. It's the fault of the subordinate officers that the orders are not obeyed.
There is only one way Sun Tzu can convince the concubines that he is deadly serious.
So what does he do to the women? What is he gonna do? He fucking beheads the leaders of both of them, both units.
is a matter of life and death. This is the key principle of his teachings. Once understood, everyone from the leader down to the individual soldier will be motivated to win.
When I kick out bad students, right? They see me do that, and I start having a great leap forward. I do that once a year, and I start moving them around, maybe to different programs. People get scared, and they're like, fuck, they better not fuck with John. And then they start to fall in line. I run it like an army. So join my army, because most armies are very competent. They can fight wars. Don't you understand? Discipline equals freedom. I know it scares you, but I was trained with the IDF ideology with Krav Maga. Israel is extremely good at what they do as war fighters. These guys are seriously good, but they always practice with habits. They're even better than the United States Army, to be honest. Way better. They're fighting all these people, right? All these Arab countries, and they're not only surviving, they're thriving. And my prediction is at the end of the year, they're gonna knock out the nuclear reactors, but they can only kill like 30% of it, but they'll take out the whole leadership for that Kilimani guy. My predictions will come true, you'll see. Then the Iranians will overthrow the government by what I see, right? My psychic vision. They'll overthrow the government and they'll protest, and there'll be an overthrow. So it's gonna work. United States is gonna let Israel go for the attack.
Sun Tzu appoints 2 new officers. The women now follow his orders without hesitation.
Could be.
Another fucking
Because
ad.
with Phoenix.ca.
Don't you see that? Because the king summoned Sun Tzu and says that I want to see a test if you can get these women, these prostitutes, if you can get them in line. And he was able to do it. He first of all says, this is my orders. If it's not followed, you just finished what? The mindset playlist? I feel like kicking someone out right now. But yeah, don't worry if you get kicked out, right? Because you might move to the right program where you belong. Some people cannot handle the Navy SEALs level of training or IDF. And I was like, oh, I don't want to be in the army. Well, why not? Armies are great at what they do because discipline equals freedom. Long-term consistency beats short-term intensity. All armies train the same way I train the students. It's like an army. So, as I was saying, assuming credibility based on superficial traits like height, looks, or clout, right? That's what you're doing. Ignoring the lack of proof showing real consistent results from code approach from openness sex. This is why so many engineers or Asperger's students are drawn to boot camps. They assume the coach's optics means that their system works, but they're Asperger's, of course. They have the money, but they're delusional because they're socially impaired, but they're being misled. So why their systems don't work? These coaches don't teach transferable skills. Even if they get results themselves, which is rare with the 4 out of 10s, without the optics, they don't know how to teach others to replicate those results. Think of it like worshipping a basketball player. Just because someone can play doesn't mean they can actually teach you how to play. Many of these coaches don't approach anymore. They just rely on stage photos or outdated stories. They use gimmicks like Muay Thai in Asian countries on Facebook, and they flex, or lead generation tactics using seeking arrangements, lead gen, creating an illusion of success is not even pickup. They focus on marketing, not coaching. Their goal is to sell you boot camps. I'm not here to sell you boot camps. They're not here to achieve long-term success. They're trying to make as much money as possible. The RSD playbook, they're good marketers, but bad coaches. RSD has a similar groups, they look like the experts in public speaking, and they're marketers, but they know how to write speeches and run free tours. One of my Australian students that are Asian went to my boot camp, and he was able to recite RSD Jeffy's speech exactly word for word. Because they know exactly every single thing they're going to say and how to manipulate people with NLP. So streams have leveled up tremendously. Yeah, thank you. So And they manipulate you into thinking their boot camps are the solutions. But their advice is designed to keep you stuck so you keep coming back for more. They don't teach you how to succeed in the real world sober day game without alcohol maxing, or build long-term repeatable skills like my army, or go from opening to sex without crutches. Their crutches no longer work. That's why they only post old bootcamp documentaries. Why my system works and why you're ignoring the 660 laid in post testimonials. Let's be real here. My students got laid through day game, not through Tinder, or not by relying on alcohol, crutches, not spam approaching. You can see even the Italian guy gets laid in 1 to 6 approaches now. And just like the Chinese guy with 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, they got laid through cold approach day game, going from opening to sex. That's the reality backed by 660 laid in post testimonials. And here's the issue. I've been posting these testimonials, showing them you like proof, and yet many of you choose to ignore them. I've recently shared over 56 laid in post testimonials last year with lay pics and censored voice for some of the students, but that's just scratching the surface. Even if I showed it for this challenge, there's hundreds of more that haven't even been posted yet. Well, not hundreds, but at least there's like 40 more. But so what are you ignoring the proof? Maybe it's not about money, it's about something deeper. Maybe it's the mental blocks holding you back. There's a good chance you've fallen into the MGTOW mindset, men going their own way, where you've given up on yourself and you decide that day game doesn't work for you. Or maybe it's low self-esteem, that's why it keeps you stuck. You start deluding yourself, half-assing your efforts, following the wrong advice from tall self-proclaimed coaches or Austin Summers, who all their students do is just pull. They don't actually get laid. They just pull a woman to a party and that's it. Everything's a pull. He just pulls an Asian student at home with the women because of his SMV, and he starts playing video games. That's like just pull. And eventually they're quitting altogether. These mental blocks are what stops you from taking action, even when the proof is right in front of you. You've never seen Ross Jeffries get a student laid. It's just a bunch of old farts, right? For my generation, these old farts that don't do shit with NLP. But he's platform scamming. They're just like interviewing him like, oh, I'm the OG basketball player. No, you're not. You're full of shit. I'll roast you soon. Another reason you might be ignoring the evidence is because of the halo effect, right? You see other dating coaches who are tall, white, and good looking, or Asians and tall, good looking. You assume they must know what they're talking about, or they have muscles. But if you look at they look like the part, but they must be credible, right? Halo effect. But that's just an illusion. Optics don't matter if their students aren't getting laid. I mean, ABCs, they get one student laid in Latin country, right? Mexico, Peru, for the last, 3 years? And the truth is their students aren't showing any real day game laid testimonials. They're not showing proof that their system works. They're relying on Tinder screenshots, like they're taking screenshots of a student from from YouTube, and that's the testimonial. They never show a lay from the Tinder because they're all ugly war pigs. They're all like 4 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. Or they just use seeking arrangements lead gen to sell you a dream that doesn't exist. Not from open to sex. You never see it beyond the cap. Let's talk about these so-called coaches for a moment. Many of them are nothing more than global game platform scammers. They rely on optics to create the illusion of authority. They'll post photos with women in elevators like seeking arrangements lead gen, or in controlled environments, but none of it translates to real day game success. Or they might have 2 because they're super popular. Your students may have like 2 lay testimonials and that's it. And that's it. They'll distract you with Tinder testimonials, which is not even pickup, or positive YouTube comments, but they never show anything from opening to sex because they don't have the skills to teach it. They rely on gimmicks like alcohol, mass numbers game, or night game, or Tinder shit, but it's all smoke and mirrors. But let's compare that to my system. My students show real lay pics, and they get laid. And these aren't actors or AI-generated images or videos or paid testimonials. They're all real students who succeed in day game. No other coach in the industry has this level of proof. And even Galilean gentlewomen, they can't even believe it because they're jealous, because they don't even know how it's possible to get so many students laid. So it must be fake, right? No, your one is fucking suspicious. You're just writing the testimonial and just posting a random screenshot of them dancing on a dance floor, and that's a testimonial, right? Fake news. Because their students aren't getting laid through day game, like they don't even have a fucking day game laid testimonial. My system is built on real skills that anyone can replicate, not on optics or gimmicks. Or Elite 30, for example, teaches students how to fix their body language, social skills, emotional control, and critical factors for day game success. Elite Bundle Resurrections combine my best courses, including Elite Tonality Mastery, which helps students get laid even during the tough times like the inflation. These programs are designed to work from anyone from complete beginners to advanced students, and proof is in the testimonials. They bang women of every ethnicity, even fucking hood rats if they wanted to. You seen the evidence. My Jewish white student, for instance, went to a white dating coach and got 0 lays for day game. He got laid for night game. So he has at least some believability. But after switching to my system, he achieved 20 lays through day game. And that's the difference between my system and theirs. My students don't just improve, they feel better about themselves and say on the testimonial, I learned about my sticking points, I learned some things. You learn nothing because you didn't get laid. They actually get their fucking dicks wet. That's the only metric that matters. Not about the coach is this good. No, fuck you. There's all optics. It's not just about the skills. Skills without mindset won't work. My students succeed because they believe in themselves. They adapt to feedback and they stay consistent. That's the 30-day challenge and the 21-day challenge, so they are effective. They build long-term habits that lead to consistent improvements and more lays. The reality is that other coaches are failing you because they focus on optics over substance. They don't teach you transferable skills, and they don't have any real day game lay testimonials to back it up for their claims. They rely on halo effect to manipulate you into thinking that they're credible, but assumptions don't lead to success. Day game lay testimonials are the only proof that matters. So if you're still worshiping these coaches and all your believability index is based on their lies, you're acting like a sheep. You're falling for the same traps that most people or most men get stuck that are zombies. Tinder matches doesn't count as lays. Alcohol doesn't teach you day game. Doesn't work during the fucking inflation. Stage photos don't prove anything. You need to stop assuming these coaches knows what they're talking about because they look good on camera. I mean, the only thing that matters is whether their students get laid for day game. A bootcamp documentary is just evidence that's not actually proof of a lay because it cuts off and you don't see the alcohol shit. And it doesn't even work anymore. So they cannot post day game bootcamp documentaries recently because it's like they can't collect it. Because when the students don't even pull or get laid, they're like, fuck. All that goes down the toilet. Shit next year. Same thing. Fuck. None of them got laid. The day game industry is full of delusions, low self-esteem individuals who fall for optics instead of focusing on real skills. Society has become more narcissistic and woke, with people with virtue signaling instead of taking responsibility for their growth. Logic has gone out the window, and people are more focused on appearances than substance. So, alright, we're gonna level up tremendously. This is why my system is so effective. It cuts through the noise, focusing on real skills and real results. My students don't just learn, they get laid through day game. That's the bottom line. Elite 30 plus Elite Tonality Mastery is the new opportunity. You tried the old stuff, right? Have a new opportunity. Elite 30, Elite Tonality Mastery, the 21-day challenge and the 30-day challenge back-to-back are the ultimate opportunity for 2025, forming the foundations of my Elite Bundle Resurrection Army. This isn't just a claim, it's already proven to work. Some students already got laid, some already procreated, and one of them had a miscarriage. So you don't need to question whether it'll work for you because it has consistently delivered results for students from all walks of life. Some of my best students have used these programs together and achieved incredible transformations. But they didn't learn Elite Tonality Mastery directly from the inner circle. They did, but they also used their Elite Access. Now we're gonna cut all the inner circle courses over 15 hours of content, closer to 15 to 20. We're gonna cut them down to maybe like 10 to 12 hours. It's gonna have many modules, many different exercises, and now you learn 30% of my game. Take, for example, the students with 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses. Not only did he achieve those results, but he also got married to 1 actress, and his success came from learning Elite Tonality Mastery through Elite Access, through Elite Bundle 2, now called Elite Bundle Resurrections, and applying the principles consistently. Similarly, his friend, the 5'8" Italian student, followed the same system. While his results weren't as extensive, he still achieved significant success, and that with a fuck buddy he genuinely loves and doesn't want to replace. And he got a lot of 9 out of 10 looking women. These stories prove that you have to follow a system and put in the effort and you will see results. Next, I'll be sharing the story of a Jewish white student who achieved 20 lays during the inflation period and continued to succeed this year. These aren't just isolated success stories, they're proof that the combination of Elite 30 and Elite Tonality Mastery, which he kept practicing over and over, I can post the drills eventually in the product, of them practicing across different types of students, the secret sauce, so that way they can hide the zombiness regardless of their starting point. The key is consistency of compression of your training. You must practice over and over again without taking more than 2 days off like an army, and you don't need to believe in yourself at first. You just need to trust the system, my military IDF system. I know you don't like Jewish people, but I do. The system is proven to work, and the results speak for themselves. The difference between top students and bad students is simply top students compress their learning. They're practicing consistently, often 8 or 9 times a week, tracking their progress with a punch card, believe it or not. I actually put this, if a student practice and they actually correct it, I give them 1 check mark on the punch card. All the other students who got laid did it for 9 or 10 times or 12 times a week. The other guys who do not practice, they only do it like once or 3 times, is not going to work. You can't just pump your state. Short-term intensities, long-term. Also, if you go out to nightclubs, can this system still be? Yes, absolutely. Think about it this way. If day game is 20 out of 35, right? Night game is 15 out of 35, because in nightclubs, you technically are, you're asking a lot of questions here, right? But you're not like the former student, right? You're not like the like, are you for certified finest, right? You have like a female avatar, right? Are you half Latino and half white? Are you who I think you are? Based on your questions, I deduced that possibly. You don't have to say directly, but just give me a hint. What's your ethnicity? Are you a man? Women will not ask these kind of questions, so I think it's the avatar. Tell me more about yourself. Are you from the United States? All right, let me continue. So you gotta track the progress like a punch card. You're like, I don't want to use a punch card. Actually, all the students will use a punch card. So, okay, good. Anyways, you're banned for like, let me figure out how long. Or maybe I should not ban you because you still send 1 audio even though it's short. Tomorrow I want 3 audios of happy, fun, carefree, positive vibe. First day of Elite 30. You're gonna start again like you're a fucking beginner. Yeah, he was the Indian student that got mini lays. So, all right. Now I want you to practice the transition, okay? Send me audios of that now. Because you fucked it up. It went downwards and then went back up. You should not do that. It should be evenly up there. I want to have at least 3 of them right now. Fix it. All right. Even students who practice for 5 times a week can still get late, but the bad students, they stop practicing entirely at the moment. They see a little progress. They run away from the process instead of leaning into it. Running away is the behavior of losers. Procrastinators are losers. People with outdated Pentium 1 brains who refuse to adapt are losers. Unteachable cases. I'm on YouTube Live right now, right? For the challenge. Right? So. Okay, he's practicing right now, so I'm just letting him know. Unteachable cases are losers, but the system is proving a formula that works for everyone who puts in the effort. In today's climate, with inflation and economic pressures like the tariffs, it's easy to get confused when the stock markets are crashing, you know? Then you're feeling brainwashed. Or stuck in survival mode. The winner and loser effect is real. Winners keep moving forward while losers spiral downwards. If you want to avoid being affected by these external pressures, you need to follow the exact system laid out for you, like an army. It's not a massive commitment. If you only have to do 30 days for Elite 30, followed by 21 days for only 10 fucking minutes a day. 10 fucking minutes. Right? Can you do that? So if you're an engineer, oh, I gotta work all the time. 10 fucking minutes. Who gives a shit? Who gives a flying fuck? That's like 51 days. That's hardly anything, right? That's like less than fucking 2 months. And you go by faster, right? Then you can mass approach. Compare that to mass approaching for 51 days in a row, reinforcing bad habits, RSD. Instead, you can spend 10 minutes a day on drills, compressing your learning and building lasting skills. This is why you don't need to worry about whether the system works for you. It already works. The only thing you need to do is to follow it. So if you can't believe in yourself yet, believe in the testimonials. They're all real. All these students that have not posted yet, they're students just like you with the same problem who have succeeded. There are shorter students than you. There are more Asian students, more Indian students, and more students who will start off worse odds than you. So what's your excuse? Even if you're a bad student, as long as you dress well and fix your hairstyle and follow the system, you will likely end up with a lay anyways. So should I call this student? Maybe I can call him and just confirm things.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. How about you hear it going down? Has to be the same thing. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. Has to be the same note up there, the same highway. Makes sense?
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. How about?
Can I call you, even though I'm on the air? I can fix it faster this way. Normally, I don't call the students, but if they're not getting it right away, then they're delusional. Just don't tell them any information about you that's private, like your name or anything like that. Right. Don't worry, nobody will know who you are or your location. Is that fine? Make a decision. I don't have a lot of time. If he's not willing to pick up, it's fine. Yo, so don't tell any information about yourself, okay? Like, identifiable.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's practice the exercise, right? Try again. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. How's he up there, right? Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
About you, how come you have to push at the end, right? It's like a bumpy road. So you gotta imagine it's like a TSP, right? Teasing state projection. You're going 75 miles per hour, you're in a higher lane. If you go downwards, you're gonna swerve your car and hit the other lane, right? On NSP, right? And then you're gonna cause an accident. So why swerve? It's like a piano key, right? Oh, by ding, 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 ding. Get it? Oh, by the way, I just learned something about you. Sounds stupid, but it works. Women don't actually understand that it sounds stupid. They only understand emotions, right? In relative SMB. Try it.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
No, you're going upwards, right? Oh, by the way. No, it has to start with the top lane. Does that make sense? From the very beginning till the end. Oh, by the way, I just know. Go.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, go good.
Oh, yeah, I'm having trouble hitting the high notes.
Why don't you say why don't you say ding 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 like a bell?
Ding 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 ding.
Now say, oh, by the way, I just noticed. Don't change up and down.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
You see, about went down, right? Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
Good. So you can, it's almost like pressing a button. And the reason why you say that is you have to change the topic, right? So if it's all the way up there, right? All the ding, 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 right? 100%. You open 100% of the sets. Because she's going to say what, right? Think about it, surprise, right? You're looking for something, right? And then all of a sudden, something just snaps at you. You notice something about her. You notice that she has curly hair and she's kind of curvy. Is she from Mexico? Right? But you didn't know that because you're asking a question, get it? But you're switching it so you're not a pickup artist. It's just naturally you notice something. So you have to act surprised, get it? even if you're not emotionally strong, right? But you have to know that that's what she feels. And she's gonna say what? Because it's social expectations. Excuse me real quick. I have a question. I was looking for a place called Zara. Do you know where I can find it? Right? And it's good that you went right away, but you were like, oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. And it's gonna freak her out, right? But if you say, like, all of a sudden, you gotta pretend like a fucking bird just shit on her head and she cannot see it, right? and then you're shocked. You're like, oh, by the way, that fucking bird just shit on your head. Okay. Right? You can see it, right? It's funny. Or maybe some ghost walks by and just comes on her face, right? It's like he's like, hey Alonzo, and then walks away right on her face. And you're laughing. You're like, oh my god, some fucking ghost just came on your face. It's shocking, right? Makes sense? But it's the same thing, right? When you just notice that you notice something about her. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Start from the beginning. Excuse me real quick. Slow down.
Excuse me real quick. I have a question.
No, you're up talking too much. That's the problem. Excuse me real quick. I have a question. You see you're going upwards, right? So that's up talk, right? Rapport seeking. That's why they're afraid. And you have more lung capacity by breathing more, right? So you should slow down because you build your bagpipe. Excuse me. Just see how slow you can go while you're singing through it. Go.
Excuse me real quick.
No, you cannot. No. You practice like, excuse me real quick. There's no pausing. It's just like one continuous long shit. It's like you're in a water slide, right? You don't just cut the water or bump your head up and down too much. Go. One continuous shit.
Excuse me real quick.
Can you cut even more of the pauses? Excuse me. Yeah, cut. Everything cut.
Excuse me real quick. I have a question.
Yep. Good. I was
looking for a store called Zara.
Cut more. Again, I got the Zara part. The second part recut because you're starting to add pauses in between. Cut. Doge it. Cut. Everything.
Okay.
Yeah. I was looking for.
I was looking for a store called Zara. Do you know where I can find it?
Yeah, fine. That's good. You're singing continuously, right? Better. Sounds much better. And now she's gonna answer. It's just over there. It's down the street. It's over there. And now pretend the bird just shit on her head. What are you gonna say?
Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
No. It's the same fucking mistake. Oh, by the way, I just know something about you. Don't do that. Ding, 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 ding. Remember? So say that part again. She's just finished talking down the street, down this way. Go. Just think. No. Just think you're pressing the same note, the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Just think the word ding, ding, ding. Don't think about the words. Go.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just noticed it. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you.
Good. What? So she's gonna say what, right? I just noticed that you are X plus Y. You just make it up, right? Slow down. Cut all the pauses, right? Cut. Doge it.
I just noticed.
Too fast. Too many syllables. Do not roll the syllables, right?
I just noticed that you had a.
No. No, it sounds like you just know. It has to be a continuous shit, right? Kind of like a water slide. The water has to be consistent. It cannot just stop and then go, stop, go. I just noticed that you are X plus Y. Are you Z? You see it continuous, right? No, like, just notice that. It's like you're shitting and then you're holding it in and then shitting, holding it. Don't do that. Continuous shit.
I just noticed that.
No. You're still cutting. It's like when you're building a sausage, you know those sausage machines? And they put it inside this some kind of membrane. You cannot keep cutting it, get it? Over and over. It has to be one continuous sausage. I just noticed that you can breathe in, right? To get it right. Try again.
I just noticed.
Too many pauses. How about you cut all those pauses in between all the words, iron them out, cut them all. It's kind of like you're doing like video editing, but you're cutting those pieces and putting them closer together.
I just noticed that you had a very creative...
No, you're rolling the words. I just noticed that you have a That's what you fucking sound like. Fucking fix it.
I'm having trouble with that, but I'll try.
How about you breathe in and sing through it like this, like me, like a song. I just noticed that you have a creative and artistic vibe. And then I say it again. I just noticed that you have a creative and artistic vibe about you. Are you an artist? You see that? I breathe in before the end. Get it?
Okay.
Yeah. Breathe in, breathe in. All the way. A little bit faster, but remove the pausing. The pausing is like a centimeter of pausing, right? Not like inches. Cut those parts off. A little bit faster.
I just noticed that you had a very creative and a very artistic vibe.
Okay, so it's not that good. I know this is the first layer, right? Of the foundation. But then you have to say it more natural speed. A little bit faster. How about make it like, if this is like 80, right? For speed, or maybe like 20, right? Let's say it's 20, it's slower, right? Can you make it closer to like maybe 35? A little bit faster.
This is 80, right?
No, this is 20. This is 20. Make it like 35. Yeah.
Okay.
Go. No, you're not fucking changing, right? You're like a fucking zombie. Come on now. How about this? If you're not doing it correctly, right? How about this? You're gonna do a fucking 10 squats right now until you fix it, okay? Now. 10 squats. Count. 3. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm doing it. 3, 4,
yep.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, now fix it, okay? Every time you fuck up, remember those squats because you're gonna get a lot of squats and your legs are gonna be very heavy. Now fix it. Breathe. Why are you going slower? Faster.
Okay.
Don't be unteachable, Case.
I just noticed.
No, faster. Double the speed. Double speed. Double speed. Faster.
Okay. I just noticed that you had a very creative vibe. So
Creative and artistic vibe. Creative and artistic, or maybe X plus Y or Z, right? Remember, don't have a one-track mind like a Latino.
I noticed that you were X plus Y. Are you Z?
Much better, like that. Okay? And whatever she's gonna give an answer, right? Then what's next? Statements of empathy.
I know that you.
A little bit faster, a little bit faster. How about make it like 1/3 faster.
That you weren't expecting to talk to anyone.
Instead of trying to stop thinking about separate words. Forget about the logical side, because you're very logical, right? Think about if this was just music, right? Like notes. Think whitewash notes. I know this is very I don't try to think this is like words, right? Like meaning. I just think about the sounds.
I know this is very random.
Good.
And you weren't expecting
Good.
to talk to anyone.
But
I am a social person, and I was born here.
Good. So that way they don't think you're a migrant. So that's good. But that's better, right? It's not perfect, but it's getting there, right? Makes sense? Much better than before. So anyways, let's ask some quick questions, okay? Just don't tell any personal information that they can identify you, okay? Are you a real student of mine, or are you just an actor? According to...
I'm not a good actor. I'm a student of his.
Okay. Are you Gen Z?
Yeah.
How old are you? I can't remember.
I'm on young adults.
Okay, are you early 20s, roughly, in that area? Middle?
I'm Gen Z.
All right. Okay, good. Don't tell any personal information. Like, you're Latino.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you can say. So, okay, how about this? Is this scripted, or is this completely random?
I mean, I practiced this, like...
I mean like this phone call overall. Was this scripted?
Yeah, you called me out of... yeah, I was gonna go to bed. You called me.
So this is random. So I just want you to confirm a few things, okay? Just to make sure it's for real. Yes or no, right? Are you in the inner circle? That one you can tell.
Yeah.
Have you seen Marco, right, in the inner circle?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Have you seen the other students, right, in their lay testimonials in there when I tag them?
Oh, yeah.
Are they all real?
Yeah.
And for the people that says, oh, it's actors or AI video or whatever the fuck, right? Is that bullshit?
I mean, yeah, that is like they're lying and stuff like that.
Some company called the Galian Gentlewomen, right? These guys look like a bunch of trannies with their hairstyles, but they try to say, oh, these are all actors and all you guys are fake. Is that true, or is that they're full of shit and they're jealous?
True.
It's not true. So you can confirm they're all real.
Yeah, it's all real.
And you can see the pictures, right? The people tagged to it. What else did I say? I have to make sure they understand. You guys have any questions, guys? To this Gen Z student? So, and also, when I train people, right? I secretly train them in the elite tonality mastery stuff. Am I correct about that? After these years before.
Elite tonality, yeah.
The new course, right? Remember when we were filming it? You were there, right?
I think it was something I joined a little later.
Mm-hmm. But I'm filming like for a new course, right? Elite tonality mastery. For tonality. But when I was training you on WhatsApp before, right? You have learned how to do whitewash tonality, right? And learn how to slow down. Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
So you learned some of those secret techniques that I'm showing the world now. But you've learned this before.
Yeah, I have.
So, okay, now that you know that. So you saw all the other students get laid around you when you were there before, right?
Yeah.
You saw Marco, you saw all these other students. You saw the Jewish white student, the Italian student, all these people, right?
Yeah, I remember.
And you saw the lay pics, right? And all that stuff.
Yeah.
So even before they see a censor, right? But don't worry, they trust each other in the inner circle. But I just all want to confirm, right? So it's 100% real. What you're learning works, and I just want to make sure the skeptics understand, right? What do you want to tell them? Tell them whatever you want on your mind before you sleep.
You know, keep on practicing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do your thing. You know.
But what about all the people that are not joining the program yet? What do you want to tell them since you've seen so much student success?
I'll say, like, if you want to get laid, you should join. If you don't, I guess do what you're doing. I mean, like, I don't know.
They don't want to get laid because they're MGTOW. Men going their own way.
It's up to them, really, you know.
Or they're gonna blame money problems, right? What do you say to people like that?
I mean, like, if you work hard and you save some money, you can afford anything. Like, it depends on you, really.
Is it worth investing in yourself?
I think so.
That's good. So I guess that's all I have to say is that, anyways, good night. Thank you for being on here. Good to talk to you here. And correct you in front of everyone. And they can see your progress too. So you change the speed and the timing, right? And everything will be fine. Show me in the infield in the future, okay? As soon as you can. And don't stop breathing the exercises, right? Because you're having gaps in between. Every hour I want to practice because you're losing your lung capacity.
Alright. I'm on it.
Alright, good night.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
So anyways, yeah, these are all real students. Like, I'm training him in real time. So you guys can see a little bit of the training that they go through. They go through a lot of drills. He's been breathing every single hour for the last 5 days. He just stopped a little bit. So he went back to the mindset playlist. You see that? It's always science. It's an army. It's an army. So having said that, here's the thing. Even if you're a bad student, as long as you dress well, you fix your hairstyle, and you follow the system and you wear the right fashion, you're likely to end up with a lay anyways. It's not a matter if you get laid or not. It's just a matter of when. It's a matter of when. You stick with it, just like the other Latino guy from Spain that lived in the United States. He still got laid in 3 years. So everyone gets laid. Everyone gets laid. It's just a matter of time. Just don't give up and just try your best to not resist. So just look at the student who took like 3 years to succeed. How he still got married, he procreated, and he turned his life around. The system worked for him, and it'll work for you. The only way it won't work for you is if you refuse to change, like a Latino fuck behavior, and you crash out. If you insist on sticking to outdated Asian wash or Indian bench-hold wash fashion that turns women off, you're sabotaging yourself. If you cling to negative stereotypes or worship other dating coaches, you're settling yourself for failure. These other coaches don't care about your success. Their strategies and training methods are designed to sell boot camps, not help you get laid. The more boot camps they sell, the more money they make. Some of them are making 6 figures a month now. You're like, well, what the fuck? 6 figures a month? Matt Artisan is making that. Other coaches are making that with clout and worship. 6 figures a month, not a year. They're just standing next to women for optics and stacking boot camps to maximize profits. But optics don't teach you how to get laid for day game. They're selling you a fantasy, not a proven system. Okay. Sorry, someone's texting. So the Elite Bundle Resurrections with Elite 30, Elite Tonality Mastery is different. It's a proven step-by-step roadmap that takes you from zombie to human to superhuman. You don't need to worry about whether it will work. It's an army. It already does. You just need to stop running away and stop procrastinating and commit to the process. Look, I don't know. I don't want to sound like a fucking marketer. I'm just saying, like, listen, invest in yourself. I don't know how else to tell you. I'm just going to tell you, you can decide yes or no, but don't fucking cheap out. If you do, you see transform. Okay, I don't want to sound like a fucking salesman. You know, I'm not a good salesman. I'm good on sales on the phone. I'll close everyone, but I'm not like a good marketer. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what I'm trying to say. Final thoughts. Bruce Lee once said, not failure, but low aim is the crime. In great attempts, it is glorious to fail. And while that's, listen, I'll say this again in Bruce Lee's voice. Not failure, but low aim is the crime. In great attempts, it is glorious even to fail. And while that is an inspiring sentiment, here's the thing with the right system. Failure isn't even on the table. When you follow a proven process, believe in yourself and stay consistent, you won't just attempt greatness, you'll achieve it. The truth is everyone will eventually get laid. So it's pretty much automatic lay if they just stick to the system. And it doesn't matter if you're Gen Z like this student, he's gonna get laid eventually. Or you're Latino, or you're Asian or Indian, or any from any other backgrounds or white or Europeans. The Europeans are crazy this year. Europeans are like, oh yeah, I'm very attractive and I want to be more attractive to women. They always say the same shit. What the fuck does be more attractive means? And they want results fast, but they don't want to do any work. Europeans are crashing out. You know, the tariffs have really gotten to you, haven't it? The system doesn't even discriminate. It's built to work for everyone who's willing to put in the effort and follow the steps. It's all about believability. It isn't about luck or chance. It's about a formula that's been tested and proven time and time again. But here's what holds most people back: doubt. People doubt themselves. They doubt the process, and they let their insecurities and overthinking and the tariff sabotage their progress. They procrastinate, they hesitate, and they convince themselves that they are the exception and they're the one person who cannot succeed. Bullshit. I've taught some super zombies. They all get laid eventually as long as they do it my way. If you run away the opposite direction, you do the opposite, you will not get laid. I guarantee you that. If I say turn left, you turn right like a Latino fuck behavior, you're not gonna get laid. If I say go forward, you go backwards and you start arguing, you will not get laid. It's only when you finally follow instructions you'll get laid. But if you do that, you eventually succeed. As long as you have the looks, money, status, in the whitewash fashion, and the hairstyle, you get laid automatically. The only thing standing between you and success is your mindset. If you start believing in your potential and start trusting the system, you see how capable you really are. Whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. That's a powerful belief. So if you think you can succeed, you'll take action. You'll stay consistent and push through challenges. If you think you can't, you'll give up before you even start. The choice is yours. Think about it. Okay, now I sound like a marketer, right? It's like, oh, look at John. He's got, here I'm gonna try my best marketing voice, okay? Are you guys ready for that? My marketing voice. Think about it. How many times have you doubted yourself in the past? How many opportunities have you let slip away because you didn't believe you're... Do you like that better? You want some marketing, right? I'm not a marketer. I'm just a coach. I'm just telling you, like, if you don't believe you're ready or good enough or capable, now imagine if you have taken action. Imagine if you had trusted the process and given yourself the chance to succeed. Where will you be today? Do you like that marketing voice? Like, listen, just fucking join my coaching, right? Stop. Don't get all triggered. Oh, he's marketing. I have to market because if it works, I'm doing a disservice if I don't fucking market it. Oh no, money problems. Fuck the money problems, right? Just invest in yourself. This is your chance to stop doubting and start doing. Stop holding yourself back with excuses and what ifs. If the system fucking works and has been proven by 660 latent poll testimonials from students just like you, these aren't people who had it easy. Many of them started with the same doubts, fears, and challenges that you're facing right now, but they followed the system and they got their dicks wet. The best part, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to figure it all out on your own. The roadmap is already laid out for you. Elite 30 will give you the foundational skills you need to succeed for Daygame, and Elite Tonality Mastery will hide your bad tonality due to the winner and loser effect. Project high status and stay emotionally grounded together so they form the ultimate system. One that's already... Okay, let me see if I can get back to my marketing voice, okay? I'm not a marketer, but let me try, okay? I'll sound like the other dating coaches. Okay, let's talk like ABCs, okay? Once that's already helped the students from all over the world achieve their goals. This isn't just about getting laid. It's about transforming your mindset and breaking free from your limitations and proving yourself. Let's be super nice so we don't offend them. So that way they'll join the coaching and that you're capable of more than just you ever thought possible. It's about taking control of your life and creating the future you want. So the question is, are you ready to stop doubting and start believing? Are you ready to commit to the process and see what you're truly capable of? Because if you are, this is your golden opportunity to join the Latin tour. I'm just joking. The system is proven. The testimonials all speak for themselves. All you have to do is take the next step. So whether you think you can or can't, you are right. So make the choice, believe in yourself, make the choice to follow the system, because with the right system, you don't just attempt greatness, you achieve it. And when you do, you look back and wonder why you'd ever doubted yourself in the first place. So let's get started. Elite Bundle Resurrections is waiting for you. This is your chance to get laid and transform your life. Don't let it pass by. That's all I gotta say, unless you want me to read the sales letter. I can at least play the sales letter for the thing, right? This is just the early version. Tell me what you think about it. Okay? You can leave right now if you don't want to be pitched to. You have my permission to leave. But if you want to stay, then just listen. So John Elite. Oh shit, I'm not on the fucking front page. This other guy is. This mafia guy's taking over. Okay. Alright, let's see. Main offer. So it's under the main offer. We'll just play the testimonial very quickly. I'm in double speed. Let's play it.
And get laid consistently with attention, logical, gritty engineers who want to dominate day game and get laid consistently with high-value white women. So how to get laid consistently with high-value white girls through day game and have the option to build a rotation of fuck buddies or choose a potential girlfriend or wife so you can avoid wasting money on outdated boot camps, struggling with constant rejections, or falling behind in today's tougher dating market. How to succeed in day game and get laid consistently with high-value white women using proven strategies that work in real-world, sober environments. Does this sound like you? You're a logical, gritty engineer who's frustrated by your struggles with social skills and tonality in day game. You dream of becoming a confident, socially calibrated man who succeeds in day game, attracts high-value white women, and builds meaningful relationships, whether for casual dating, a committed girlfriend, or even marriage. You've tried direct game, romantic flirts, or club tactics standing next to women or relying on nightclub optics, and they've all failed to deliver consistent results. You're tired of wasting money on overpriced boot camps that end after a weekend with no long-term guidance or results. If that sounds familiar, you're not alone. I've been there myself, and I know the frustration of trying to figure out how do I succeed in day game and get laid consistently with high-value white women using strategies that actually work. Here's the harsh truth about day game in 2025. Most dating coaches rely on outdated tactics like direct game, compliments that filter women but fail to build attraction, romantic flirts, manipulative, alcohol-fueled escalation tactics in the bedroom that don't work in sober, real-world environments, called game, standing next to women or pretending to have value, which only works if you're a club promoter. These methods might feel like the easy way out, but in today's tougher economic times, they simply don't work for engineers with obligations. The solution: I created the Elite Bundle Resurrections coaching program to help logical, gritty engineers like you get laid consistently with high-value white women through day game, build a rotation of fuck buddies, or find a girlfriend or wife without relying on gimmicks, setups, or outdated methods. This comprehensive program includes free merge courses, 1 year of WhatsApp consultation, and 10 Skype coaching, all designed to give you the tools, strategies, and support you need to dominate in day game. Here's exactly what you get inside Elite Bundle Resurrections. Elite 30 from hard case to hero, a $250 value, a 6-module course, a 5.5 hours on Google Drive plus YouTube private videos designed to fix your body language, tonality, and nonverbal communication, which make up 93% of communication. 55% are nonverbal, 38% are tonality, and 7% are words. Includes a 30-day challenge to build new habits, approach confidently, and avoid flaky numbers. Master the fundamentals to achieve same-day lays, build a rotation, or find a girlfriend or wife. Elite Playbook is $500 value, a 42-module advanced day game course that is 15 hours on Google Drive, focused on game techniques, escalation tactics, objection handling, dating, and pulling women home. Build on the foundation from Elite 30 to confidently pull women home and refine your approach. Includes commentary on how techniques have evolved over time, giving you a mental filter to adapt to any situation. Elite Tonality Mastery, $500 value, a 12-hour course designed to fix your tonality and emotional control, especially during economic stress. Stop turning women off with cortisol fuel, rush speech, and regain control of your voice to make a powerful first impression. Get laid again in 2025, even when other coaches can't get their students laid anymore. Elite Access, $400 value, 1 year of daily WhatsApp consultations, 10 minutes per day for personalized guidance, drill corrections, and real-time feedback. Use my mental filter to identify and fix mistakes quickly, break bad habits, and accelerate your progress. Skype coaching at $3,000 value, 10 1-hour online coaching sessions for in-depth, personalized feedback, $300 each Skype. Refine your body language, tonality, and day game structure while addressing your unique challenges in real time. Gain clarity and level up faster with direct guidance. Total value, $4,650. But today, you're getting all of this for $1,000 until the end of April, $1,200 until the end of June, $1,400 until the end of August 2025. Why this program works, and like outdated boot camps or scam platforms selling illusions.
I gotta change it. It'll be end of May, right? Before it's like 1,200. So I'll have to relaunch this eventually. May, June, July, August. End of August is gonna be like 1,200, right? So it's gonna be 1,000. I don't remember, but it's like different times. It's around 3 months. So the next one's May before the price goes back up. May's gonna be 1,200 probably. I can't remember, but you can just pay in 3 pieces, right? Forget about paying all at once. Just $333 a month. So. Okay.
Illusions, optics. Elite Bundle Resurrections focuses on proven strategies like mastering body language, tonality, and social skills, using the arrow science method to refine your approach and handle objections, building consistent results through real-world, sober day game tactics. With 660 laid whole testimonials, this program delivers real, measurable results in as little as a week, a month, or a few months depending on your case. I have a no-refund policy for committed, coachable students only. I'm the best day game coach in the world, with 660 laid whole testimonials to back it up. My methods work, period. But this program isn't for everyone, and that's by design. There's a no-refund policy, and here's why. Success requires personal responsibility. If you're not ready to take ownership of your results, this program isn't for you. I work with all kinds of students. Hard cases, they progress slowly but follow instructions, put in the work, and succeed. Impossible cases, they struggle emotionally but trust the process and achieve results. And teachable cases, these are the ones I won't work with. If you procrastinate, reject feedback, blame others for your failures, or refuse to adapt, this program isn't for you. This program is for winners, men who are ready to commit, take action, and transform their lives. If you're stuck in the loser effect, making excuses and spiraling into failure, this isn't for you. But if you're coachable, ready to follow my proven system, and willing to do the work, Elite Bundle Resurrections will deliver results. Act now and take control of your results. Click the link in the description to get instant access to Elite Bundle Resurrections. Don't let outdated methods, bad advice, or the economy hold you back. Invest in yourself and start seeing results today. To your success, I'm John Elite, the best day game coach in the world. Also, the special price of $1,000 until the end of April is your chance to get this program at a massive discount. Don't wait, prices will increase after April. Also, if you already own any of my products or bundles, you can get a discount. You just pay the difference since Elite Tonality Mastery will only be exclusive to Elite Bundle Resurrections. Don't just take my word for it. Join the 660 plus students who've already achieved success with Elite Bundle Resurrections, formerly known as Elite Bundle 2. Now it's upgraded with an exclusive new course. Join today before it's too late.
That's pretty good. So that was a sales letter I, recorded, but what do you guys think? Does that sound like something that you're interested in? Because I need to build a brand new army. Anyways, here's the end of the video. Thank you for watching it. We'll see you in tomorrow's challenge. It'll be day 5. But since there's enough people joining, We might actually make a bonus day 6, right? That would be cool. But so far, everyone's watched over 100 views for each of the videos in one day. So therefore, we should probably think about, you know, we should definitely think about actually having more. Because if they like it, then why take away their option to like it? There's already 68 views already, so they probably like this video. I better make a replay very quickly, okay? So you guys can watch it throughout the night. Anyways, thank you for being here. Your time is the most valuable thing, but you're spending the time with me, even on your weekends. I really do appreciate it. I want to build an army. I want to work with you guys, as long as you're not unteachable cases. You guys have a mountain to climb, but I'll make you climb it very quickly. More late testimonials, more students, more late testimonials. So anyways, don't worry about the tariff. It's going to be golden age. You'll be fine. All right. See you tomorrow. Stop now. Thank you for being here. Ciao.